All right, welcome everybody again. And now we have our program for now is just to debate Muslims. If you are a Muhammadan who believe in Allah, who is, we believe is a truly is a false god, satanic god, please feel free to contact me in Skype and I will call you immediately. We know that those who call themselves scholars, they are not scholars, they are fraud. And this is why they are ready to join us. And then what they do, they send us kids. Because, you know, a kid, he can say anything. You know? Anything. Like Mimi Hijab. Yeah, he's a kid. He is not a sheikh, he is not a scholar, he is nobody. When you are nobody, you can say anything. When Yasser Qadi, who he claimed to be a sheikh, and he is in charge of a mosque, he said something that was a big deal for the Muslims because he claimed to be somebody. But if you are nobody, who cares? You can say. This is why you will see that those who have, let us say, a business career in Islam, they will not dare to call me and join to debate. They will not. Right? And here we go, I'm here. If anybody knows if a Muslim here, he care to invite Dr. Sabeel Ahmed to debate me, I'm willing to call him. Just give me his Skype, I will call him right away. Anyone? I am live on air. I challenge any Muslim to call me and tell me anything he wants about Islam to prove me wrong. Anything. I never read the full commentary of the Hadith liar. Well, my friend, as long you are saying I'm a liar, why you don't call me and confront me? This is initial proof, actually, that Muhammadan, they cannot defend their religion. They accuse people of lying, but they cannot prove us lying. Here we go. I am live on air. My Skype is open. You can call me and you can read the whole hadith as you wish. Is that fair, people? Who is holding you? Who is holding you? I will tell you what is holding you. What is holding you that you are a coward. Otherwise, you get a great opportunity to call me and show the people what I did not mention. Okay, text me in Skype. Here, go ahead. Guys, call me, I will destroy you. let me get the glue, you know, because each time Muslim he call me, I need to glue myself together. You Muslim destroy everybody. But yet, Islamic countries is destroyed, my friend. There's no glue in the world can glue it together. If there is any brave Muslim, if there is, you know, and if is a condition, hardly to find. All right? If is a condition. Who is a Muslim who can call us and tell me anything of your choice to prove to me that Islam is a religion from God? Call me in Discord. Here we go. We say we have a Skype open. He says call me in Discord. Now if I have Discord, he will say call me in Skype. Call me in Discord. Okay. We say my Skype is open, they say call me in Discord. My Skype is open, call me in WhatsApp. My Skype is open, call me in Viber. My Skype is open, call me in TikTok. My Skype is open. They can hear everything. Liar, everybody have a Skype. Skype is the oldest program used for communication in the world. And there's nobody don't have a Skype account. And even if you don't, it takes you 2 seconds to make one. So imagine you claim you want to defend Allah. You are not willing to download the Skype for the sake of Allah. I mean, do you see how much of a Muslim you are? It's for free, yet you are not willing to download the Skype to defend Allah. What a potato. Do we have any real Muslim here? This guy is just a kid. His mom, she is not home. He don't dare to call me. His mom, she said to him, don't call adult. And I agree. Maybe he is 4 years old. Because Aisha, she was adult and mature at the age of 6. In fact, she was engaged at the age of 4, according to Muslims. I mean, look at yourself in the place of Aisha. She was horny. At the age of 4? She was all over the place. Nightclub, bars, vodka. I mean, this is Aisha. She is hot. You know? Even Muhammad, he called her Al-Humayra, which means the red. I mean, I don't know what red mean. You tell me. She's red hair, red bum, red breast, red skin. I don't know. But red mean hot. This is what he called her. There's other word for Humayra, in fact, which mean like when you have a donkey, Himar is a donkey. Humayra, a female donkey, but you are spoiling her. So choose one. Either she was very hot or she was a donkey, female donkey. Do we have any brave Muslim? He can call us and prove us wrong. Anyone? Call me in Skype. Okay, text me in Skype. I will call you. What's his name? Abdul Fattah Muhammad. Okay, my friend. I am a Muslim and I want to debate. So why you don't text me in Skype? How I'm going to find you in Skype? Text me. The admin is posting my Skype account. What's wrong with Muslims? The admin is posting my Skype account. All what you need to do, search it in the search and you will find my account. And this is why we are sending you a link of it. So there's no way you can get different person. Don't make yourself a hero. All what you need to do, the admin is posting my account and I will post it for you too. Here we go. Okay, are you ready? Are you sincerely ready? There's a hadith about Muhammad. He said to the Muslims, are you sincerely ready to go to heaven? They said, yes, Prophet. He said, are you sincerely ready to go to heaven? They said, yes, Prophet. He said, are you sincerely ready to go to the heaven? He said, yes, 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 Prophet. They thought the bus is coming now. And then he said to them, say, inshallah. After all this excitement, it turned to be, say, inshallah. Here we go. This is my Skype. Just look for me and call me. Don't worry about Fakira. We will never let her talk. She is filthy. I mean, she said the F word to Muhammad. I'm done with her. Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us live on air and give me a proof that Muhammad is really a prophet of God? Any Muslim? Until now we have 0 person contacting us. Zero. Who is a Muhammadan? No, I think Abdul Fattah is looking now for my Skype. He will contact me soon. He's a brave man. I can tell from his picture. Look at this picture. You know? You can tell from the picture. This guy, he can eat me alive. Without even bread. You know, in the Middle East, by the way, we say, like, you know, he can eat you without bread, like, because we eat bread always. But that means nothing for somebody living in Indonesia, right? Because nobody eats bread there anyway. I mean, bread is not important. Tell me the mean of what? Sutihat. Sutihat, you mean. Sutihat meaning flat. Open the interpretation for the word in the Quran and you will find it. The Muslim themselves, they say flat. Do we have any Muhammadan? Yeah, you know, in Asia they have different food, you know, like if you go to Asian countries, they have rice cake, rice juice, rice 7-Up, rice Pepsi, rice vodka, rice cake, rice pie, rice cookies. I mean, unbelievable. You will find yourself in the land of rice. Yeah. Do we have any Muhammadan? Let us see. We have somebody texting me. It's a Christian saying to me Merry Christmas. My friends say Merry Christmas in the chat, not in the Skype. You made us excited. I thought we have a customer. It turned to be a Christian saying to me Merry Christmas. Okay, Merry Christmas. Can't you say it in the chat? Come on. Yeah. I don't know. I heard that even rose rice, it's coming from Asia. You know? I mean, it's involved rice, rose rice. Pff, man, even that. The best expensive car, supposedly. Yeah. Trust me, if Muhammad knew about rice, he will make a chapter in the Quran about it. And he will say, the rice and what you know about the rice, it came with Condoleezza Rice when she came from America. And she asked us to pay the price. We told her, take a hike or we will buy you a bike and we are going to make you not one, not two, but thrice. Like, you know, something like that, you know. He will make a chapter about it. He will eat it once. He will love it. Like, man, rice. Oh, man. Allah will send you rice. And will make you eat it twice. And if you don't like it, play a dice. And then you will find that you are eating again rice. Because this is the only choice. In our restaurant, the restaurant of Allah, rice. And what do you know about rice? Allah knows best what is rice. And then the Muslim, they will start describing the rice for you. It is so white. You know, Islam is racist. So they love white rice, man. Don't bring brown rice. Brown is no. White rice. Because we have the women who they are, like see-through, they are so white. The boys, they are so white. Muslim will be so white. The Prophet is so white. So it makes sense. The rice will be white too, you know. Do we have any Muhammadan? What happened to this guy? He wanna debate me. Abdul Fattah, what happened, man? The funny, his name is more horrible. Abdul Fattah, he is a slave of the one who opened. Open what? Oh boy. Yeah, you know, if you look at the Quran, it's very easy to make Quran. I mean, you see in Arabic, there is two like a tone in the Quran, and those always you can add them to anything. Like as an example, if you open anything, any verse in the Quran, all right, like this one here is horrible. There's no tone really, you know. There's nothing here. This one is reading. There's no tone, you know. But if you go in different verses. Let's see here. Yeah, this one, there's no tone too. Let me show you a one have tone, some tones. Let me show you how it works. Oh, I'm typing in English. I hate it when I type in English, and I'm thinking I'm typing in Arabic. I'm using one hand to type in the keyboard, so that I will not be cold. Okay. You see in the Quran, when you read the Quran, you will find anyone who speaks Arabic, you will find how easy it is to create Quran. I think we have a Muslim. Hold on. Let us hope it's not Fakira. Let's go. Hello. This is the guy from Indonesia. The guy who said to me he have no explanation. How are you?
Why you not answer my
Okay,
comments
but why
before?
you said to me you cannot explain the Quran? You said to me there's no explanation.
Because Quran not mention anything about that. How I can say?
Okay, so are you saying to me the Quran is made by a stupid God and you Muslim cannot explain your book?
I not say that.
But you said to me nobody can explain it.
Because not an explanation out there.
What?
Because not explanation.
Because not explanation. So are you saying to
Quran.
me again, when you say there's not explanation, that's mean you can't explain it, your dad can't explain it, your mom can't explain it, your sheikh can't explain it, Allah cannot explain it. That means the Quran is a stupid religion. But what about if I explain it to you? The Quran is very simple. I will explain it.
Listen.
Allah is saying, I will take a partner from us. That means you Muslims worship many gods. What do you think?
Yeah, listen. Because Quran not mention anything about that. And
No,
that's not
what do you mean
important.
about it? You told me there's no explanation for it, and now nothing mentioned about it. I mean, what's wrong with you? Did you eat rice before you call me? Listen carefully. Allah will take partners with Himself. Do you Muslim take partner with Allah?
Why always you asking me?
I did not ask you. It's you who asked me. And then I explained to you and I said, okay, as long as you mention this, you are the one who used the word us. You forgot. You are the one who says it did not say us. So I said to you, okay, as long as it doesn't say us, that means if it's us, that means there's more than one. And then I said to you, okay, here we go. This verse in the Quran, it says, if Allah would like to take a partner, He will take it from us. And you are the one who said that if we say us, that means there's more than one God. So now you Muslim worship one more than one
Yeah,
God. What do
listen,
you think?
listen.
Huh?
You say you will answer me when
I
was
answered you
answer you.
already, but now you are stuck here. You keep saying to me, I cannot answer this. Why you don't admit that Allah have partners? Number one.
I was answer you, not explanation.
What explanation? Okay, let me ask you. Aren't you from Indonesia?
Yes.
Okay, why you don't call Ustaz Samud and let him join us in the conversation?
Why I should call him?
Ustaz Samud, because obviously you're stupid, you don't know how to answer. Maybe Ustaz Samud can help you. Why you don't call your sheikh right now? Let him join us in the explanation.
I was answer you.
You did not answer. You said no explanation.
Because Quran not mention anything about that.
I don't care. So the Quran did not mention about anything, you idiot. So if the verse Allah never mentioned anything about it, He mentioned it already. The verse itself is what Allah mentioned, and you are
No,
saying to
I
me Allah
mean
did not mention
not
anything
mention
about.
anything
Listen,
about your question.
listen. What do you want Allah to mention exactly? You are saying to me, you keep saying to me, Allah, the Quran did not mention anything about it. What do you want Allah to mention? He just mentioned to you that if you would like to take a partner, I will take it from us. He mentioned that He will take it from us. I ask you, Allah will take partner from us. Us who? You keep saying to me, Allah did not mention it.
Yes, no explanation.
Okay, but when I say us, isn't it mean that we have many of me? Us.
Wait, wait, wait,
Aren't
wait,
you the
wait,
one who said that us mean many from the same?
wait. Why always you ask
Listen,
me?
listen,
Now your turn
listen,
answer me.
listen. Why you don't answer me? So now, as long you agree that nobody can explain this stupid verse, do you agree that Allah and the Muslims they are pagan?
What say that?
So explain the verse for me, because you can't explain how Allah can be one, yet He say He's us, and He's talking about taking partners. I thought Islam forbid Allah forbid Muslims from taking partners. It turned to be that Allah Himself take partners. And by the way, how many partners He will take? One, two, three, four.
I was answer you last time.
You did
Why you
not
ask
answer
again?
me. No, you said to me, no, I don't have explanation.
Yes, I do.
Huh?
I was answer you.
No, okay, listen. I really like you. Okay, I'm going to make you admin in the chat when we are not live. So from now on, you are an admin. I promise you, when we are not live. Can you call your sheikh to join us right now? and tell us how to explain this one?
I don't know him. I don't know they as personal.
You don't know any sheikh?
No,
Not even one?
no, in personal, no.
So like you did marry your wife without meeting a sheikh?
Yes, without.
Okay, so you said I never met a sheikh in person. So, but you said to me you are married, and then that means you have a sheikh, and the sheikh is the one who made you get married together. He put a tissue in the top of your hand and says Al-Fatiha, Alhamdulillah, Bismillah, Al-Alameen. So now call him and let us see if your sheikh can do better than you, and you can join him too. He can stay. Can you call your sheikh or you cannot?
What you talking about?
Call
You
your
can answer
sheikh,
me or not?
because now you say, brother, a lot of Muslims will leave Islam because of you.
Brother.
Indonesian people will leave Islam because of you. Look, Sheikh Samud, peace be upon him, he charged $5,000 to make a speech. Okay,
Yeah,
get
brother.
somebody.
Listen.
Listen.
Please be gentleman.
Huh?
You was promised. You want answer my question.
I see. Nobody can answer
Yes.
your question because I answered the question 1,000 times, but you keep saying you did not answer
No,
my
no.
question.
I
No,
I
listen,
will
listen,
ask you
listen,
a
listen, listen.
different
You,
question.
you see, I
Now.
answered you. Jesus, he said that only you are true God as my Father, and I am the Son. And you glorify me, I glorify you, I answer you. So he is the Son, he is and that is the
Not my
but
question.
listen, but
That's not
now,
my
no, this
question.
is the question. And you said to me, but how come he did not say us? I said to you, okay, what us mean then that there's many? You said yes. And then I ask you about this is the case, that mean Allah is many. How many Allah you have?
One.
So how he so call himself us?
Up to me.
Huh?
Up to me.
Why he call himself us?
Up to him.
Up to him?
Yes.
So
Now you answer me,
okay,
okay?
so hold on. I
Oh,
mean,
why you
people in
run?
Indonesia, listen, are you the son of the of Ustaz Samud? Are you his son from Muta
No,
or something? What do you mean up to
no.
him? Allah, he said he have a partner, he will take partner from us, and then you say it's up to him, but that means there's many Allah, because how I can take partner from us if I'm only the only one?
You say why Allah say us? Yeah, up to him.
Yes,
That's
okay,
his
but okay, it's up to
authority.
him. I understand. I'm not asking if it's up to him. I believe in freedom, brother. Allah is free to do what he want to do. But how Allah will take a partner which is supposedly against Islam, and then how Allah he says us? That means there's many Allah. If Allah is the only one, he is Allah and he is God. Then when he say us, he is lying. So what do you mean it's up to him?
Okay.
So if there is many Allah in Islam, or Allah is lying?
See, only you ask me when I can ask you.
I can ask you. Listen, Allah, he said us. Why you are so slow? Last time I told you, if you have kids, you said yes. I don't believe you. They cannot be kids. You are so slow. I mean, by the time you want to have, the wife, she will be dead. What are you talking about? I'm asking you again. If Allah
Brother,
is, listen. If
listen.
Allah, listen, Dr. Abdul Samud, Dr. Abdul Samud, Ustaz, yes, Ustaz, listen,
You
Ustaz,
not fair play.
listen,
You not
Ustaz,
fair.
Ustaz, listen. When Allah, he said us, huh? Is he lying, or really there is us?
No, you answer me now.
You answer you now.
Yes. Listen, because
Simple question. The Muhammadan, they will make poo-poo in their pan. It's Allah. He said so. It's up to him. The solution. He found solution for it. It's up to him. Okay. It's easy. It's up to him. I mean, do you see how easy the answer, man? It's up to him. There's no explanation. Allah did not mention why. It's up to him. Okay, if you ask me about Jesus, I will say then it's up to him too. Oh boy. Are you sure you are not the goat who ate the Quran when Muhammad died? And you are repeating the same thing? What an idiot. It's up to him. You know, imagine this guy, he make a book, it's called the Book of Tafsir, which means interpretation for the Quran. So any verse in the Quran, he says, Allah knows what he meant, it's up to him. That's it. Now, verse number 2, Allah knows what he meant in this verse, it's up to him. Verse number 3, and the whole tafsir will be the same. Allah knows what he meant, and it's up to him. What a stupid cult. You know, once a Muhammadan, he called me, and I mentioned to him that the man, he will have the hadith, the man, he will have the power, the Muslim man, he will have the power of 100 men in heaven. I said, do you believe in that? He said, well, the prophet, he exaggerate. He don't mean it. I said, oh, he exaggerate. And then I said to him, but isn't it mean he is lying? Because exaggerating mean lying. He said, no, this is a good lie, because he want to encourage us to be believers. So Allah, he and his prophet, he encouraged you to be a believer by lying to you, exaggerating. And as long you know it's exaggeration, so how that will work? How that will help to make you believer? You know it's exaggeration, which means you know it's a lie. So how stupid you are. Remove the photo. Why? That will bring a lot of Indonesian. What's wrong with you? You don't like it, close your eyes. It's up to him. Allah, he said to me, put his photo. You don't like it, go. What do you want me to vote for you? Belly dancer? This guy do better belly dancing. $5,000 for every speech. I mean, do you see how it's a charity work for the sake of Allah? Brother, for the sake of Allah, invite me and I will make a speech for $5,000 only. Where? In Indonesia. This is a lot of money anywhere in the world. And if you are a person who live in Indonesia and you make $5,000 an hour, charity, brother. They are believing in Allah, brother. They are doing it for the sake of Allah. Everything is for the sake of Allah. Just $5,000 and 5-star hotels. And don't forget to send me the limousine. I'm a very humble person. That's why I charge $5,000. I mean, look, if he is greedy, he will charge $5,000 and $10. But he is not greedy. He is not. Do we have any Muhammadan here who would like to call us and join us? But please don't tell me it's up to him. I mean, come on. Any Indonesian, he is a sheikh. He look handsome. This is the Photoshop, peace be upon him. This is different picture without Photoshop. Look how he look like. There is valley in the cheek, and there is pimples, and yeah, you know, this is the Photoshop, peace be upon him. Once I took a picture, you know, like it was, I don't know where, I think it was a cruise ship or something. They took a picture for me without my permission, actually, and then they gave it to me, and they want to charge me. I look at myself, I did not recognize myself. Man, I look so good. And the guy, he said, do you don't want it? I said, no. He said, look how you look. I said, but I said, yeah, this is exactly, look how I look there, and look how I look here. This is not me. And man, I look so good in the picture. I love it. I said, this is me? Are you sure? What happened? The eyes are not the eyes. The nose is not the nose. The mouth is so small. What the heck is that? Yeah, praise be to Photoshop. Yeah. And the smile is so good. Look at this smile. No. MashaAllah, MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Yeah. Now, look is not important. You know, the important is the brain. You know, I mean, what I will do, what I can say. Allah, He refused to make me handsome. You know, actually, I know a person, he made fun of me, how I look like. Second day, Allah, He punished him. And when he woke up, he found himself look like me. True story. It was a true story. I mean, the guy, he was like, what the heck? You know, like, oh, this is not me. This cannot be. You know, like the guy went crazy and called the police and called the hospital. And, you know, even Angel Jibreel came down, you know. And he said, what happened? What happened? I said, I made fun of a Christian prince yesterday. He said, oh, Allah punish you. You make fun of a Christian prince. He make you like Christian prince. Who is this guy? I just searched for the word Ustaz. What this guy is? Who is this? What? Ustaz Doctor. This guy is a doctor. Now I know why he is wearing glasses. I was asking myself, what the glasses for, man? It turned to be he is a doctor. What do you have a PhD in what? The camel urine? Or how to shave your underarm? There's a guy in Saudi Arabia, he made a PhD in the sound of the stomach. The sound of the stomach. Simply, he's talking about farting. According to Islam, how to recognize farting. Imagine how deep the study. That's deep. That's a serious topic. I should call Elon Musk for him. I mean, he can use it to use farting so he can kick up the spaceship. We need someone who do space farting study. Like, can we fart in the space? What will happen if we fart in the space? What do you think? Simon, you are a scumbag, my friend, and you are a liar. All right? You know, people, when they come here, this is what we do. We got them busted, and we have no places here for liars. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway. Do we have any Muhammadan here? Any Muhammadan? Who is a Muhammadan? Anyone? Nobody? I hate it when I type in Arabic when I want to type English, and type in English when I type Arabic. Oh boy. Let me see. Until now we have 0. Any Muhammadan? Just to show you how liars they lie. This guy in the chat, he said Catholic, they don't have, you know, they try always to divide us. They are satanic sons of Muta. Catholic does not have a verse of Deuteronomy 12:32. They don't have it, brother. This is the Catholic Bible. You are a potato, coward and liar. And those are the verses. They don't have it. 12:32 is not there, brother. We cannot find it there. Remember, I'm not a Catholic, but I hate liars. I mean, liars are really sick. Disgusting creatures. Trash. Bugs. The bugs of the earth. Literally the bugs of the earth. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to call me? Any Muhammadan would like to call me? Mayday, Mayday. Look, we will give you a PhD. First of all, you will become famous if you are a doctor. Doctor, Ustaz, Adi Haidat. Adi Haidat. Hey, Alex, let me block you. Anyone here will come, will insult Jesus, we will block you. We will not even, we will not allow you to speak here insulting Jesus. Filthy son of Muta. You're upset, no problem. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to call us? Anyone? Who is a Muhammadan would like to call me? Muhammad Salah saying Merry Christmas. My friend, I mean, this is Islamic stupid religion. The Muslims are hypocrite. So if the guy, he said Merry Christmas, he is doing something bad. Look, they dream, all of them, they come to the West. All of them, they drink. All of them, they smoke. All of them, they take drugs. All of them, they do muta. All of them, they go to nightclub. And then when somebody say Merry Christmas, they are upset. Muslims, just laugh. It's not even worth to talk about it. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to join us? Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Listen, if you call me, if you debate me, you challenge me, Allah will give you extra deed and extra reward. Big reward. Really big reward. I mean, seriously. See, when the Prophet, he promised you a lot of virgins, I didn't know about being virgin because I was in heaven. I mean, the heaven of Allah. I was there for a week. So I'm not sure about if there's any virgins left. I was like lonely and I didn't know what to do. Boring, There's nothing to do. They look around, there's nothing but virgins. So I spend the day like going between the virgins. So I don't know, I mean, how many of you will get virgins if you are lucky. I don't know if somebody was hiding behind a tree or I did not see her. I don't know. I mean, I doubt that you will find any virgin there, And by the way, what do you mean by virgins exactly? I mean, they are in heaven. Who is going to do boom boom to them in heaven, man? And why even Allah, he mentioned it, brother? I mean, do you think in heaven there is a cheaters and they cheat and they sleep around? They have a web cameras and they do sex in cameras, maybe? Will that make them virgins? Correct? If those virgins, they have sex cam or cam sex, they are virgins. Do you think in the heaven of Allah they have such a technology? Virgin. You are not the one is a blaspheming? No, you are the one who kissed a black stone, my friend, which is in the shape of a vagina. May Allah bless it. May Allah bless this black stone. Let me make it simple, as long as you mention the black stone. Who is a Muslim can tell me why you Muslims, you Muhammad, and your Prophet, he kissed the black stone? Who want to help us? Anyone? Look, even this Indonesian doctor, look at this, look. This guy, he saw a cartoon or something. Look at him. It's like they took him into surprise. I don't know, maybe he saw Santa Claus or something. I mean, look at his face. He looked like he saw his mother-in-law or something. Anyone can tell us why Muhammad, he kissed the black stone? As long you Muslims are not pagans and you don't believe in paganism. Anyone? You claim that everybody is pagan and you are not. Yet you bow down to a stone, you kiss a stone, and your prophet, he says, a stone erase your sin. Anyone? Any Muhammadan would like to say anything? Mayday, mayday, mayday. You know, I'm not really against that stone. I mean, the stone, it look nice. You know? I mean, no, don't blame you. The stone looked really good. Did you see the frame around it? Man, it's so beautiful. Very, very nice. Yeah. And the Buddhists are, they are pagans. The Hindus are pagans. Muslims are not. They kiss a stone because the stone is sexy. Not because they are pagan, no. And when the prophet, he says, those who touch the stone, it's erased their sin. You know, it's not, the prophet, he don't mean the stone, you know, to erase your sin. Allah erase your sin, but by touching the stone, you are touching Allah. That's mean the stone is Allah. Do we have any Muhammadan want to say anything? Please watch your language, so YouTube will not block you, or we don't have to block you. Any Muhammadan? Until now we have 0 Muhammadan texting us in Skype. 0. And you know what the Muslim they will say now? He just said 0 Muhammadan text us. That's mean there is a Muhammadan, he text him. His name is 0. They are genius. Muhammadan, they are genius. Didn't you just say 0 Muhammadan just text me? Yes. Okay. Well, you just admitted that a Muhammadan is texting you. You are not calling his, taking his call. When? You said 0 Muhammadan. Yeah. Okay, this is his name. We Muslims, we have a very well-known Muslim name, 0. As an example, Zorro. Zorro with the 2 gun, with the mask, is a Muslim. 0 is his cousin. You know? Yeah. What's wrong with you? We got you busted. You are not taking Muslim calls. Like the Dean Show, you know, the Dean Show. They says, call us if you have any question, please. And then I called them. They did not let me go through. The guy in the reception, he said to me, what is your question? I said, let me go through, and then you will hear my question. He said, no, we need to know the question. I said, I want to talk about the same topic he's talking about. He said, call us. And then he hang up on me. And I call again. And he hang up on me. And he call again. And he hang up on me. There's no live calls. They are liars. Do we have any Muhammadan who would like to join us live on air? Open a challenge. Bill Warner destroyed who? I don't know. Any Muhammadan here? Come on. I know. We are trying to, like, you know, we tell them Allah will give you a reward. Okay, let's give them a better picture. Maybe this picture is not letting them look. Here we go. 3 and the whole. If you call right now and debate a Christian Prince, you will get 3 and the whole. Yesterday we have 3 too, but there's no whole. Okay, the day before it we have 1. So today our offer is better than other days because we have a 3. So what do you think? I mean, it's up to you. You take 2, you take 3, you take 1. If I am you, I would take 3. Any Muhammadan? Who's a Muhammadan? I don't know what happened. We are out of them. They immigrated to the different galaxy. Anyone? You know, you guys, you are not doing a good job. You should invite sheikhs. You should challenge them in their channel. Says, hey, you know, can we organize the debate between you and Christian Prince, etc.? Or maybe you do not need to say Christian Prince. Just says, can you give us a Skype? There's a Christian person want to call you. Anyone? All Muslim, by the way, they can debate me, but face to face. Nobody want to debate me ass to ass, shoulder to shoulder. No, no. Internet to internet, no. Face to face, brother. I'm willing to travel all the way to America. Actually, there's a guy, he spoke once, I think he was, I remember now, I think he was in Korea. Yeah, he was in Korea. If you remember, we made a video about him. He said he is willing to travel all the way to America. So I said, okay, I accept. And then he said they don't want to give me a visa. Oh boy. Okay. He is intolerant. My friend, just let him call me and I will teach him what intolerance means. Those guys, when they speak to the Arab, and then they will learn what intolerance means. This guy is intolerant. Just send him to the Middle East. They will make him shish kebab. You know those guys, they make heroes and they make sheikhs on you. If they go to the Middle East, they will be like a chicken there. You know, nobody will listen to them and nobody will care for them. And if he speak, maybe they will spank him. Shut up. You cannot even say the name of his prophet correctly. Wahhabi? Don't remind me. Oh boy. Any Muhammadan? Until now we have 0 text. You believe what happened to those guys? They said, I want to challenge you, I want to debate you. So we go live and there's nobody calling us. Where is the trustworthy, the one who believe in Allah, the one who put their finger up to Allah? I feel sorry for this God. I mean, they keep giving me the finger. What this word says? Kosultan akan hilang. How that happen? Kosultan akan hilang? No way. I mean, you must be kidding, man. I cannot believe it. And look what it says here. Shiktika, Siktika. Oh boy. I mean, we are getting dirty now. I mean, I don't accept that. Siktika, Kisoltia, Kusilitan, Akan, Hilang, Ustaz Adi Haidat. I mean, this is really messed up. Hey, Ustaz, why you do that, man? Why you say that? Why you say Siskita, Siktita? I mean, when I was in your age, I never say that such a word. You, in this age, you say Siktita? Siktika? Aren't you like, do your mom even know what you are saying those words? What's wrong with... I cannot believe it. You know, when I was a teenager, I never said that word, like, because I was really shy. You know, no way I would say Siktita. Sikitika, Sikitika, Sikitikitu. Sikati si sikatutu. Ti sikaka kakatu. Kusaltanian akan hikalagogu. Sikatita sikakatu. If you call me, I will make you barbecue. La 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 la. La 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 la. Shame on you. Anyway, forget about Sikatita and Sikatatu. Let us see something else. What? Min sinatei hayati. Oh boy, this guy is flirting. Hayati mean my love. Like in Arabic, we use hayati mean my life, but this is a word we say to women, like, you know, especially like we want to fool the women, they say to her, hayati. The woman, she melt right away, like, oh yes, yes, what do you want? What do you want? And she think like you want to, you know, marry her or something. You ask her, do you have shish kebab? Okay. Hayati. Minasantai Hayati young. Well, that's talking about me. Young. I mean, I told you I'm famous. And you go in Indonesia, like young, orange, young. Everybody talking about me. Because I'm the only young there, you know, like, you know, everybody there is old, you know, like 17, 16, most of them. I'm the only one is young. Young? Yeah, actually, I remember when I was in China, I was speaking Chinese, as you know, because in China people speak Chinese, by the way, you know. Anyway, I was in China, you know, and believe it or not, I ate Chinese food in China. A lot of Chinese food. You cannot believe it. A true story. This is, you know. Anyway, so I was in China, and then, you know, yeah, you know the thing, you know, and that's the end of the story. Do we have any Muhammadan now? After at the end of the Chinese story? You know, going in the subway in China is like going in nowhere. Nobody speak English. There's no English. The guy in the window don't speak English. You put your hand there. He grabbed the money without even asking you where to go, and he give you a ticket. Like, where this ticket to go to? I put the money in the window. He grabbed the money. He snatched it from my hand. I did not even talk, and he gave me a ticket. I said, where does one go? Where? And then he said to me in his hand, like, go, like, you know, like he's pushing me away. So where do you want to go? Like, what? This ticket to go to where? I love it, China. A lot of Chinese in China. Unbelievable. Everybody look the same, you know? Oh boy. Yeah, a lot of diversity in China. So do we have any Muslim here? Greeting from the Philippines. My friend, you are from the Philippines. You are giving us greeting. Send us a coconut. Send us a coconut oil, coconut rice. I mean, come on, what's wrong with people? I mean, you are coming all the way from the Philippines. Greeting from the Philippines. Where? I'm telling you that this is the end of the time, brother. The end of the time. Greeting from the Philippines. Not coconut from the Philippines. What's wrong with people? Unbelievable. Like, greeting from Korea. My friend, you are from Korea. You don't say greeting. You say kimchi from Korea. Then you are welcome. Everybody has... Who want your greeting now? Come on, we are in the time of, you know, like, don't you see? Minataki, min sintai hayati young. And you are telling me greeting? Don't you see the problem we are suffering from now? Huh? What about saying to me soya? Like, saya dituda. Ooh. Saya dituda. That's deep. I mean, that's really complicated. Wong sesat. Wong sesat. And look, his hand. Look at this. It must be something bad. I mean, look. Do you see how his hand, like, you know, saya situda Wong si Sat. Okay, I mean, it's very easy to understand. Let me translate for you. I'll explain for you by like a few words. Koban joga biasa saja mengabari barra ustads. That's it. See you next time. Do we have any Muhammadan? Like, come on, I lost my voice, keep saying any Muhammad. I feel like a homeless in the front of a mosque, and because nobody give a charity in the front of the mosque, only when they are making a video for a short time. I mean, look who give a charity. Oh. Do we have any Muhammadan? Who is here first time? If there's anyone here first time? If you are here first time, I feel sorry for you. I warn you. You better leave. You better leave immediately. You will be addicted. And you will be missing. Your wife, she will not find you no more. Where is my husband? Listening to Christian Prince. Where is my wife? Listening to Christian Prince. Where is the kids? Listening to Christian Prince. Like, what the heck? Where is the plumber? He is listening to Christian Prince. Did you fix the faucet? I was listening to Christian Prince. True story, by the way. Those true stories. I'm telling you, those true stories. You know? Yeah. You are accused heretic? You are accused heretic? So what does that mean? You are accused heretic. You are not heretic? Ah, you are accused. Whew, that's deep. There's difference between heretic and accused. You know? Like, this is why my cousin Sheikh Isper, they call him in America Shakespeare. My cousin Sheikh Isper, he said, to be or not to be, that is the, you know, the thing. Yeah. So like, you are accused to be heretic, and, you know, it must be very deep. Any Muhammadan here? Look, the Muslims, they claim anything in the world belong to them. Shakespeare is a Muslim. George Bernard Shaw is a Muslim. Einstein is a Muslim. Christian Prince is a Muslim. The rabbit is a Muslim. The tree is a Muslim. The sun is a Muslim. The moon brother is a Muslim. Oh boy. Do we have any Muhammadan? Anyone? Any Muhammadan here would like to join us? Come on. Not even one Muslim really want to defend Islam and prove Islam to be from Allah, the only true God. You know, I don't know. I'm convinced. Let us go. Let us move those pictures. I don't know, for some reason I cannot move those pictures. I don't know. Look at this. You know, when I saw this picture, it was small. It looked like he had a bug in his nose, but it turned to be the microphone. Nasihat, which mean advice, right? Nasihat ternida. Deep. This guy, he can give you advice. He can give you advice for anything for free. Nasihat. Aman Rabbi Aman. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to call us? Anything. Just tell us anything to convince us Islam is from God. You see, we're not making it hard. You know? Any Muhammadan? Somebody says الشمس تسبح في الطين. You know, a Muslim woman, she sent me a message and she said, I believe in Allah and His Prophet. I said, so you believe that Allah, He is God, and the sun sit in murky water and swim in murky. She said, I don't mind if the sun, she took a dip. She don't mind if the sun take a dip. And then she said to me, and I don't mind. Let me read the message. Hold on. My English is not good. She don't mind what? What she said, what she said, what she said. Yeah. I did not answer you why, which means why you worship Allah. Question, however, I did say it would take me lifetime to share the information with you. I'm not asking you to examine me. I'm wondering if your lover is as sexy over a cup of coffee. I see myself needing you. I don't know what needing you mean. I think I search it. I think it's like massage. Needing you. Not quite suckling just yet. MashaAllah. This is a Muslim. She is debating me and refuting me. Not quite suckling just yet. That's deep. Which means suckling is coming, but we are not in that stage yet. Now I'm going to massage you. Then later we can talk about suckling. And listen, Muslim women, they have to wear hijab, but the women, she can do suckling. That's amazing. For adult. Haram, halal, lawful. Suckling. You know, imagine if we live in a community, everybody suckle everybody. Can you believe how beautiful it is? Like you go in the bus, you see men, their head in the lap of women, suckling. You go in the train, the lady, she work in the airplane, what they call her? I forgot what they call them, those girls who go around. You don't say to her, bring me water, or can I suckle you? You know, look how beautiful. The trip will be short, time will go fast, and nobody will be hungry. We will have vitamin D, C, A, D, etc. I mean, I cannot count for you how many vitamin you can have. So this is like a win-win for everybody. So Prophet of Allah, when he come with those ideas, which kind of is strange and weird, I mean, we never heard of them, he was very look at the Muslim making character. Look, those are Muslims who obviously they don't like Islam anymore. Let me show you this character here. In Arabic it says أنا جاي أرضع مش جاي عشان أي حاجة لا سمح الله أنا جاي بسكويت وجاي أرضع فطار بس. So let us translate for you. The guy, he says, no, I'm not coming for anything wrong, by the way. I have biscuit in my hand and I need to suckle you. So like you have an excuse. He wanna eat the biscuit. Like, come on. The cookies. He have cookies in his hand. He is not coming to do something wrong. He have cookies in his hand. It's time, you know, please. Can I suckle you? Do you see? I have cookies. And if you speak the Egyptian like language, you would die laughing because this is a Sa'idi language. أنا جاي أرضع أنا جاي أرضع مش جاي عشان حاجة لا سمح الله أنا جاي بسكويت وجاي أرضع فطار بس. حبيبي أنا شنو هذا؟ إرضاع الكبير. Breast. Women, Muslim women, they cannot show their face. They cannot show their hair. But you can suck their breast. Don't forget, please, to bring your cookies with you. Cookies are not included. This is what we learned from this drawing. Cookies are not warning. Disclaimer. Cookies are not included. You come to do breastfeeding, you bring your cookies with you, like this guy here. Actually, one of you should copy this picture and translate and make it in English. I'm not coming for anything wrong. A'udhu billah, you know. I'm just coming bringing biscuit and I want to do suckle you for breakfast. It's a breakfast time, you know, come on. Man, because, you know, many of you, you have a dirty mind, right? You have dirty thought, right? But no, this is not about anything like that. Okay. What this one saying? Yeah, and then the Muslims, they start trying to fix it. So they say, okay, no, we should not do breastfeeding. We should, the women should squeeze their breast. and put it in a cup and then you drink it. But in Arabic it says irda'. Let us see. Maybe we have a Muslim. Maybe. Okay. I think this is the same guy, maybe from Indonesia. Hello? Yes, my friend. Are you a Muslim?
Yes, sir.
So what do you want to tell us about Islam?
Well, I'm here to answer your questions.
Did you just send me some hearts in Skype?
Sorry?
I don't know. I saw some hearts flying in Skype. I don't know what is that. Anyway, maybe my mistake. So what, you want to ask me questions?
No, I want you to ask me the questions and I'll answer for you.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know. You see, I don't want to pick up my cherries against Islam. What about you tell me something good about Islam and we go from there?
Islam tells us to be respectful in any way.
In any way?
Yeah. Like,
okay.
Even if it's your enemy.
All right. So I want to ask you, did your prophet call his mother filthy?
Did the prophet call his mother filthy?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Well, in chapter 9, verse number 28, it says, Al-Mushrikeen Najis, filthy. And the mother of Muhammad and his father both are Mushrikeen.
All right, let me check. So, chapter 9, 26?
28.
28. Believers, those who associate others with Allah in His divinity, are unclean. So after the expiry of this year, let them not even go near the sacred mosque. And should you fear poverty, Allah will enrich you out of His bounty, if He wills. Surely Allah is all-knowing, all-wise. So what do you want to know about this?
Well, najis is a filthy, is not just unclean. Filthy to the point nothing can wash you. So you said to me, we respect. Here you are talking, calling people who they are not Muslims, you are called them filthy, dirty, and there is no go zone. So Muhammad, he just called his mother and his father and his uncles and everybody in his tribe, including his family, mushrikeen, najis. So according to Islam, you said to me, in Islam we've been taught to be respectful for others, even if they are our enemies, as you claim. But as you see, you Muslims, you call non-Muslims filthy, dirty, and you don't even allow them to enter the land, certain land, because they are filthy.
All right, let me explain to you by the word unclean or filthy.
Okay.
It means by their beliefs. You get what I mean?
Doesn't matter. Still, they are najis. They are najis.
Like they are.
Okay, my friend.
They are.
Is it najis if you have poo-poo touching your skin? Is that najis in Islam? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are making people, you agreed, you are making people, a human being, equal to poo-poo, and you say to me, oh, in Islam we respect non-Muslims, even if they are the enemies.
Yeah, but see, how is this disrespectful?
Well, you just agreed that najis is equal to poo-poo touching you, and now you are saying to me, when Muhammad, he say his mother is najis and his father is najis and they are poo-poo, you say how this is disrespectful. How? I mean, what is your logic? You call your mother poo-poo, and this is no, there's no disrespect here.
Well, I mean, she was a disbeliever.
So you are saying to me, if your mother, she was a disbeliever, you call her poo-poo.
Well, again, so Muhammad is speaking as what Allah told him to say.
Yeah, but you just lied to me.
So
you told me
in
Islam we respect non-Muslims. Okay. You lied to me, my friend.
But this is not Muhammad calling his mother that.
No, Muhammad, because Muhammad is the one reciting this, and he taught you this, and then.
Well, he's only speaking as what Allah
doesn't
tells
matter.
him.
Did Muhammad just command what Allah told him, supposedly, that anyone who is not a Muslim is a poo-poo? And his mother is a popo then.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, okay, but listen.
Uh-huh.
The prophet only speaks as Allah says.
Okay, let
As
him.
what Allah
No
has
problem. So
revealed
the
to him.
prophet he speak
So,
as Allah want, right?
sorry?
When the prophet he speak, it's Allah speaking.
Not always, but like when he's answering questions.
When he's answering a question, Allah talking or Muhammad talking?
No, it's, listen,
Hmm.
Allah reveals his scriptures to Muhammad.
Hmm.
So he answers the questions.
Okay. But here was a question too.
Not Allah
They
talking.
ask him if the mushrikeen they can go to the Kaaba and those places in Mecca and Medina. They said this was a question. Let us go to you see the first one. It's a failure because in the Quran you call non-Muslim dirty, filthy, kuffar, liars, hypocrite, munafiqeen, people of fire, worse than animals. You call them even pigs and monkeys. But as long we are talking about the zoo, is it true that there is somebody he went fishing in Saturday and Allah made him a pig and a monkey?
Can you say that again?
Is it true that there is a group of people, Jewish people, they went fishing in Saturday, and your God Allah, he punished them for fishing in Saturday, and he made them pigs and monkeys?
Can you send me the verse or hadith?
No, I'm asking you, do you believe in that or not? And we'll show you, no problem. But do you believe in that? That somebody he went fishing, and then his God, he made him pigs for fishing in
The
Saturday?
Jews are our enemies. The Jews are our like complete enemies. Do you understand that, right?
Ah, the Jews
And
are
also,
complete animals. I
also
see.
there's probably context behind that. So can you provide me
No,
the
I want
verse
to
or hadith?
explain to me. You just said the Jews are complete animals.
No, enemies.
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 Okay, no
Enemies.
problem. I'm not talking about enemies now. I'm talking about them. Allah, he made them pigs and monkeys. Do you believe that somebody, for not fishing in Saturday, the God of Islam will make them pigs and monkeys?
Can you say that again?
Why I need to repeat 1,000 times? Those guys, they are Jewish. They went to do fishing in Saturday.
Yes.
And then your God, he cursed them and he made them pigs and monkeys. Do you believe in that?
Probably.
Hmm.
Can you give me the verse or hadith
Okay,
again?
why if somebody fish in Saturday, Allah will make him a pig and a monkey?
Okay, I'm gonna need you to provide me the verse or hadith so I can
I
explain it
don't
to
know.
you.
I need to find it. It's hard for me to find it now. Like you surprised me. But I'm asking you, why this God, he want to punish somebody, making him a pig and a monkey for fishing?
The Jews, right? So the Jews are our enemies again.
So
Our
because
enemies.
so if the
But
Muslim they did fishing in Saturday, Allah will
I'm
not
going
make
to
them pigs
need
and
you to
monkeys. Only
provide me the
only
verse
the
or hadith.
Jews. Only the Jews.
Can you give me the verse or hadith now?
No, what you are saying to me because you keep saying to me because they are an enemy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why the Quran says the Jews will go to heaven?
The Jews will not go to heaven. Actually, the Jews will actually be cursed on the day of judgment. I'm pretty sure.
I don't
But
know. As I know, they will go to heaven guaranteed. You're wrong, my friend.
they are not. Can
Okay.
you provide me the verse or hadith for that one too?
Chapter 2, verse number 62.
Those who believe in Allah, though. The Jews who believe in Allah.
Well, the Jews are people who the Jews are people who believe in Allah according to Islam anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, so it says no,
No.
it's listen. The verse says whether they are the ones who believe in the Arabian prophet or whether they are Jews, Christians, or Sabians, all who believe in Allah and the last day and do righteous deeds,
Okay, but
their
the
reward will be
Jews believe in God. So here we go. It says the Jews will go to heaven.
and do good deeds.
My
Have to do
friend,
good deeds.
your prophet even he made the Sabi and they will go to heaven. Sabi and they worship stars. They don't worship Allah.
They worship what?
Stars. Go right now, search in
The
Prophet Google
who?
Sabians. Sabians worship stars. They believe stars have ranks and they are creators, many gods. So your prophet is a fraud. Same time,
How so?
you are saying to me because the
But
Jews are
again, no, listen,
because the Jews are enemy of Allah, so Allah make them pigs and monkeys. Well, I am an enemy of
no,
Allah. No,
listen,
listen, listen. I am an enemy of Allah. Why Allah don't make me a pig and a monkey?
listen. So the Sabian,
Why Allah don't make me a pig and a monkey? I am an enemy of Allah.
because why would he?
Why he did to the Jews then? Who is more
Can you give me the verse of
who is
hadith so I
more
can
enemy
answer?
to Allah? I am the
Okay,
person who wrote.
listen. Okay,
Listen, I wrote
can you
many
give me the verse of hadith
books.
where he did?
I wrote many books against Allah. I have tens of thousands of videos and debates against Allah. I made
Then he
thousands of
probably has
Muslims.
plans for
Hold
you.
on.
Then he
I made thousands of Muslims leave Islam against Allah, and now they are fighting Allah. So why Allah don't make me a pig and a monkey if He can?
because he probably has plans for you. He
He
will
have a
either
plan for
punish
me.
you in the
Okay,
hereafter
let me
or
ask
later,
you: if a
later
Muslim,
or not.
if a Muslim he drink beer and he play music, is Allah going to make him a pig and a monkey, or only
No,
Jewish and Christians?
no,
Huh?
no,
No? What?
no,
No, he will not.
no. He will not,
All right. Why not?
because sinning doesn't make you a non-Muslim, and sinning doesn't make you a bad person.
Okay. Well, read the hadith for me. Your prophet he said no. Your prophet he said Allah will make you pigs and monkeys. You know. Here we go.
Can you give me the hadith?
Yeah, here we go. I will give you the hadith. Here we go. It says here that he heard that the Prophet of Allah saying, from among my followers, there will be some
what's the
people
hadith?
who.
No, no. You need to give me the hadith.
I'm just giving you the hadith. This
Yeah,
is the this is the this is this is da'if hadith.
The what?
This is da'if hadith.
Okay, can you send me the hadith?
Okay. Do you speak
Tell me what the
Arabic? Do you
hadith
speak
is.
Arabic? Do you speak Arabic?
No.
Okay, send it to you in English then.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. This is the hadith in read it. You can read the hadith in my YouTube.
Yeah.
I have it on the screen.
This means the punishment of the grave.
What
Do you know
punishment?
what that is?
What punishment of the grave, my friend?
It's
What?
after you die if
No,
you
no, no,
committed
no,
a
no,
major
no,
sin.
no, no, no. This is not. This is about he will in the grave he will make you a pig and a monkey. Are you kidding me? Where it says that? It says from my people, Muhammad saying, my people will start drinking alcohol, playing music, instrument, and do unlawful things. And those people, Allah will destroy them during the night, not judgment day, during the night, and will let the mountains fall on them, and he will transform the rest of them into monkeys and pigs. You said to me, no, the Muslims never will happen to them.
Can you send me the hadith? Like, what's the number?
Yeah, it says there in the day, and
number?
And they will remain until the day of resurrection.
Okay, what's the number?
I gave you the hadith now. So what do you think?
Okay, but what's that number?
I will give you the number. What do you think now? For now.
Okay, I need you to send me the number.
Okay, the number, hadith number 5590.
What hadith though?
Any book you want, I don't know. This is what it says here. It says 5590.
Okay, but what's it like? Is it Baqarah? Is it
What Baqarah? This is hadith. Since when that is a hadith is called Baqarah?
Bukhari, I mean. Is it Bukhari? Is it?
It's Bukhari. Yeah, Bukhari. Yeah. So what do you think now? We gave you the reference, we gave you the hadith, and this is Al-Bukhari, which is very sahih, very authentic.
Oh, okay.
You got it now. You got it. Okay.
I have an answer for this.
All right, wonderful. Go.
So this is to those who don't repent. So if you're not seeking repentance, and
that's deep.
Yeah. So if you're not seeking repentance,
where here it says if they don't seek repent, it says a group of my people, they will be wearing silk and they will be drinking wine and they will play music. Those, some of them, Allah will destroy them by making mountains fall on them, and the rest Allah will make them pigs and monkeys. Where you got the repent for me? Secondly, who care if they repent or not? Did you see any Muslim until now he become a pig or a monkey?
What did you say?
What? You said to me those are the one who don't repent. Did you see any Muslim from those who don't repent after drinking wine and doing music and dancing? Did your God Allah made any of them pig or a monkey?
No, because he probably has plans for them.
He has what?
He has plans for them.
Well, this is the plan. The plan in front of you. The plan in front of you. Those who drink and those who wear silk and those who do play music, I will do either make mountains fall on them or I will make them monkeys and pigs. This is the plan. And not only that, they will stay monkeys and pigs like that until the day of resurrection, which means they will not die. Imagine
Give me
an immoral pig. He never die. He's like God. This pig, he will never die. So Allah will make the Muslim monkeys and pigs, and those pigs and monkeys, which are Muslims, they will never die.
Okay, wait. Let me give you an answer. Chill out. Give me a second.
Don't forget, my friend, don't forget to subscribe to my channel because Allah will give you extra blessing.
I'm good.
Huh?
I'm good.
Okay, you subscribe already?
No, I'm already subscribed so I can see when you're live.
Yeah, because I have a hadith that if you subscribe to me, Allah will give you extra versions.
Okay. What's the hadith number again?
What's wrong with you? I give you the hadith. Sahih Bukhari 5590. I'm just trying to give you a blessing from Allah. If you subscribe to me, He will give you the double blessing because the Quran says so. I have a verse in the Quran says the one who subscribed to Christian Prince, He will give him, like Allah will give him a hands, and He will make him blessed, and thing. Why it's so hard? I mean, it's obvious.
Give me a second.
Your God is lying because He claimed that those who will do that, Allah will punish them. He will not punish them in the judgment day. No, He will punishment immediately, and then they will stay pigs and monkeys until the day of resurrection.
All right, hold up. Give me a second.
Be honest with me. Have you ever listened to music?
Yeah,
Okay. So Mr. Ozan, your name is
but not
Ozan.
on purpose.
Ozan Magdid. Magdid or Majdid? Your name is Ozan Majdid. Okay, Magdid. So you
Okay, I
listen
have an answer.
you listen to music. How come Allah did not make you a monkey then? Or a pig? Or maybe you are lying to me, you are already a monkey and a pig and you are hiding it.
I have an answer.
No, I'm saying I'm serious. So how I know? You might be lying to me. Maybe Allah already punished you because there's no way Allah will lie.
Well,
Listen, you just admitted that you did listen to music, and I need to know how come Allah did not make you a pig or a monkey. And I think that you are lying. You are already a monkey, and you don't want people to know because some girls here, those some girls, you don't want them to know. You are hiding it. This is why you don't open your camera, so people will not know what Allah did to you after you listen to music. How
right
many?
here, I messaged you the answer for that hadith.
No, don't message me the answer. I don't read messages. I want you to tell me the answer. Go ahead.
Okay, if you read the two hadith together carefully, you would notice that the mention of music is for the evil music. If music is used for getting
No, there
entertained
is
by
nowhere it
engaging,
says. There is nowhere it
it's
says.
not done. It's not done. It's not done.
Okay, hold on. Show me where it
Music is
says. Okay, show me where it says. Show me where it says evil music.
If music is
See, you
used,
just to prove my point. You are a
shut
monkey
up. Let me
already. See,
finish. Let me finish.
Allah,
Let
He
me
made you a
finish. Let me
monkey.
finish.
Allah, He made you a monkey. You just did that. Thank you very much. You prove it to me.
Actually,
You said
listen.
evil music, you idiot. In the time of Muhammad, there's
Wait.
evil music and good music and bad music. You're a prophet. He says they play music. He never said evil music. Where do you get this from?
No, there's more. Listen, let me finish it.
Okay, no. Can you show me where it says the evil music? Where do you get this from?
Yo, let me finish it.
I'm letting you finish, Mr. Monkey. I asked you to talk. You start to me, monkey.
Let me finish.
So
Let
I'm
me
asking
finish.
you where you get
I'm
the
not even
word.
finished.
You did search Google, and there's the Muslim says
I'm not
evil
even
music.
finished. I'm not even
Music is a
finished.
music.
I'm not even finished.
Did your prophet says evil music?
I'm not even finished.
Did your prophet says evil music, or you are making things up?
Listen, I'm not finished.
I don't care. Did your prophet says evil music, or you are adding things up?
No.
Okay, so he did not say evil music. Why you are adding that?
No, just listen. Let me finish. If music is used for getting entertained by engaging dancing girls in the process, and if flute is used to attract women towards oneself, then the use of these instruments is most certainly evil. However,
who said that? 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 What you are reading for me? Who said that? Is that your prophet or somebody? His name is Abdul.
What?
Who said that? Who is the one saying if a music was done for this? The Quran forbidden music. There's a verse about it in the Quran. What if I show you the verse?
Okay, can you repeat what you just said? I can't hear you.
There's a verse even about it in the Quran, so don't fool yourself. There's nothing. It's called
about
evil
what?
music.
About what?
No,
about what?
there's
about
nothing about you cannot play music. You can't even play chess. Anything. All of this is haram. And you Muslims are trying to find a solution. You Muslims are hypocrite. You are trying to find a solution.
Hypocrite?
Yes, your prophet says a musical instrument. Did you see the word instrument?
You know, half of these questions that you ask me are
okay. Hold on. You just say to me, if somebody playing music and there's dancing girls, he is doing evil, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did your prophet have in his house dancing girls with music?
No.
What if I show you that?
Show me.
No, what if I show you? Don't tell me show you.
What if you show me?
You said no. If I show you that your prophet, and you are the one who said, if you have girls dancing and playing music, that is evil music.
Yeah.
All right.
No, listen.
You said that already.
If music is used.
You said dancing girls. Everybody heard you.
What did you say?
You said dancing girls. If there is dancing girls.
If there's music at all, then it's haram.
So if a man is sitting and there's girls are playing music for a man, is that lawful?
If there's playing what?
Music
For a man.
for a man.
Yeah.
Is that lawful?
No, it's not lawful in any way. Music itself is just haram.
So why your prophet, he was doing that?
Can you show me
Here
that
we go.
verse or hadith?
This is the hadith.
This is the hadith?
It's in front of you. Abu Bakr, he came to Aisha in the house of Muhammad.
Well, no,
And
listen.
listen,
Oh,
listen, listen. And there, the prophet was with her, and there were two girls, singers, for her, with her singing songs. Then Abu Bakr, and they are playing a musical instrument. Abu Bakr, he said, musical instrument of Satan. The prophet said, leave them, Abu Bakr. It's festival time.
Yeah, because they didn't know at the time. They didn't know at the time.
What do you mean you don't know? This is your prophet. You do not know?
No, listen. If you go back.
No, I don't want to go back. I want to stay here. No, I want to stay here. So what do you mean he didn't know?
Go upstairs.
No, hold on. What do you mean didn't know? This is the prophet.
Go
You
upstairs.
see, hold on. How Abu Bakr, he knew that this is the musical instrument of shaitan?
Wait, listen.
Why Abu Bakr saying this is the musical instrument of shaitan?
Yeah, no, if you go back,
okay.
If you go back to hadith, they were having some like party or something, and the prophet came in on them, and the prophet said that all of this is haram and that he can't.
If you go back, okay, but already he said that.
Two hadiths back.
Already he said that. Already, you see, you just condemn your prophet yourself. You just said the prophet, he said this is haram, and then later he do it himself.
What?
What? You said if you go back, you said if you go back 2-3 hadiths, you will find that the prophet, he came and he found people doing party, and he said to them, this is haram, this is not lawful. And then 2 hadith after, the prophet is doing haram. He just well, he have singing girls, and they are playing a music instrument, and this is why this is why Abu Bakr, listen, monkey. This is why Abu Bakr, he said to him, this is why Abu Bakr said to him, the musical instrument of shaitan in the house of the prophet, because the devil, listen, he hang up. He hang up. What a hypocrite prophet. So he told people this is haram. You cannot have dancing girls for you. Musical instrument of Satan. But in his house he have dancing slaves, singing for his entertainment. And the Muslim, they say, in Islam we treat slaves nicely. Little girls, bring them to sing and dance for him. And he just told them that the music is haram. This is the instrument of shaitan, brother. We go to his house, we found a party, music, singers and dancing girls. And look what Abu Bakr, he said. Oh. He found that the prophet laying down in the bed, and he turned away his face. Then came back Abu Bakr, and he scolded me and said, oh, this is a musical instrument of shaitan in the house of Messenger of Allah. So this hypocrite liar, he told them not to have a music at your home. Then he himself, he have a music at home. He told them not to have dancing girls, and then he have dancing girls. And this guy, he told us that even in music, if you have dancing girls, he just said that. And now we have both. We have the music, we have the singers, we have dancing girls. And we have Abu Bakr confirming that this is the musical instrument of shaitan. Who's next? Ozan. Ozan Magdid. I don't know, I don't know, is that a Turkish name? I don't know what is that. Anyone? Your prophet is the same as Andrew Tate. He schooled people about not to watch porn, and then he have a website 24 hours, 7 days a week, porn, camera. This is your prophet. Haram, haram, brother, haram, haram for you, not for me. I'm prophet of Allah. I can have a music, I can have dancing girls, belly dancers, shake it, bake it, yummy, yummy, dummy, dummy. Islam for everybody. Who's next? This guy, he called me, he was excited. And look, he is not only saying he can answer me, he says, give me the question. He was so confident, man. Like, give me the question, man. I say, Abdul, please, come on. You know, you tell me what you want. No, give me the question. Give me the question. Come on, Abdul, listen. You tell me something good about Islam. No. Give me the question. What do you want? What do you want? He was so confident. Just give me the question. سيب وانا سيب. طب سيب والنبي. You know, there's a Muslim kid like this guy. He went to his mom and he said to her, Mom, can you tell me about Prophet Kiss? She said, what? She said, can you tell me about Prophet Kiss? She said, what are you talking about? There's no such a prophet. He said, no, there's a prophet. His name Prophet Kiss. She said, son, there's no such a prophet. Who told you that? He said, I don't know. My dad, he keeps saying to our maid, for the sake of a prophet kiss. For the sake of the prophet a kiss, huh? So who's Prophet Kiss, Mom? You need to tell me who's Prophet Kiss. And this is Muhammad, Prophet Kiss. And this is you. You learn 2 words about your religion, you think you know it. You are just a potato. Prophet Kiss. والنبي بوسة. Do we have any Prophet Kiss? Why you guys are laughing? Why you are laughing? Okay, okay. Ladies, bring a maid to work in your house and let us see what your husband would do. You will see he will name the God Kiss, the Prophet Kiss, like, for the sake of God Kiss. Okay, leave me alone. I will tell you, the lady. This is what Muslim men they do when they have a maid. It's lawful, by the way, because the Quran says, وَمَا مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانَكُمْ. Even there's fatwas about it, that a woman, she is working for you as a maid, or even a secretary, you can have sex with her, because she is your right-hand process. Do we have any Muhammadan? He is so proud to follow Prophet Tos. Did I tell you about the new name of a prophet, Muhammad? Hold on, let me find you the name. Amazing name. And the Muslims, they have names really. I mean, 99 names of Prophet Muhammad. You know, Islam is from different galaxy. And Muslims are the weirdest. Look, Allah have 99 names. We let it go. But Muhammad himself, he have 99 names. 99 names of a Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad, Ahmad, Hamid, محمود قاسم عاقب فاتح شاهد حاشر what the heck رشيد مشهود بشير نذير داعي شافي هادي مهدي ماحن منجين ناهن رسول نبي أمي تهامي هاشمي أبطحي is alone, leave that alone, I will explain it later, we will die laughing about it. عزيز حريص رؤوف رحيم طه. What طه mean? Don't ask please. مجتبى طس. Prophet Tos. Any Muslim can tell us who is a Prophet Tos? And in English they describe it Tasin. What Tasin? What is that supposed to be making it better? Tasin? Your Prophet Tasin? La ilaha illallah. I'm Prophet Tasin Rasulallah. Any Muslim can tell us what Tas mean? You know, I speak Arabic very well, but this one I cannot explain, I cannot translate. It's above my grade. Do we have anyone from the followers of Prophet Tasin? Peace be upon him. Prophet Tas? Prophet Tas. And look, another name, his name is Yasin. Yasin, Godsin. His name is Godsin. Can you believe it? This is one of the names of Muhammad too? Do we have any Muhammadan? Tasin, Tasin, Mayday, Mayday, Tasin. Yasin. Man, speaking about Muhammad make me thirsty because he's so sweet. It's like eating baklava, man. You have to keep drinking. Prophet Muhammad is the most sweet person in history. You ask Muslim women, all of them, they want to sleep with him. He just leave me, please. I want to sleep with Prophet Muhammad, please. And even the husband, he don't mind if she say that in front of him. This is how trashy this religion is. Imagine a woman, she will say, I would love to sleep with the Prophet of Allah. Her husband will be silenced like a mule. She will say that in front of him. And he will shut up like a dog. He don't dare to say, shame on you. Any Muhammadan? The husband were not even there. You know, once I was in school, a bunch of my friends in the school, they said to me, well, you know, we have a challenge for you. You claim that nobody can stop you from doing things. Okay, there's a teacher, he's very tough. Actually, the principal, the new principal, is very, very tough. He said to me, can you shout when the classes start, when he enter, he come and he give us a class. Can you shout and he will not dare to stop you? I said, that's very easy. He said, really? I said, yeah. It's really? I said, yeah. You want to bet? So anyway, they made a bet and everybody would offer like what is equal to like $5, $10, something like that. And they said, remember, the principal, when he enter, he will not even dare to say to you, stop shouting. I said, this is the deal. I will be shouting and the principal will not dare to stop me. So the time came and the principal is coming into the classroom. He enter and I start knocking at the desk and the table. Viva the king, viva the king, viva the king, the king forever, viva the king, the king, the king, the king, the king forever. The principal, he entered the classroom and he started saying with me, Viva the King, Viva the King, the King, the King, the King forever, Viva the King. Who dare to say stop saying Viva to the King? He will lose his job. And then the principal, he asked all the classroom to shout with me. Yeah, yes, all of us. Yeah, Viva the King, Viva the King, Viva the King, forever, Viva the King, Viva the King. And then when I went out, I said, give me the money. They said, Jug. Oh, they never thought I would come with this idea, you know, like how I will shout and the principal will not dare to tell me to shut up. It's impossible. I mean, who are you? It ends that the principal joined shouting with me. He ordered the student to shout with me. And not only that, and he, you know, the principal, he says, continue, son, continue. It's okay, continue. Yeah, don't stop. Until he got tired. He don't dare to say stop. He don't dare. He will disappear, him and his family. So he keeps saying, yeah, and he is clapping in his hand like, you know, he like it for sure. And he's looking at me like, yeah, I know you are the devil. Because he's so coward, he don't dare to say, stop, man. We want to start the class. So he left us until we stop from ourselves. We get tired. Do we have any Muhammadan? Oh boy, I'm a Muslim. Please accept my call. Okay. Let us see. Viva to the King. That's what happened. We live in the land of dictators. Prophet Toss. We are calling a Muhammadan. Let us see. Hello? Hello, my friend. You are a Muslim?
Yes.
What do you mean, yes? You're not sure?
Just, yeah, on the edge. I've been watching your videos and it's been kind of messing with me a lot and
okay.
Really wanted to get in contact with you.
All right. So what do you think? What do you want to tell me? Go ahead.
I want you to, I have the Quran app on my phone.
Okay.
And I have a physical Quran too.
No problem.
Growing up, I never learned about hadiths. If they talked about them, it was never really got into deeply.
Mm-hmm.
It was always just the Quran. The Quran has been known throughout my whole life as being perfect, as being no contradictions, nothing in it whatsoever. And it's something, you know, after 30 years of being told this every single time, and then seeing something where someone's saying that it's not, I want irrefutable proof where I have it myself. And if someone can show me, you know.
All right, but you said you watched my videos before?
It's been like 2.5 weeks.
Okay, but until now, from all 2.5 weeks, you did not see anything? Is it enough to prove to you Islam is false?
I did, man, but anything that I would have, I would mention it to somebody, and they would tell me, "Oh no, that was wrong." Oh
okay,
no,
tell me one of them that they said to you, "This is wrong," which means I am wrong.
Like I remember one where it was like the sun was setting in murky water.
Yeah.
It was, I think, Zulqarnain.
Exactly. You speak Arabic?
A story. No, I don't speak Arabic.
Okay.
I rely on the translations.
All right. So what about what they said to you? What they said to you?
They say that, well, do you know what verse it was? I can go to it really quickly because I have it on my phone.
This is a chapter 18, verse number 86.
Chapter 18, verse number 86. So this thing is 18, verse number. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Chapter. You said chapter 18, verse 86?
Yeah.
Okay. The cave?
Yeah.
And he marched westward till when he came to the setting of the sun, it appeared to him that it was setting in a dark, turbid sea.
Where it says it appeared to him?
I'm reading it on. Let me see. I'm trying to get the source to this. The Clear Quran, Dr. Mustafa Khattab.
Well, he's a liar, my friend. You can go right now. You can copy the Arabic words one by one, and you will not find anywhere it says appear to him. It says
Well,
وجدها تغرب في عين حامية. وجدها, he found it,
yes.
sitting in a spring of black muddy hot water. Where it says appear to him, where is the word appear?
They put it in brackets, which does that mean they added it?
Exactly, they are lying.
Okay, so I mentioned that, and the guy said no. He's telling me that I have to learn classical Arabic before I can make a claim like that.
No problem. You see,
But
Arabic is Arabic. Okay, how if we learn classical Arabic, then if the Arabic is so clear, why we are adding the word appear to him if it's not there?
That's what I asked him. Well, what I asked him was, even though I had the translation that he was showing me, where they have it in brackets where it says appeared, I asked him about the last part of the sentence where this is where he just cut me off completely. I told him, even if it does say appears, very well, okay, that's okay. But if it appears to be setting, then why is he talking about finding some people there?
Exactly.
Where is there?
Because
it
he
doesn't
found, it says many things, actually many mistakes. First of all, until when he reached the setting place of the sun. The Quran confirmed that there is a place where the sun set. Correct?
Doesn't it? It says that it goes under his throne.
No. Here it says in the verse alone. We can connect later to other hadith, yeah. But for now, until he reached the setting place of the sun. So this is a place, correct?
The setting place, correct? Yes.
Okay, so that is a mistake. That's a big mistake. Secondly, who's talking? Allah. It's not the guy talking. He found it sitting. So Allah reporting a find, not thought. Thought is different. And if he found, even if we want to say he thought, then Allah should correct him because Allah is the one who sent him there. You know what the point of saying he found it, he thought, if he don't want to correct him? Did Allah correct him? The hadith, the verse saying he found it sitting in a spring of a muddy hot water, black muddy water. And the Muslim, they try to fool people. They say it appeared to him. Appeared to him what? Can you continue?
It appeared to him to be setting in a spring of murky water.
Okay, how that spring, how a spring of water is going to fool me? Spring, it's a spring. It's not even an ocean.
A spring of murky water.
How big the spring will be? Spring is, a few inches of water.
What's the Arabic word for spring?
Ain.
Ain. Okay, so
here we go. In Arabic it says وجدها تغرب في عين حامية. Ain is a spring of water. Hamia is very hot and boiling, and at the same time it's muddy because the water is mixed with the mud, boiling, like you see a volcano, how the volcano water is, this is exactly. So the Quran is speaking about something. The Muslim, they try to hide it. They say oh, this is about when you go in the ocean, you see the sun setting, you would think it's in the ocean, and he thought this way, but this is false because it says he found the setting place of the sun, Allah reporting a find, discovery, and then he found that sitting in a spring of water, not an ocean, and that water is hot. What is the hot? Which is boiling and muddy. Same time,
because he thinks the sun is going in there.
Yeah. Same time, Muhammad, he confirmed that. Muhammad in the hadith.
Where did he confirm that?
In the hadith. Muhammad in the hadith, he said, I was sitting behind the Messenger of Allah, SAWS, who was riding a donkey. While the sun was setting, he asked, do you know where this set? I replied, Allah and his apostle knows best. He said, it's set in a spring of warm water, حامية.
What hadith is that?
This is Sunan Abi Dawood, which is Sahih Abi Dawood, hadith number 4002.
Hadith 4002. And then you look these up and they have explanations, but one thing that, because what I'm doing, the reason why I really wanted to call you is I'm losing everything right now. My wife, my 2 kids, my whole family's about, gonna find out soon. I'm about to compile as much as I can and go to my local mosque over here and go to the imam and confront him about these things, because I don't want to be told.
Do you have the imam phone? You can call him, join us.
I don't have his phone number. There's one by my house over here. I don't know him that well. I know another one, but he's,
well, you can, I mean, anytime if you wish, anytime you can bring, if they want to say to you, this guy, they want to debate me, they are welcome. You sit and watch, and you be the judge. As you see, this is all, they are lying.
So then what, when they mention miracles, or not miracles, but more prophecies, I get told all the time, well, how can you be so blind when there's the prophet predicted prophecies that are coming true today? And like they say, he predicted that everybody was going to be competing for the tallest buildings, and that some rivers were going to dry up. That is actually happening now.
My friend, actually, all those prophecies are false, because first of all, the people of Yemen, they have high buildings since 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. This is not a prophecy. This is false. Same time, if you go and read the hadith, you will see the order of it. It is more funny because supposedly those things will happen after the Dajjal come, not before. There's an order for those things to happen. So if you read the order, you will find that the order is very funny and it's impossible.
Okay.
But anyway, I want to ask you, did you call me before?
No, I haven't. This is my first time.
Okay. What about now? I mean, don't you go to mosque? You said you go to mosque.
I have, but I haven't gone in a while, because
what you can do, I'm just trying to help you,
yeah.
You can right now, even if you don't have the mosque number, you can search the name of the mosque in your area, and you can call whoever in charge and tell him, I will put you in the phone, listen to this guy, what he's saying, please, come on, do something,
because I want to listen. I want to be there.
Yeah.
This
is what I'm saying to you. I want to show you that those people are a bunch of liars, and they are just trying to duct tape. And as you see, I never said anything. As long as you are watching me for more than 2 weeks, then you see I never say anything without showing in the screen. And I just did show you on the screen, correct?
See, yeah, I respect the reason why I kept following your videos, because I've seen videos where people have done this in the past, and I dismiss them because other people can make them look silly. Like, the debate goes to a point where I agree with the Muslim, scholar or whatever he may be, because they're able to answer questions so well. But I forget what video it was where you showed somebody, this is where I really wanted to call you, where someone asked you to show him clear proof of a contradiction in the Quran, where one chapter it says that this happens and then the next chapter it gets it wrong. You showed him something about the order of the creation of the earth and the universe.
Yeah.
That flipped.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one thing. Where was that? Because that's the one biggest thing for me. It's where
you
but
can't
tell me to understand Arabic.
There is tons of things in the Quran are contradiction. Everything in the Quran is contradiction. Everything. I mean, you can pick up any chapter and I will show you how stupid it is. Every single chapter in the Quran is a joke. It is, I mean, it's a mockery. The problem is that we, as majority of people, not only you, even Christians and whatever, when they read, they don't go deep in the word. They just read, and nobody notices what's going on. But if you read carefully, you will see how stupid. I will give you an example. Can you name for me a chapter you think it's really good? Give me a chapter you think is really good.
Chapter that's really good.
Yeah.
Honestly,
No,
it's been a
just to
while.
make it simple, I want you to give me a chapter you think there's no way I can find something bad about it. This is how good my challenge is. Like, find me a chapter which there's no way this guy he can find something about it. He can complain or make something, not right.
What about the cave?
The cave is the most horrible one. We just found the sunset in murky water.
That chapter is the one we were taught the most when I was a young
Yeah, well,
kid.
the cave is where Zulqarnain and the seven sleepers and all those stupid stories. I mean, come on, the whole chapter. Okay, if we go right now, as long you are mentioning the cave, just for fun.
Mhm.
If we go in the cave, in chapter of the cave, and there is connection between the stories in the cave and chapter of An-Naml, because as usual, Muhammad, he mixed things up. So he speak about Suleiman here and there and everywhere. So in one place, Suleiman is going to a trip. He have a trip. He's a flying over using flying carpet. Do you know that he have a flying carpet, right?
Suleiman,
Yeah,
he controls jinns. He's
exactly.
got,
But do you know about the flying carpet?
I believe I've heard about it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he got a flying carpet that he offered to fly. I forgot who it was on.
Yeah. So Suleiman, he ordered the flying carpet. As an example, in chapter 21, verse number 81. This is why the Quran is very funny. I mean, you can find a story about one person in one place. It's all over the Quran. So in chapter 21, chapter of Al-Anbiya, Suleiman, this guy is a magical guy. He have amazing stories about him. You will find that he's suddenly talking about Noah, and then suddenly he talk about Suleiman. So he jump, and in Suleiman, he speak about them. Remember Dawood and Suleiman and Solomon, and we gave them judgment in the case of the field, which is very funny. I mean, what is that? How we understand the story here in the verse number 78. And then he continue, and then we made Suleiman understand, smart, we made him wise. Okay, and then suddenly, and we made with David, we subjugated the mountains and the birds to glorify and provide along with Dawood. I mean, what does that mean? Dawood and David and the bird and the mountains are praising Allah. What does that mean? Silly, stupid. And then and the birds, and then he continues. Suddenly, he jumped, and then and to Suleiman, we subjugated the wind strongly, ragging, running by his command. So there's a rag. Go under the rag of the wind. Go under the rag of Suleiman, and he fly with it. But what the purpose of this story? What we learn? Nothing. So Allah subjugated the wind to Suleiman. He can go ride a carpet which can fit for 600,000 shares, and they will carry him and his kingdom and his chairs and all those things. And then continue. And then the shayateen, they are divers for Suleiman.
They are divers.
Yeah, they dive for him to get him jewels from the ocean. It says here, and the shaitan, وَمِنَ الشَّيَاطِينَ مَنْ يَغُوصُونَ لَهُ, from the shaitans, from the satans, the devils, were some who dive for him. Dive. I mean, have you ever heard of such a corporation? This guy, he have a flying carpet, he have a flying horse, he slaughter him when he get angry, so Allah gave him instead flying carpet so he can slaughter the carpet because he have a timber. And then Allah, he gave him all the command of the shaitans, and the satans, they die for him so they can get him rubies and jewelry. This is why Suleiman was so rich according to Islam, because shaitan died for him, and then suddenly he jumped to Jacob, or so Job. What the heck is that? From the flying carpet of Suleiman, and Job. Okay, so how this can be from God? Flying carpet. What we learn from this? Nothing. At least tell us who is Suleiman, where this guy he lived, what he did, what he taught. Nothing. We gave him flying carpet, we gave him limousine, We gave him a flying horse. We gave him a ring, and he have an iPad, and then iPhone 13, and then he click iPhone 13, and you believe it or not, he can speak to the Chinese. And what do you know about Chinese? They always say tease. I mean, what the heck is that? What the story for? Nothing. Then you go to different chapter. We're still talking about Sulaiman, the same person, because you cannot find the same story in every. It's all over the Quran. And then Sulaiman, the same guy who have a flying carpet, Allah, he taught him the language of the birds. Read. And Solomon was David higher, and he said, O mankind, lo, we have been taught the language of the birds. Wonderful. Question, why Allah taught him the language of the birds? What is that? I mean, what about teaching Muhammad how to read Arabic? Allah, he can teach Sulaiman the language of the birds, but he could not teach Muhammad how to read his name. And then,
yeah,
okay,
because Muhammad didn't write the Quran himself, did he?
it doesn't matter, but I'm saying here, what the point? So, why Allah teaching Sulaiman the language of the birds? What is that here for? And then, I mean, this God, he have a lot of time. And as you see, everybody have miracles except Muhammad. So I taught him the language of the birds, and then we gave him all the abundance of things. Okay, and then Sulaiman gathered his army, which is from the genie and human and birds. Have you ever heard of a king? He have army like this, Satan's, human and birds. Did you watch the movie the Lord of the Ring?
Yes.
This is the Lord of the Ring. And then he continued, and then when he arrived to the valley of the ants, one of the ants, she said to the other ants, hide, otherwise Sulaiman will crush you. Be honest with me, I don't know what's your name. Isn't it this is a story for kids?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of.
How old are you, my friend?
I'm 30.
Okay. So what do you think in the age of 30, listening to this? He arrived to the valley of the ants, and one of the ants, she said, hide, otherwise, I mean, this is God, the one who created the galaxy. What the heck is this? And what we get from this, and what the point? Sulaiman, he can crush an ant? Is that how majesty he is? And then, look, and Sulaiman, he smiled, laughing at her speech, but ants are deaf. They don't talk. They are deaf. They are mute. Ants communicate by vibration and chemical only. And the only way to hear what they doing is vibration, which means it's not really a language. Like there's simple code, food, danger, etc. Simple code. So the guy here, the Quran says he laughed at her speech, which means he heard the speech. And the Quran says that we taught him the language of the birds. So how Allah taught him the language of the birds, and now he understands the language of the ants?
Not just all living creatures like learn
no,
how to.
It says we showed you already. If you forgot, we taught him the language of the birds. Verse number 16. And Sulaiman was David higher. He said, "O mankind, we have been taught the language of the birds." Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. We go 2 verses after. Suddenly he's listening and is smiling at the speech of the ant.
Right. It doesn't say he ever got that. It just skips right to it.
So I mean, what this is for? This is, and then he, the ant, she spoke and he questioned her. If you read the interpretation, he would die laughing. And then he thought among the birds and said, "How is it I see not the hoopoe a long distance?" Here we go. One of the birds is missing. He have an army of birds. I mean, what kind of a king? This is a cartoon for kids. If you don't give me excuse, I will punish him. And then the bird, he came back and he told him, I was looking for a woman. She have no hair in her legs, and I found her, and she have a great throne. And then I found that her people, they worship the sun, and Satan, he decorate things for them. And then guess what? Have you ever heard of Afrit?
Afrit, is it a queen?
No, Afrit. Afrit is a genie. He's a genie, but he is bald.
Is he the one that supposedly gets the throne in like a second or something?
Right. He is so fast. He is the fastest Afrit ever. So this is why they call him Afrit. The genie is a normal shaitan. Afrit is a so fast shaitan. So Sulaiman, he said, look, Sulaiman is a thief. Sulaiman, he wants the throne of this woman. So he said, oh people, bring me the throne of this woman. Like, why you want to take her throne? Are you a thief or you are a prophet of Allah? Well, prophet of Allah is a thief. And then Afrit, the guy, he liked the throne. Imagine, they speak about Islam, that this is a religion of dignity and stealing is haram. And then suddenly the prophet of Allah says, bring me her throne. Like, this is her throne. Why you want to steal the furniture of somebody else? Thief. And then he said, oh chief, which one of you can bring me the throne before they come to me, surrendering themselves in obedience? Afraid.
This is Solomon.
Huh?
Correct? This is Solomon speaking, correct?
Yes, yes, the same guy, but the story is all over the place. So, and Afrit, he is so fast from the jinn, he said, I'll bring it to you before you raise from your place.
Is not jinns, they're not just demons? I mean, they seem similar, no?
Muslims, you as a Muslim, you don't believe in demons is something different. Demons are evil spirit. Afrit is a physical, it's a shaitan. Afrit is a shaitan in Islam.
Is it okay? Yeah, that's one thing I never understood either. Is
I can find you even how Afrit he look like from the imagination of Muslims. Always they made them look as Asian, you know, because Muslims are racist.
Yeah.
So they make them Asian. Afrit is always an Asian, and he is bald. Let me show you an image of Afrit.
Does it not? Is Solomon is in the Bible too, right?
Yeah, but this is not the case. We're talking about in the Bible. We're talking about the fictions and the stupidity, and this is why I'm showing you that
I'm just asking. Does it not mention any of this at all? Like anything that similar?
No, that's false. We don't have such a story. You know, those are stupid stories. Even you know, I mean, even kids, they will not believe in them. Yeah.
Okay.
Let us see. I'm trying to find you the Afrit, so you can see Afrit how he look like. There's many Islamic movies, but we don't want to play a movie, so we don't have a copyright strike.
He's gonna disassemble your computer and take it to the wherever.
Yeah.
You have to be careful.
Yeah. Let us see. Afrit.
So, does one thing that I have a question? The shaitan has children according to the Quran, right? I remember reading that.
Yeah.
And I remember asking, I said, does the shaitan have a wife, like a female? And they told me no. And I said,
I found how the Afrit look like. Here we go. This is how the Afrit look like. Let me show you. This is from an old movie. You know. This is the Afrit. He appeared to the man and he asked him, Shubbaik, Lubbaik, you know, your servant between your hand. And you know, so he look Asian, and he have a very weird look too, in the same for eyebrows and the face, and he's always naked, and he is so big in the body, and he can go inside the candle. This is the Afrit. This is what the Quran teach. Afrit.
Why did that's
we have one
weird.
in the White House.
So they basically think that he's pretty much, he looks like a human, but we just can't see him.
Yeah, he appeared like, you know, but he is huge. He's so powerful. He's so fast. He can go invisible. He can go through walls. He can go, as you see, he can go all the way to Yemen, and he can come back before even Sulaiman, he stood up. This is how fast he is. Yeah.
You don't, certain things, man, we don't learn. We don't, you know, they don't really.
So now, after all of this, what do you think? I mean, is still you need to think?
I mean, the Quran itself, I don't see, like, the story sounds ridiculous with Solomon and everything, but the reason why is because I can just tell myself, well, anything is possible for God, right? Like, as crazy as it sounds for me that this man is
What
doing all
possible
this.
for God? This is God now. This is Afrit and.
No, I'm saying for if God was to bestow, you know, the ability to do anything for someone, even give them a ring that can control devils or demons or whatever, I can say yes, you know, God can do that. So as ridiculous as it does sound to me, I would never put anything past what God can do. You know, even with the leaf on Earth, like this leaf can destroy the world if God willed. Like we can't question anything. Um, but the one thing in for the Quran is I just want clear cut, like a big contradiction, like somewhere where it says.
My friend. I mean, listen. I mean, after all what you heard, still you are asking me for contradiction. I think you're wasting my time.
Man, it's just, I mean,
no, let's be honest. I mean, what contradiction? You are the one who mentioned to me that I showed already contradiction about the order of a creation. So what contradiction? Everything is contradiction. I mean, how you say that Shaitan is the enemy of Allah, and then Shaitan he worked for his prophet? How you say Shaitan want to mislead you, and then we have full control of Shaitan and they work for Sulaiman? How we say that the enemy of the prophet are Shayateen, and then we find that Sulaiman he is a friend with the Shaitans, and then even they make him rich? What is that? And then we find the story that even Shaitan later he sleep with the wives of Sulaiman. He took his ring, he took his look, he took his kingdom, he became the king. Sulaiman he became a potter man. He lost his house, his kingdom. Then he went to help somebody carrying the fish, and then the guy he gave him in return 2 fishes. And then when he went home, he opened the fish, he found his ring, and Sulaiman became the king. So my friend, you are 30 years old. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste your time, neither my time. If this is all for you is acceptable, I cannot really continue talking to you, because then I will be wasting my time. I mean, this is not acceptable for a kid.
I mean, no, not, you know, not acceptable, like I said, but anything is possible for God.
Okay.
You can't.
No, I'm not going to waste my time. Anything is possible for God. This is God now. And anyone, I can write now, I can make any story, and then people, they will say to me, anything is possible by God. Thank you very much. Don't waste my time. Anything is possible for God. Oh, okay. It's possible for God not to remember what he created, how he created. It's possible for God to make mistakes, to say that the sperm coming from the backbone, and the ribs have a sperm, and women have a sperm. It's possible for God, yeah. Hello? Hello? My friend, we have an echo. Hello? Who's talking? Fakira? Let us see different. All right. Okay, let's see different one. We are calling different person. Let us see. Hello? There we go. This is Fakira. Fakira, right away, he called and he said the F word. Even in 2 seconds. Son of Muta. From their fruits you shall know them. All right. I know. I mean, if somebody after all of this, he says to me, Allah, he is God, is possible for him. Okay, so why are you calling me? So then it's possible for God to be stupid. It's possible for God to say contradiction. It's possible for God to say stupid things, to say lies. It's nothing. You know, when we say nothing is impossible for God, that is not for a mockery, my friend. What does this have to do with God? Flying carpet, the ant speaking to Solomon. Solomon, he been taught the language of the birds. Hail coming from mountains in heaven. The earth is a flat. And then he says to me, well, nothing is impossible for God. That is a good one. Do we have any real Muhammadan here? How can you reach your message to people who speak French? Very easy. Just download my video, add subtitle in French. Do it. Download my video, and you can cut them short, like short ideas. Add subtitle in any language you want, you speak, and translate, and let people learn and listen. Do we have any Muhammadan? Anyone? Afrit? I mean, who in the world want to believe in such a Afrit? Genie in the ball. This is what Afrit is. And it's mentioned in the Quran, not even once. I mean, many. I mean, this stupid Muhammad, he said, Afrit. This is why Muslims are superstition. Like a Muslim, he cannot even go to the bathroom without fear, because Afrit will play with his anus. When he go to the bathroom, he have to say a certain prayer. Otherwise, Shaitan, he will play in his anus. Not only that will play, he will go inside his bowels, and he will block it, and he will put his fingers there, and his tongue, and his penis. There's a video in YouTube. I don't know if you saw it before. Depend to, I mean, how long you come here. Let me see if, you know, I will find it for you. The sheikh, he explained how if you don't pray before you enter the bathroom with certain leg, you cannot pray just pray. You have to enter with your left foot. So if you don't enter with your that foot and make the prayer, here we go. This is the video. You can search for it. Search for this. I'm not going to play the video. Muslim pray, Shaitan fart and run. True story. In the video, this guy, he says, if you don't say the prayer, the Prophet of Allah, he said, you enter the bathroom, you think you are going to stay there for a minute, for two, and then you stay there for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Why? Because Shaitan, he play with your bowels. But if you say the prayer, you become invisible. Invisible. I wanted to practice this prayer before I enter the bank. I mean, maybe I can be invisible in the bank. Like I go to the cashier, I take all the money there, I get out, you know. You will become invisible because you made a prayer. And look, just to show you how Muslims are really proud of their religion. A Muslim is not upset from all what we are saying. He is worried, where Jesus says, I am God, worship me. Shaitan round himself around the penis of the man is not a problem for a Muslim. Doing his wife or his mother, not a problem for the Muslim. But the Muslim is worried, where Jesus says in the Bible, I am Lord, worship me. Can you show me? Hey, Abdul, your prophet, he have sex with animals, he beat Muslims, he rape, he kill. And here, guys, you need to notice that we argue with Muslims about what? About Jesus being God. This is how good Jesus is. Did you notice? When we debate about Jesus, if he is God or not, that is telling you how good is Jesus, to the point, is he God? When we talk about Muhammad, we talk about a thief, a rapist, a child molester. He go to his own son, he flirt with the wife. And then he take the wife. And then he F the wife without marrying her. When Zainab, she said to Muhammad, where is the witnesses, man? There's no marriage in Islam without witnesses. He said, Allah and Jibreel is my witnesses. Take off your panty. So do you see, Christians, who we have? We have Jesus. Even the Muslims, when they ask us, they don't ask us if Jesus is a good man or not, if he is wonderful or not, if he is holy or not. They ask you, did he say I'm God? Did you notice? That is telling you what we are debating about. The good God Jesus and the faith in Muhammad. So how in the world even that can be a place of a debate? Jesus is so good to the point he is alive. You see, this is the good of Jesus. Because if Jesus is like us, he should be dead. The Bible says the wage of sin is death. This is why the Messiah is alive. We have the good God, you have the dead Muhammad, and you are asking me where Jesus says I'm God. He is in heaven right now. God, he goes where he belongs. Men like me and you go in the grave. Aren't you even ashamed of the question? Keep busy about Shaitan will play with your anus when you go in the bathroom. Just focus in the Buddha of Islam. Buddha, Muhammad the Buddha. Prophet Buddha, Muhammad, he said, if you enter the bathroom without saying this prayer, Satan will pray with your anus. And now the Muslims is so worried about his anus. I mean, you see, Islamic religion is a religion of terror. Even the bathroom is a place of terror. Do you know that a Muslim, it's haram for him to sleep in his stomach? Because if he do, Shaitan will F him. Do you know that a Muslim, when he die, they push a piece of cotton, very hard piece of cotton, in his anus? Because according to them, when they go in the grave, Shaitan with 99 heads will go inside his anus. Do you know that when a Muslim, he bend over to pray, Shaitan, he take hair from the anus? I mean, this guy Muhammad, all his drama about anus, peace be upon him. Anus, 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 anus. Isn't it obvious this guy is just terrified in them and they are just like a bunch of kids, naive, savage, stupid people, ignorant? How a human being can accept a prophet saying to him, Shaitan, take hair from your anus when you bend over? I mean, imagine we have somebody making a speech. And there's like 10,000 people in front of him, saying to them, I'm Prophet of Allah, please be careful. When you pray, Satan, take hair from your anus, takbir. And look, here we go, this is the hadith. فيض القدير شرح الجامع الصغير المناوي, volume number 2, page number 446. Translate to English. Indeed, the devil come to one of you while he is praying, and he takes hair from his anus and he stretch it, and then like he will keep doing that until he sees fart. You see, the translation is not, you know, accurate. And he hear it, he see it, and he hear it, passing wind. This is prophet of God. And he will not leave you until he hear it and see it. And the prophet, he says to them, if you do that, if that happened to you, shaitan take care from your anus, and you think you fart, don't leave until you smell it, until you make everybody smell it. This is the religion they want to import to the world in 2022. Shaitan take hair from your anus. I want a Muslim to open his camera and show me if he have hair in his anus, because if shaitan, he take every day at least 5 hair, man. I mean, you will be bald there. Why a Muslim, he don't put a slow motion camera and record his anus when he pray? Prove it to us. Because if this is true, we should see, we should not see shaitan for sure. Don't worry. We won't ask you to show us shaitan. But we will see the hair straight out because shaitan is putting it. And then we will see the hair is coming totally out. And then they will see you saying, ouch! I mean, how in the world shaitan take hair from your anus and you don't feel it? You just fart? Taking hair from the anus and you feel nothing? Why, you have a leather of alligator in that area? I mean, if somebody touch the hair of your head, you will feel it. I mean, this is a private part. This is a very sensitive area. If you take hair of a man, you will be badly in pain. This is Islam. Do we have any Muhammadan want to say anything? Let us see. I'm afraid, you know, I just dropped my pen. I'm afraid to grab it from the floor. Shaitan will do something. Look what this guy is saying. You know, the Muslims, they think they save themselves by saying those statements. Look at this. We take our religion from the Quran only. False. The Quran says, أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول أطيعوا الرسول وأطيعوا الله ومن أطاع الرسول فقد أطاع الله. The one who obeyed the messenger of Allah, he obeyed Allah. So you have to take the command of Allah Prophet and whatever he say. So stop lying saying, we take it only from the Quran. Secondly, call me and let us see what you take from the Quran or not, because the Quran says you do mut'ah. Do you do mut'ah? I'm waiting for your answer, just to show you the hypocrisy. The Quran says in chapter 4:24, you can do mut'ah. You can rent a woman for 1 day, 1 hour, 2 hours to F her. And you said, we take our command from the Quran only. So do you do mut'ah? Mr. Zucchini. Because this is what Kusa mean. Kusa means zucchini. Are you there, Mr. Zucchini? Do you take the command of Mut'ah seriously or not? This is Quran. It is permissible in the time of war. Well, you are in war all the time. Secondly, show me where in the Quran. You see, just to show you how stupid you are, you just said it is permissible in the wartime. Where in the Quran it says this is in the time of war? You see, Muslims, they have a low IQ. He just said he take it only from the Quran. Okay, show me in the Quran it says only in the time of war. Go ahead. People are laughing at you. You just said we take only our command from the Quran. So did the Quran says in the time of war you do that? Now what you will say? You will say Hadith says. See how hypocrite you are? Guys, do you see the hypocrisy? A second ago he don't want the Hadith. A second after he's trying to use the Hadith. Potato. And guess what? Even in the Hadith it doesn't say in the case of war. Because your prophet and the caliphate, they did mut'ah even when they were in town. And I can show you tons of reference. Low IQ, no intelligence, Kusa. I mean, you call yourself Kusa for a reason, zucchini. Nobody knows which the head, which the bomb. Kusa. Do we have any brave Muhammadan? Anyone? Muslims, be careful. You are talking to Christian Prince. I'm not Fakira. Let us see. Let us hope that this is not Fakira. Why Jesus says, why you call me good? Yeah, he's asking him, why you call me good? Which means he's calling him God, because only God is good. So he's asking him, why you call me God? Hello? This is Fakira. Hello? Hello? Speak louder, I don't hear you, no. Okay, I hear you better now. Go ahead, what do you want to say to us?
Oh no, I was just watching the channel. Just have some questions regarding the Bible.
You're a Muslim?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, you have a questions about the Bible?
Yeah, I just want to understand the Christian's perspective of
Okay.
what the Bible is. That's all.
Did your prophet understand the Christian perspective, or only, or like all of you Muslims don't understand it?
Nah, to be honest, I'm not sure, man. I'm just want to get your understanding and.
No, I know. I'm just having
a.
I'm just having a conversation, trying to understand where you stand. So I'm asking you. You said you want to understand the Christian perspective. So I'm asking you,
Yes,
do your prophet himself understand what Christianity is?
I would assume so. Yeah, I would assume so.
No, because your prophet, he claimed that the Trinity is Jesus and Mary and Allah.
That's the first time hearing of that, to be honest.
Sorry?
That's my first time hearing about that. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, so you know, if Allah is God, then shouldn't this God, he knew at least what the Christians believe?
Yeah, of course you would know.
Okay,
As a God,
so
should know.
you know, like you know, I mean, a Muslim kid, he knew now that the Christian, they believe in the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, correct?
That's what I don't understand, to be honest, because I've got lots of
No,
Christian
no problem.
friends.
But I'm saying,
Yeah,
I mean, the basic. So, regardless if you understand it or not, I'm saying even a Muslim kid, he knew that the Christians believe that God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how Allah he think that we believe that God, Allah, God, Mary, God, their son, like Allah, he married from Mary. They have a baby. His name is Isa.
Yeah, God said He put the soul into Mary, and
No,
Prophet
no.
Isa.
How Allah he got a wrong understanding of Christianity when none of us believe in that?
What does Allah say about Christianity in the Quran? Because
Well, as an example, in chapter of Al-Ma'idah, Allah he said, Al-Ma'idah 116, Allah he said to Isa, did you say to them to worship me and my mother instead of Allah? So the Quran confirm that the Christians, they worship Allah and Mary, and you will see nowhere in the Quran is mentioning the Holy Spirit. But no Christians believe that Mary, she is divine. Mary is a lady like everybody, chosen by God, wonderful woman, but she is not divine. So
I mean, God
how
could
such
be
a mistake?
speaking about
How such a
the
mistake can
Christians at that
happen?
time.
Huh?
I'm not sure about the Christians at that time because there
No,
could be
there's no
different
Christian at
beliefs.
that time, and there's no Christian after that time. At the same time, let us say there's some Christians at that time they believe in such a thing, but the Quran make it all the Christian believe in that. Are you saying to me Allah he never heard of the real Christians? We are the Christians. Anyone else is not. Jehovah's Witnesses are not. Anyone don't believe in the Trinity is not a Christian. This is what Christianity is about.
So, Catholic or Orthodox?
Catholic,
or
Orthodox, Protestant, all of them believe Father, Son, Holy Spirit. That's it. There's no,
Okay.
yeah, one God in three person. So when Allah he claimed to be God, and yet he don't understand a very simple basic in Christianity, then this book is written by an idiot.
Yeah, I'm not an expert in this, so I wouldn't know exactly what Allah's saying. But yeah, I
Okay,
understand.
let me ask you, why you are a Muslim?
Obviously family, and tried to. I guess when you're born into it, you gotta.
I understand, but I mean, like as a belief, do you believe or you're just born?
Yeah, no, of course I believe. No, I believe.
You believe, okay. You believe in what?
I believe that there should be one God.
What one God mean?
Just an ilah, like a God.
No, I'm confused with this word. I mean, one God. What? There's gods about numbers.
No, yeah, like monotheism.
Why it's monotheism? What if there is God? There's million God. Is that you who decide how many gods there is?
No, I personally that wouldn't make sense to me. There should be.
Why? Why doesn't make? How it makes sense that for you there's one God? Remember, I believe in one God too, but this is not the question. Yeah. But why it makes sense to believe in one God doesn't make sense to believe in a million God?
Because the meaning itself in God, you believe that they are the creator of everything.
Wonderful. So when we say God, when we speak about monotheism, we have one creator, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So how the Quran says Allah is the best of the creators?
That I'm not sure what that meaning means, but creators could mean, obviously as we're humans and we create things as well.
No.
Allah is saying,
no.
say we make a little robot that looks like a fly. I think God says,
no,
my
friend.
You can't make anything like that.
My friend. The Quran, decide, give a decision or give us a definition. Let's say what a creation is. So the Quran says, why you worship those who cannot even create anything, and if a fly steal from them, they cannot even grab it back. Chapter 22, verse number 73, it says, O mankind, a similitude is coined, so pay ye heed to it. Lo, those whom you call beside Allah will never create a fly. This is what a create is. Creation is about creating a life, not creating a car. This is not a creation. Creation, when you create something, have no life, I mean, and you give it life. Like when Allah, He breathed into the mud, that is a creation, not making the mud, because I can make mud too.
I know what you're saying. I don't. What's the tafsir on that?
You can read the tafsir. Tafsir says exactly what I'm saying. That how you worship the one who cannot create even a fly. The verse is so clear. How you call upon those who cannot even create a fly. So the one we call him a creator is only the one who can create a fly. And when Allah, He says in the Quran that Allah, He created, He made the nutfa into piece, the blood, which is mistake, which is wrong, and then the dead blood become a little lump, and the flesh, and then we made the little lump into a flesh, and then He continued at the end. He says, so blessed be Allah, the best of the creators. Here you notice something very stupid. Why Allah will say blessed be Allah if He is Allah? And how Allah, He said He is the best of the creators if He is the only creator? And if you say to me that this is about Allah comparing Himself to those who create a robot, as you said, that will be the most stupid.
Or maybe He's using that as an example, saying, "Look, there's no one that can create even a fly."
But that will be a lie.
You know what I mean?
No, that will be a lie, because when I say I am the best student when there is no other student except me, I'm lying. I'm exaggerating. If I go to my mother, he say, "Hey, mom, I am #1 in my classroom," and then later my mom, she find out that I am the only student in that classroom. You know, that's
I know what you say, but this is all like language stuff, little stuff.
No, my friend, hold on. You see, here we see some. I don't want you to feel I'm insulting you. I'm just telling you what I feel about what you are saying. So this is a form of hypocrisy, because isn't it the Quran? All of it is a language. So now it's a language. So when we want, there's only one creator. When we want, it's a language.
I know what you're saying. I know it's no. I'm not saying it's just the language. I'm saying obviously in the Quran, I think most Muslims believe that there's metaphors. There's something you have to take as it is.
That's not a metaphor. When He said, "I am the best of the creators," when I say I'm the best, that means they are good.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but no,
don't tell me I know what I'm saying. You speak English better than me, obviously, right? So when I say I'm the best of, that means the rest are good, but I am better, right?
That is one way to go through it.
No, there's no other way. When I say I'm the best, you speak English, I'm speaking English too. So when I say, and I read in Arabic, so when I say I am the best, it's mean they are good.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's good creators. Allah is the best.
What's the meaning of creators, like in this verse?
My friend, the verse says to you, what creator? The creator is the one who can make the sperm transfer into blood, etc. So about creating a human being. So Allah is saying there's many creators who create a human being. I'm the best. You see, He did not speak here in the subject about making houses or building palaces or making concrete. He's speaking about making babies. So when He added the end, I am the best of the creators, that means all those creators make babies, but He is the best between them.
Yeah. No, I will have to look into that. I don't know.
Not only that. You see, you said to me that monotheism, that about one creator, and then isn't it Jesus, He created from the bird, from the mother bird?
I don't know the story. What do you mean?
The Quran says so.
I haven't read the whole Quran, honestly.
Yeah, but you see, the Quran is just a silly book, stupid book. I mean, Allah, we ask the Muslim, what is monotheism? They say Allah the creator. Then we find that Jesus is the creator. He created from the mother bird. He made mud. He breathed into it. The Muslim, they say by the will of Allah. That will not change anything. Still, He's a creator.
What does Jesus say?
My friend, what Jesus say? Jesus will laugh at this.
No, I'm saying, does Jesus say
Imagine
like
Jesus says, I am the best of the creators. That means there is many
yeah,
Jesus. That means there is many Jesus, and there is many Elohim, and there is many Adonai, and there is, you know, I mean, when God, he says, I am the best of gods, that be the most funny, silly, stupid thing ever. Because when you say to me
yeah.
the creator is God, and then I say I'm the best of the creators, that means the Quran is saying I'm the best of gods.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the tafsir says on that, so yeah, I'll have to look into that.
My
I
friend,
don't
the
know.
Muslims always, they will duct tape. We know the tafsir will duct tape that. And actually, if you read the tafsir, you will find that the one who made this sentence, it was a guy. He was the writer, the scribe of Muhammad. When Muhammad he was reciting this verse, he stopped here. He says, and then we closed the bones with the flesh, and we brought it forth as another creation. Muhammad, he stopped here. The guy, his name is Abdullah ibn Sarah. He said, oh, so blessed be Allah, the best of the creators. And you can see that in the interpretation. Even Muslim books, they say it. So the Prophet, he says, write it down there. The guy, he said, what do you mean write it down? I'm the one who said that. The Prophet said, well, it was inspired to me the same it was, you know, when you receive it. So the guy, he said to him, well, if Muhammad is a prophet, I'm a prophet too. I received the Quran before him. Muhammad, he heard the guy saying it, he liked it, he said to him, add it. And then the guy,
Is that known? Is that in the like history? Do we know that?
yeah, this is in the tafsir. This is in the tafsir in your books. And then the guy, he left Islam. The scribe of Muhammad, Abdullah ibn Sarh, he left Islam because he noticed that Muhammad is copying Quran from him. It is him who said that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like our beliefs, like I'll tell you our beliefs. Like we believe, you know, the Quran was sent down to the Prophet Muhammad, and it was
I mean, what
it was
Prophet
like
Muhammad, man? When your book says the guy Muhammad, he stole it from the guy. Your books, tafsir. I mean, if this is a book written by Christian, I would say Christians, they are okay. I mean, they want to make Muhammad look bad. If this is written by the Jews, I would say the Jews, they want to make Muhammad bad. But this is your books saying the guy, he said, so blessed be Allah, the best of the creators. Muhammad, he said to him, put it there. Abdullah ibn Sarh, he said, prophet, but I am the one who said that. He said to him, it is inspired to me too. Write it there. The guy, then he left Islam immediately. And this is the brother of Uthman ibn Affan. This is not anyone. And then Muhammad, he ordered him to be killed anywhere he go, and then he run and he hide in the house of his brother.
yeah. I'm not sure about all these stories, but I'll have to look into that verse and see what our tafsir says.
It will look like whatever I say to you, you says to me. I have to look for it, and you know.
No, because you're telling me tafsir. I don't know by who. I don't know who these people are. But yeah, I'll have to look
Okay,
into it.
what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know by who? What do not know by? I can show you a reference right now. Do you want to show a reference?
Yeah, that will be good. If you can get a classical Shia tafsir, that'll help.
Shia, or you are not? You are a Shia?
Yeah, yes I am.
Ah, you are a Shia. You know, not too many.
Yeah, no, Lebanese Shia.
You are Lebanese Shia, right?
Yes, yeah, correct.
Okay. Well, now then we have to find your Shia source. Okay, let us see.
And in Lebanon, man, I was in Lebanon not long ago, and lots of harmony between the Shia, the Christians there. It's a good country for all the religions to come together.
Lebanon is a good country for all religions.
Yeah.
My friend, Lebanon, because of the Shia, is screwed up. What are you talking about?
Because of the Shia?
Yeah, because of Hezbollah.
Are you Lebanese?
Because of Hezbollah, and
are you Lebanese?
I will not say who I am, where I'm from.
Oh, okay.
But Hezbollah and Harakat Amal, both they screw Lebanon. You know, they're destroyed. The economy is bad, drugs. Lebanon now is #1 country in the Middle East to import drugs to all the world. You know, and you are telling me it's a beautiful country. You screw it up.
Mate, I've got nothing to do with it.
I mean, I'm not saying you. I'm saying the
Yeah.
Shia. The Shia. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let us see what we will show you here. Can you see my screen?
On the Skype or on?
Okay, I will show you. This is from the Shia library. Can you see with me?
I see nothing on my phone.
You don't see the YouTube?
Okay. Let me refresh it maybe. 1 second.
I'm showing you now in
Yes.
Arabic, but I will use Google Translation to translate the page.
Oh, I can read Arabic. Sorry.
Oh, you can read Arabic. Okay. Shia on. Do you see it says Shia Online Library?
Yes.
All right. And this is the reference. And here it says, it's mentioned about the verse. نزلت في عبد الله بن سعيد بن أبي الصرح وكان رسول صلى الله عليه وسلم وآله ذكر فنونا أضربت عن ذكرها فلما نزلت وخلقنا الإنسان سرعة من طين الآية أملاها رسول الله فعجب عبد الله من تفاصيل خلق الإنسان فقال تبارك الله أحسن الخالقين فقال له رسول الله اكتبها هكذا نزلت فشك عبد الله وقال إن كان محمدا صادقا فلقد أوحي إلي كما أوحي إليه ولئن كان كاذبا لقد قلت كما قال. Do you see it? قال وارتد عن الإسلام. I'll give you a reference. So the guy, he is the one who made this verse, and the stupid.
Oh, so this is well known, like between.
Huh?
This is well known between all the Muslims that this happened.
Yeah, but as you see, the guy is the one who created the verse. That's why it's stupid. Muhammad, he liked it to add it, but by adding it, we are laughing at him now. Because how you say Allah is the only creator, and then you say he is the best of the creators. So he is the one who says, blessed be Allah, the best of the creators. Muhammad, he said to him, put it down in the Quran. Abdullah, it says here, so Abdullah was amazed with the details of a creation of the man as it was revealed to him. And he said, if he was a liar, you know, it was revealed to me as it revealed to him. If he was a liar, I'm not. And he left Islam. And then he apostated from Islam and he joined polytheist. Because now he have a clear proof that Muhammad is a fraud. I mean, he is the one who made the statement. Muhammad, he said to him, add it in the Quran. He like it.
Yeah. God knows. Who knows?
See, whatever I show you, you say to me, God knows, my friend.
I mean, like, what do you think about this? So he.
A fraud, obviously, is a fraud. What do you mean God knows? I mean, this is your books. You see, this is not the Christian library. This is not the Jewish library. This is not the Hindu library. This is your library, and this is your story written by you. Muhammad is copying his scribe, making verses, and he added to the Quran. I mean, do you need more proof? The guy is the one, he is the one who said, blessed be Allah, the best of the creators. Muhammad,
and the Prophet said, write that down.
Yeah, he said to him, put it down. And you said to me, you read Arabic. I showed you in Arabic.
Yeah, right. And
okay.
you wrote it down.
Okay.
That's all right.
Yeah. It was revealed in Abdullah ibn, you know, it was revealed to him. So he said to himself, well, it was, if Muhammad is a prophet, I'm a prophet too. Because I'm the one who said it first. And imagine that the guy is in the house and Muhammad, he said to him, write it down, write it down. The guy, he said, write down what? He said, write down what you just said. He said, but I am the one who said that. And right away, the man, now he discovered that Muhammad is a fraud. He's making up stories. He liked what this guy he said, he added to the story. So this is not the word of Allah.
I know what you're saying, but if it's written down, it's written down. Like we can't disregard that part.
You can leave Islam. What you can? What do you mean? What we can?
No. If the Prophet said to write that down, it must have been from the Wahy as well.
So Wahy come to everybody. But as you see,
no, it must have been what the Wahy says.
But as you see, the guy he left Islam. What Wahy? The guy he became an apostate because of that.
Because he didn't believe.
No, because he is the one who said the sentence. What to believe? He was a believer. He was not only he was a believer. My friend. He is a close to Muhammad to the point he is the scribe of Muhammad. Which one? He is the one sitting in his house writing down. So he is very close to Muhammad. You don't bring anyone from the street to write for you. You bring the one close to you, correct?
Yeah, someone that can write, I guess.
Not only someone you can trust.
Someone that believes in you.
Someone you can trust, because he can lie, he can add things, he can take things off. So
yes, of course.
The guy he said a sentence, Muhammad he said to him, add it. The guy he said, Prophet, how I can add it? This is me who said that. And then he said to himself, well, if Muhammad is taking what I am saying, what is revealed to me, making it Quran, then I am a prophet too. And he decided to leave Islam.
But did everyone else around him, everyone else had faith, you know what I mean? Everyone else believed the Prophet at that time.
No. The day Muhammad he died, most of Muslims left Islam. Only the terrorists.
No, at that time when they wrote it down as well. Obviously, the story would have been
most of
the
Muslims.
people around them.
My friend. You see, I don't know. People they call and it sounds like they don't want to listen. They just want to talk to themselves. You are talking to yourself. You are telling me everybody believe. Even if everybody believe, and the guy Muhammad he copied the guy verses. How this is the book of Allah? If you call me right now and you say to me, praise be to Susu, the best of Dudu, and then I take what you just said and I put it in my holy book, claiming that my God spoke to me as a prophet and he said to me, blessed be Susu, the best of Dudu. But you are the one who said that.
But if you are a believer in God, then you would say
the guy is not a believer.
You say God is the greatest.
No. You know. Okay. Just take it. I'm just wasting my time. Look at this. I mean, can you believe it? We showed him the proof how stupid this Quran is, and then he says to me, well, he's a believer. What believer? He left Islam. Because of this, he left Islam. He noticed that Muhammad is a fraud. Muhammad is making a forgery. He's forging Quran. The guy is the one who made the statement. Muhammad, he put it in the Quran. Not only this, even he take it from Umar al-Khattab. Hello?
Yes, hello. Hey, so I just had a question. You were right to hang up on me. Man, it's very hard to let go, but I think I am ready to just let go of this completely. And honestly, you're the one that has done that. Where can we go listening to YouTube? You don't talk about the Bible part of things a lot. What are the best sources to go to if we have questions about that?
Well, did you decide to leave Islam now after listening?
And I went back and I watched the video that I was talking about where you mentioned the creation of Earth and the universe and how one chapter gets it wrong.
Okay.
I went in and found it myself. That is convincing as hell to me. I mean, there's no.
All right. Well, my friend, take your time. Start reading I advise you to start reading from the book of John by yourself, and then if you have a questions, call me when I'm live. I will be happy to help you.
Yeah, I did start reading it, and I had a question.
All right.
One thing that I didn't understand.
But can you confirm that Muhammad is a false prophet and he is satanic? Can you say that?
From what I've read, he's definitely not somebody I want to follow. Some of the things that he, especially about like the part where it says that in the hadiths that he was controlled by demons at one point or something, the shaitan, or
Yeah.
where he was imagining he was having
So he's
sex or something.
satanic. So we agree he is satanic.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't feel comfortable following this type of teaching.
What is the question you have to me about the Bible? Go ahead.
One question was a part where Jesus turns to his followers and he says, I don't remember exactly where this was, but a lot of the people following him at the time turned away when he said this. He told them that his followers must eat, and I could be saying this wrong, eat from his flesh and drink from his blood. And then
who told you that his followers, they left him when he said that?
Not his disciples, but the people where he was.
Who said that to you?
I read it in the
where?
The New Testament. I downloaded an app. I didn't save it.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you not recall?
Can you show me? No, because you see, I'm learning from you. I mean, when Jesus he said that, my friend, this is in the end of the mission of Jesus. You know, this is the end when Jesus was like, let's say, saying goodbye. This is why he said to them, do this to remember me. You know, because he knew soon he would be arrested, soon he will be crucified. So those stories is made up. And at the same time, when Jesus he said, "This is my blood," we did not drink the blood of Jesus. Did you see Christian drinking blood?
No, of course not.
Okay, so what we're drinking juice, a drink, right?
Right.
Okay, so what the problem with that? Why people will leave?
If
I am sitting at the table, and I have a bread, and he said, "This is my body will be broken for you," and he broke the bread, and this is my blood will be shed for you. How that will make people leave?
I have to find the part, and then I'll come back on live with you one day.
No, but
and show you what I was talking about.
You have a wrong understanding, because first of all, there's nothing wrong with that. Secondly, this is when Jesus he is preparing them to know that soon he is departing, soon he will be in the cross. So remember this for what I did. And this is again additional proof that Jesus he knew the future. So when he's speaking about his body will be broken for you, which means his flesh, which means death. And when he spoke about his blood, he knew he is going to be crucified. And then you need to ask yourself how Jesus knew the future. He knew tomorrow. And there's no way anyone will see that as a reason to leave. Like Jesus, he have 12 disciples, correct?
Correct.
Right.
His disciples stayed. It was the people of the village he was at that it says when they heard that they turned away.
Yeah. Well,
I have to find it.
Well, you can go. I mean, you can go and search, but I think I know what you are talking about. You are talking about John chapter, I think chapter 6 or 7. But this is your understanding, my friend.
Okay, I'm actually in John. I'm still in that chapter 6 or 7. Yeah, that, and then just the whole like the Trinity thing. Because man, sometimes I hear you say, I've heard you say in the past, we don't worship Jesus the man, we worship Jesus the spirit.
No, we don't. I never say that. We worship Jesus the God, because God and Jesus is God. So but we don't worship the flesh of the man, we worship God in the flesh, because God exists before the flesh exists, which means Jesus was exist before he was born in the flesh of man. So Jesus said, before Abraham I am, which means I was. So Jesus' existence have nothing to do with the day of his birth, which means the day of the flesh to come to be exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just just trying to grasp him being one with the Father and separate, because I'm sure as you know, he goes to the top of a mountain and then he prays to his Father.
Yeah.
And that's just
yeah.
But
and the verse you are talking about in John about people leaving, those are not the disciple. People get disappointed why he is saying that, but this is not the disciple. The disciple never left Jesus.
No, they stayed. I remember that, but I think they questioned after that. Well, just asked him like basically what he meant by that.
You know,
And
no, you see, actually, you know, this is not because he said something bad, but because, you know, they were disappointed. He is like, he sound like he give up, you know, he's leaving us. He don't want to stay with us. So, but then when the disciple, they explain to them, well, don't, or like, what about when you see him, the man who is going to die is being resurrected, you know, because he is God, and then he is saying he is going to die. So how you are God and you are going to die? But this is not because he said something bad, but because how he is claiming to be what he claimed to be, and then he is saying his blood will be shed and his body will be broken. That's all. But not because he said something bad.
yeah.
And not the
And
disciple.
one thing I learned from reading the Bible myself, which if anybody's listening, is one thing that us Muslims we're told, a question that is asked towards Christians that I kind of learned myself from reading the Bible. We're always asked, if Jesus is God, why couldn't he save himself? But when
Yeah,
you read the
because this
Bible,
is what
you
he claimed.
realize
This is what he claimed.
he wasn't trying to get away. He knew what was going to happen, and even told his disciples not to intervene, like to basically that it's going to happen. And that doesn't sound like somebody who couldn't escape. I mean, he knew what was going to happen.
Well, you know, if I know that I will be killed tomorrow, I know when they are coming, I know what will happen, I know exactly who will deny me, then I can leave. Same time, you know, this is a great example of how people, they, you know, they have expectation, and if you don't, if you are not up to their expectation, they will leave, even those who claim to be believers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jesus, he proved that all of this doesn't make any difference. For the, you know, for some people, they say, well, you know, he is claiming to be God, and now he's talking about his blood will be shed, and he will be killed. So how he's God? But then the disciple, they told them, well, okay, what about when you see him being resurrected? What about when you see him going up to heaven? Are you going to believe? So, you know, the one who, a true believer, he stay, and the one, but nobody really from his disciple left. And
No,
it's not the people who heard him, the people, they heard that from the disciples.
they heard that from the disciples.
Yeah, because you said to me that when the people heard him,
They turned away.
yeah, no, they did not hear him, because Jesus did not do that in front of the people. He did it only to his disciples.
Oh, he said it to them, is what you're saying.
Well, when Jesus, he did that bread breaking and blood, did he did it in front of thousands of people or only some?
It wasn't. If I find it, I'm definitely going to call back. It wasn't that. It wasn't when he was at the table
No,
breaking.
I know.
remember,
This is John 50, you know, you can go on 54, 53, 56, 57, 59, etc. So when Jesus, he spoke to his disciple. He did not speak to thousands of people.
Okay. Well, maybe I was mistaken. I have to find it again.
Yeah.
That, and then there's, yeah. So
And
just
you know,
just
even if there is some, like some other Jews are located, still, obviously, you know, even if you go there, you will see the Jews, they were there, and those Jews, they left because they were not convinced
of Jesus.
Yeah.
Of just the message he was
No,
trying to.
if you go, as an example, if you go, let me open it. Hold on. All right. So if you go to John 6, let me go up. Yeah, John 6.
Chapters.
If you go from verse number 52 or before, you will see that the Jews, they start discussing between them, and they were saying, how can he give us his body to eat? Correct? So this is about their wrong understanding for what he meant. You know, when the fact he is talking about, you know, even he is, you know, he's having a bread. He is not having, he's not cutting his body and give it to them, right? So it's
Right.
symbolic, and obviously still they don't understand. They are saying how he can give us his body to, you know, to eat. And then the Messiah, he said to them, you know, you have to eat from the flesh of the Son of Man, and you have to drink from his blood. So for them, they could not understand that what he's talking about. They are going to drink his blood, and we are going to eat his body, you know. And then you will see later it says, the Father who sent me, and I live by the Father. You know, I'm like, and you know, in different verses it says, me and the Father is one. And the one who eat my flesh, he is going to live by me. This is the bread which is coming from the sky. He's talking about himself. He's not talking about real bread. So the Jews are the one who did not understand. So when they say to you, when the Bible says many they left, they are not really true believers. Those are still Jews.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and even in verse number 59, it says to you where he did that, say that, you know, but you know, I thought you are talking about the last, not the just the sentence, the actual. They call it in English the Last Supper. I don't know what they call it in English.
I think it's not that one though.
In Arabic,
I'll find.
in Arabic we call it al-Asha al-Surri. I thought you are talking about that. Yeah, and then if you go to verse number 60, you know, the disciple, they were saying, who is going?
Oh, this is it.
Who can handle such a teaching?
Yeah, this is it. So, yep, right before that, verse 56, he says, well, before that, so I'm going to go to 53. So the same chapter you're on, but verse 53.
All right.
He says, then Jesus said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, except ye eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, ye have no life in you. Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. For my flesh is meat indeed, and my blood is drink indeed. He that eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood dwelleth in me, and I in him. And then it goes on to say, this is the part that I was talking about. Let me see.
Yeah.
It says,
but why, you know, why you think this is bad? I mean, what is the bad about it?
well, it's just I do remember another part where he says they ask him, his disciples ask him, why do you speak in parables? And he says it's for, you know, because not everyone's, I think it's for basically those really seeking the truth to, you know, like if you want to decide, like figure out what I'm talking about, that in your heart says that you're really seeking the truth. Where if I just lightly give it to everybody in plain language where they can understand and they still turn away, I mean, I don't know, but like I was saying, this is the part he goes.
You see, no, the story is very simple. Jesus, he speaks a very high language, metaphorical language, and even if in the beginning people don't understand, later they will understand. As an example, even the disciple themselves, who they are the close one, when Jesus, he said, you can destroy this temple, when he said that to the Jews, you can destroy this temple and I can rebuild it in 3 days. The disciple at that moment, they did not understand that Jesus speaking about his flesh. They thought he's talking about the temple of Solomon.
Right.
So even his close disciple, they could not understand, because, you know, not because his language is not right, but because there is things will happen later will make them understand what he is saying. So those who were confused because simply the story is not over yet, and later you will find out what he meant.
Yeah, and verse, that same one, coming to me except where it is. So verse, this is what I was talking about. Verse 67. Verse 66.
If you go actually to 67, you will see he said to them, "Do you want to go also to go away?" Asking his disciples.
66 says that from that time many of his disciples went back and walked no more with him.
Yeah, but you say here those are not really, I mean, those are not really, I mean, when we say disciple,
Follower.
I mean, yeah, because at that time, whoever walk with him, follow him, he is a disciple, he's learning,
Right.
but those are
But the
not really,
12th.
but those are not the 12 disciples. This is why you see in verse number 67 says, then Jesus said to the 12, do you want to go away? But Simon Peter answered him, Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of the eternal life. Also, we have to come to believe and to know that you are Christ, the Son of the living God. Jesus answered him, says, didn't I choose you, the 12, and the one of you is the devil? So you see here, Jesus, he knew even that between his 12, there's one of them is not really a disciple, really, even though he chose them, but he chose even one of them, he is the devil. But here, when we speak about this, we will find that the disciple of Jesus, they never left Jesus. The disciple, when the Bible speaks about disciple, anyone from the crowd, like I was a student of somebody, learning from somebody. So I'm a disciple because I listen to him, I learn from him. And then I decide not to follow this person, not to listen to him. But who said that I was one of his disciples? I was a disciple, not he chose me.
Right. Yeah.
So those are the crowd, many crowd, thousands of people. They come and listen to Jesus. Some they like what he say, some they don't like what he say. But as you see, Jesus, he said to the 12, not to one, right?
Right. To the 12 after the others.
Yeah. So the one who left is not the 12. Those are not really all the Christian understand very well that the disciple. When we say disciple, we speak about the 12 disciples. The rest are not. Right?
Does the 12 disciples also include the one that betrayed him?
Include the one who. This is what it says in front of you. In the last verse here it says, Jesus said to them, didn't I choose you, the 12, and the one of you is a devil? He spoke of Judas. You see it? Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, so he's speaking specifically. That's why when you said to me that they left him, I said no, that's not true.
Yeah, the 12 stayed.
Yeah.
They told him
when Jesus he came to Jerusalem, if you remember, we have like in English they call it the Palm Sunday, right? When Jesus he entered Jerusalem, there was thousands of people welcoming him. But then later, the thousands, maybe the same thousands of people who welcomed him, they were shouting, saying, "Kill him! Kill him! His blood on our hand and our children's hands." Correct?
Correct.
So there is some change in the tone because the monks, the rabbis, they start driving the crowd against him. For they were waiting for a Messiah who will do revolution. He will fight the Roman. He will free them from the occupation. He will build the temple of Solomon. This is the Messiah they are waiting for. Not the Messiah who is saying, love your enemy.
Yeah.
So
I remember
the one they believe in his miracles, and then they did not believe because the rabbis, they start making conspiracy against him. This is why they ask him in the front of the Roman, should we pay tax to Caesar? And then he asked them, what the coin you have in your pocket? And then he said, give to Caesar what to Caesar, which means he showed them that they are hypocrite. And here you see that there's a kind of like a war under the carpet between the rabbis and the Messiah. They don't dare to say it loudly. They were trying to make him go in trouble, to get rid of him. As anyone, they can do that to him. And then even when they want to take him to the cross, Even the Roman governor, he could not find a reason. He said what he did, nothing. I wash my hands from his blood. You know. But what you said is about the disciple leaving him. This is absolutely not true.
Right. Yeah, it was the other. No, I knew it wasn't the 12. It was the mass of people that were following him from wherever he was when he said that, and then a lot of them turned away. Because I think immediately after, I could be mistaken, he goes on a boat and they follow him.
Yeah, well,
the 12.
I mean, the story is mentioned in, like depend in the what is mentioned, but as you see, when people they leave because they misunderstood, not because he did something bad. When Jesus he said, "This is my blood," those people they were what he's talking about, what my blood and what my flesh. How, like, what does that mean? How we can eat his blood? If actually even the verses themselves they explain themselves.
Okay. And
when he said, he who eat my flesh and drink my blood abides in me, and I in him. As the living Father sent me, and I live because of the Father, so he who feeds on me will live because of me. This is a very high language, and those people they could not understand how we will eat his flesh and how we will drink his blood and what this person is talking about. So they felt like let us say it's not convincing, I mean, it's too much to understand, too much like big words, but we don't see any meaning of them. Living the Father sent me, and I live because of the Father. And you eat my blood and my flesh, and because you eat my blood and my flesh, and the one in this bread which come down from heaven, not as your father ate the manna and are the dead, he who eats the bread will live forever.
I kind of get it. He's not as your father's ate, meaning
you see, if I am
not physically eating.
My friend, if I'm listening to Jesus at that time, me myself, I will not understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
Because still Jesus is not crucified, and Jesus is not resurrected, and the stories have details later. It's like and when you watch a movie and then they show you, let us say, a scene. Sometimes, like in the movie, they show you a scene in what is in the end, they show it in the beginning, or what is in the middle, they show it in the beginning of the movie. And like just to make it more, let us say, attractive for you. But here, if I am a person watching and listening, and he is saying those statements, I will not understand what he meant. Because I see in front of me, I see a human, and he is talking about drinking his blood, and that doesn't make, I mean, any reason in my head. What do you mean I drink your? Why I want to drink your blood? Why anyone want to drink blood of anybody? So this is why they were not, because they don't understand. But you will notice that the disciple, because they heard from him way more than the others, which means they understood him very well. Then those disciples, when Jesus says to them, do you want the 12? Those are the 12. Do you want to go away too? They said no. Where we will go?
Yeah.
But why they did not go? Because they understood. They listen carefully. Why they refused to go? Simon Peter, he said, Lord, whom shall we go? You have the words of the eternal life. So the disciples, because they are not like the rest, they understand very well what he is preparing for. You are the word of eternal life. Also, we have come to believe and to know that you are Christ, the Son of the living God. So the others, they did not understand that he is the Christ, the Son of the living God. They were following, maybe he is just Christ, but not to be claiming to be the Son of God. And when he started saying those things, they could not understand, and those people, they could not let us say, digest the speech. It was too much complicated for them. But for the disciples, because they accompanied Jesus, they heard a lot of teaching from him. They were able to recognize what he is saying, what he is claiming. And then when they say to you about Judas, simply they are still talking about the crucifixion of Jesus. Correct?
Yeah.
So all of this is about crucifixion of Jesus. So those people did not understand what he is talking about because there's no crucifixion happening.
Right.
But if you
I
tell this
guess.
story after the crucifixion, people will understand because he was crucified, he was resurrected, you know, and this is my blood, has been, you know, sacrificed for you, and this is my body, was broken for you. And the one who drink from my blood, which mean, you know, accept my let us say my drink, which mean my blood, accept it. It's been your way of salvation. And the one who accept my flesh to be broken for him, this one have the eternal life, and he will live. So what people could not understand before, they were able to understand after.
Yeah, so they still had a chance because I guess that answered my next question, which
Okay.
was going to be, what was the purpose of him speaking that way if he knew he would confuse people? But after the ending occurs, now they know they can contemplate on it and get the answer to themselves.
My friend, when God he speak to all of us, and then you know, he have let us say the story is not over. If I start reading the story in the book, and then I decide not to continue, it's not the fault of the author, it's the fault of the one who don't want to read more. So Jesus' life is not over yet, and his mission is not over. And this is why you will see that the same people who rejected Jesus later, they start accepting Jesus because now they understand what he meant. So he knew that his words will not change and the meaning will not change, even if now they don't understand, but he will give them the understanding for those who want to accept and those who want to believe. When the resurrection happened, when the crucifixion happened, then those who reject, they will see.
Yeah. And so basically, because like I said, being Muslim, we're always told the Bible has so many people writing and it's so many different people. So what I'm understanding is these are basically witnesses that all kind of write what they witnessed, and they, you know, if there's 12 of them, they're all writing their own thing. That's what the John and Luke and all that is his disciples, correct?
Yeah, the disciples are writing as a witnesses for what Jesus said.
And they're all witnessing these miracles that this man performed in front of them.
Yeah, but you notice that the disciples who they are witnessing what you call him the man, they knew very well that Jesus is what?
Well, yeah, it has to be. I mean, you're bringing people back to life. Only God can do that.
And no, not only that, they said to him, you are the eternal life, right? You have the word of eternal life, which means you have power of salvation. Also, we have come to believe and know that you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. So the disciple not only they understood what Jesus meant, the disciple they understand very well and they believe that he is the Christ, the Son of the living God.
Okay.
The rest,
The son of the.
The rest they did not. The rest they are still not, you know, able to, you know, to comprehend.
Right. But
doesn't mean everybody left. You know, there's many. I mean, there's a lot of people they did not like what they heard, but there's a lot of people they still they believe. But disciples are 12 only.
Right. So then that's where I kind of get mixed up. If Jesus is the Son of God, he's the Christ, the Son of the living God, but then I'm hearing Jesus is God. I can understand him saying I and the Father are one, but then you mentioned earlier to the caller before me that Jesus, I think a lady said, or a man said, you are good, and then he says, why do you call me good? The only good is like God in heaven, right? The Father in heaven.
Yeah, no, when I say to you if you say to me, "You're God," if you say to me, "You're God," what is my response should be?
If I say to you, I am God?
No, if you say to me, "Hey, Christian Prince, you are God," what I should say to you back?
Oh, like, why are you calling me God?
Exactly. Why you are calling me God? So Jesus not denying that he is the good God. Jesus is saying, why you call me that? If you go to John chapter 10, verse number 11, you will see Jesus says, I am the good shepherd. So when you say I am, because in the Bible there's no one is good save God, only God is good. But Jesus, he described himself as good as God, for he is the good shepherd. And who is, when we talk about shepherd, he's talking about goats?
People.
He's talking about, exactly. So
The
to be
shepherd of
to be the
people.
shepherd of God, of people, that's mean you are the God of those people.
Right, to lead them into the
Exactly.
righteous
So
way.
when the person says to him, "You are good," and Jesus he answered him, he is not denying that he is good, the good God. He is saying, "How you know? Why you are calling me such a word?" You know,
Right, right.
he did not say to him, "I'm not God." You know, he's asking him, "How you know?" Why? Because he knew that. Remember Jesus speaking to Jews, and most of them they are rabbis or Pharisees. So those guys they cannot say words because words can be costly. This is a very strict society.
Mm.
You know, so when you say something which is against the teaching of the Torah, there's a consequence. It's not just it's not like now people say whatever they want. As you see, they put Jesus on the cross himself, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
there is
yeah.
a very harsh, very harsh consequence when you say something. So when a Jew he say such a thing, he is not just saying you're good. He's saying to him you're God.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
There's a
he is not
big,
saying to
big
him,
disconnect.
he is not saying to him like he is not saying to him this you're wrong. He's saying to him why.
Mm,
He didn't say don't call me.
yeah. I guess, yeah, you're right. He knows to be careful around that because they were looking for any excuse.
Well, the Jews, first of all, the Jews will not say things without being careful because, as I said, this is a very tough society and everybody is watching everybody, and the rabbis will not let it go. If you say something can be considered dangerous for the faith and the belief. That's
Yeah.
why when Muslims they say the Jews that corrupted their Bible, we laugh because you see how tough they are. You know, if somebody say
Yeah.
the statement, they will they will go after him. So how we can change even the book?
Right, right. And it doesn't make sense to argue that the books have been changed because I've asked the question, well, if the Bible's corrupt and the Torah is corrupt, these are books that God sent down himself. How would they You're telling me that they were able to do that and then God finally brings a book and is like, all right, this one's the real deal. I know these other two got messed up, but this one, no one's touching it.
Yeah,
So
it
then
doesn't
he's
make
leading
sense.
other people astray.
Yeah, and then the Quran says no one can change the words of Allah. Which if the Torah is the word of Allah, then nobody can change it.
Well, not only that, but if I can read something and you tell me, well, this translation is wrong, well, didn't you change the words? Basically, that is changing the words. You're giving me a different interpretation that could lead me towards the wrong answer, according, the whole argument of you have to learn Arabic is very weak because if someone can translate it wrong, then you're changing the words. So that's a contradiction in itself.
Yeah.
Mm.
Anything else about he said like in the Bible? I mean, you see all those phrases in the Bible. Uh, if you read the chapters one after one in order, you need to read the whole book and then you come to the conclusion. But you don't read the chapter and you come to conclusion.
Yeah, yeah, I'm reading the whole thing.
Yeah,
I kind of
like if like now the story you mentioned to me about people not liking what Jesus said, but if I am there too, I might not like it because I don't understand what my blood, my flesh, you know. But if I was a
Right.
disciple with Jesus all the time, like the rest, like Peter and the rest of the disciple, most likely I will understand very well what he's saying, and I will not be the one who will leave. But if I'm just one of the crowd standing, you know, like when the teacher he stand, like Jesus he speak in the mount, right? All those at that moment who they are listening, they are now disciple listening, because his teacher is he's the master, and they are the listeners, the audience. So those are not really a disciple. Those are just, you know, they like what he is saying. But when they don't like what he is saying, they leave.
Yeah, or when things get hard.
And you will notice that they don't leave because he did something bad, but because they don't get it.
They didn't understand.
Yeah, that's not because Jesus commits sin or he did something wrong, you know, but what he is talking about, you know, it doesn't make sense. Flesh, blood, drink my blood. What blood, you know? But that because it happened before and Jesus he knew that after the crucifixion, then everybody will understand what he's talking about, even those who they were not liking what he said.
Okay.
Like, you know, like if me now, I say to somebody, those who drink my blood, you know, people will laugh at me when drink my blood, you know, what this guy is talking about, you know, eat my flesh, you know, are you saying we are zombie? You know, what eat my flesh and what to drink my blood? But this is a very high, let's just say, a metaphorical language, and because they are not in his level, and he knew, and maybe, you know, I don't know, like what the Lord is, you know, he knows the purpose of his conversation. Maybe is like even to filter those who really are truly believers and those who are, you know, just you know, when they like what you say, they follow. When they don't like, they leave. You know.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, his disciples asked him, "Why do you speak in parables?" And that's what he said. He said, "Not all ears are meant to basically grasp what I'm saying right away. It's to filter them out." You're right.
Yeah, you know, I'm saying it's possible. This is the reason, because you know, if you are a true believer, you don't leave. You know, at least go after him and ask more questions and say, "What do you mean? Why? Where are you going? What your blood?" You know, they did not like it. You know.
Yeah.
And you will notice that the one who really truly believers, they did not even a question. They say, "We believe." You know, he asked them, "Do you want to leave too? Don't you want to leave?"
Yeah.
Like those who left, you know, they said, "No, why we will leave? Where will go?" You know, Lord, and they call him Lord. You know, they are still calling him Lord, which means nothing changed.
Yeah.
And even if they say in this moment, even if the disciples don't understand in this moment, because Jesus still is not crucified, Jesus is not in the cross, is not dead, and he is not resurrected. But then, very short time after, they will understand every word what it's meant.
Yeah.
No.
Do you? Do you recommend the Old Testament? I tried reading it. I don't understand. Is that like
Old
a?
Testament is very important to read, to understand, let's say, the history of man and prophets with God, and the history of the Jews. But however, salvation is in the New Testament, because you know we believe that Jesus is the one who will save you, is not Moses, and not what happened to Moses. But reading the Old Testament is to understand the background of the Jews, and why we end here, why those Jews are doing this, and why they are not liking Jesus, and why they were waiting for Jesus, and why until now they are waiting for their own Jesus. You know, because until now there's a lot of Jews still waiting for Jesus, right? For Christ.
Yeah. Even
so when you read the Old Testament, you will understand what they were waiting for. You know what exactly, and this is why if you go to the Jews, there is a chapter in the book of Isaiah the Jews don't like, you know, and they call it the forbidden chapter, the forbidden chapter of Isaiah. So the Jews always they wanted a Christ in their design, not Christ the way he is, you know. And if I
Got a phone call that came through.
huh?
I'm sorry, you got blanked out. I was getting a phone.
Okay, I'm saying the Jews, they are looking for a Messiah in their design, you know, in certain design, the certain character. They want him to be fighter. They want someone to have a kingdom like the kingdom of David. You know,
Yeah.
they are looking for victory in the earth. Jesus is looking for victory in heaven, and Jesus looking for victory in the day of judgment for the believers. For them, they want now Christ who will save them now, not Christ who is speaking about later I will save you. Later I will come back to you. They want now Christ. So when Christ he did miracles, they like very much his miracles, amazing. And then if you go in the Jewish books, in the Talmud, you will see that the Jews, even though they they don't accept Jesus, they say that Jesus he went to Egypt, so he learned magic, so he can do his miracles. Which means even the Jews who don't like Jesus, or we can say they hate him, even those they admit that Jesus he did a lot of miracles. They call it magic, they call it whatever they want. They cannot deny, and they could not deny. So they claim that it was a magic he learned from Egypt. But all of us, we knew that magic is false. There's nothing is called magic. It does not exist. Right? That will leave us. That will leave us in one direction, that it was true miracles. They could not explain it, so they try to make it magic. So how Jesus he resurrect people from death? Magic. How he make the blind see? Magic. How he make the one who cannot walk? Magic. You know. But we know that there is no such a thing. And you cannot learn how to resurrect people from death. Not from Egypt, not from anywhere.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
No one can.
Yeah.
Well, according to the witnesses, Jesus did.
I mean, even Muhammad, even the liar Muhammad, he could not deny that Jesus he have all this ability to do what he do.
Yeah, I mean the Quran talks about Jesus a lot. I mean it calls him holy and mentions that he has the Holy Spirit and
yeah. Yeah, and like he created from the mud the bird, he made the blind see, he resurrect people from death. I mean, what is left? What is left Jesus cannot do? Actually, always we need to ask ourselves a very simple question. If Jesus was sent to be a messenger, why the Christians believe in him as God? There's a reason. We have to come to the real reason. If Jesus cannot do what he do, we will not believe in him as God. It's not because he say I'm God. That's because he said I'm the Son of God. But Jesus, he supported what he say by doing things. Like, why only Jesus he do all this miracle? The Bible says there's no book can write down the number of the miracles Jesus he did. Not all the book in the world can contain what Jesus he was able to do. No one can write and describe the miracle of Jesus. So that being said, then we have to ask ourselves, who is this Jesus? Is he just a prophet? I mean, why all these miracles? If this, if God he sent Jesus to be a prophet, then God made a mistake, because by having all those miracles, he made us believe that he is God.
So is Jesus basically the seal of like no prophets after him? Like he's the last, sent down.
You can people can prophesy in the name of Jesus, but that does not make them prophets. As an example, I can prophesy things by understanding the gospel, but that does not make me a prophet. If somebody claimed that he received prophecies, then that means that if the way, let's say, you see, me prophesying doesn't make me prophet. But if I claim that I receive a prophecy from God, That means I'm a prophet. That's what a prophet means. So we know that the disciple, they wrote the book. It's called the book of Revelation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So those are the disciples. Well, already they are being chosen for a reason, and the Lord is communicating with them. But the Lord, He did not communicate with me, and I'm not a prophet. And I believe there is no reason for me to be a prophet. What I would do exactly, what I prophesy. There's nothing,
Right.
you know. So there's many false prophets. They will come on this earth, as Jesus said. Be aware of them. They will come to you in the clothes of a sheep, but they are wolves.
Yeah, I remember reading that. Yeah. It
Yeah.
says, he says, correct me if I'm wrong, near the end times, a lot of your men will basically get dreams, right? And like you said, to be able to, I guess, right? Like your men will dream dreams and they'll like prophesy or something like that. Jesus
You know,
says
when
that.
it is said, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who do His will. And then they said that, Lord, didn't we, you know, prophesy in your name, make miracles in your name? He said to them, depart away from me, I do not know you, because they did that for their own glory. So they prophesy in His name, you know, which mean I go shout in the cloud, says, Jesus is coming, the Lord is coming, be aware, you know, the end of time. Okay, and now I'm prophesying, but doesn't make me prophet.
Right, right.
So
Yeah, yeah.
if I do that for my glory, let us say I want to make money, you know, collect money from people. You know, people respect me, you know, and I'm a bishop, I'm a priest. People invite me, they respect me because I'm a big deal. But if I'm a true servant of God, then Jesus, He will not say to me, depart away from me. And you cannot hide the truth that if you were serving truly God, or you were just serving yourself.
Right. Yeah, your heart knows.
Yeah, I mean, I can lie to people. I can say to them, I'm a good believer, but you know, after I hang up here, I can do whatever I want. You know,
Yeah, you
doesn't
can't lie to
matter.
God.
Yeah, but I cannot do that to God. So not everyone. And here, when the Muslim they say, where Jesus says I'm God, well, he will go all everything. Actually, the chapter you choose for me, it says it clearly that you are a Christ, the Son of the living God. You know, it says that in you know, right away, and you are the word of eternal life, which means you have the one, have the power of the flesh. You are God, or God.
Yeah.
And when Jesus, He said, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, which means not everyone says to me, God, God. Why? First of all, why people will say even to Him? People, they will speak to God, not to Him, unless He's God, correct?
Correct.
Because when I say Lord, Lord, you know, when Jesus said, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, obviously I'm talking to Him as God, because what Lord, Lord? Who are you? When I say Lord, I mean God. But Jesus is
Yeah.
making it clear, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord.
Mm.
What will happen? Will enter the kingdom of my Father. So by worshiping Jesus, calling Him, supplicating to Him, you go to heaven. But Jesus said to them, not necessarily, because you can call me, but you don't mean it. You can call me for your own benefit, but you don't do it for me. If you do
Hmm.
so, I will say to you, depart away from me, I do not know you.
Yeah.
And then the Muslim,
That
they say, where Jesus says, I'm God, worship me.
he says, I and the Father are one.
You don't know, I'm saying, this sentence alone, you know, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, you know, is
Mm.
enough. I mean, when you say, Lord, Lord, you are talking to whom? You're talking to
The
God,
Lord.
right?
Yeah, you're talking
Okay,
to the Lord.
but when He said, not everyone says to me,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's
yeah.
obvious. Not everyone says to me, not everyone. He's not saying, not everyone says to the Father. He's saying, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father. So when you speak, you say, Lord, Lord, you speak to Jesus, and you mean Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's
that's
definitely.
mean this mean our prayer is sent to Jesus. Lord, speaking to whom? To Jesus. Saying that will not be enough, but speaking of and doing what? Speaking of me, praying to me, which means supplicating your prayer to me, worshiping me,
Yeah.
and doing the will of my Father. So there's two conditions. If you do one of them alone, that will not grant you to be in the kingdom of heaven. You have to do two parts, and this is that will refute actually. You know, when the Muslim they say, or some people they say that a Christian believe in destiny. That's false, because this is destroy any destiny anyone believe in it. Because why? Because if it's a destiny, why it says the one who did the will of my Father? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it's destiny, then everybody will do the will of the Father anyway. It's a destiny. It's not a choice.
Yeah.
But if you choose not to do the will, you choose to do your own will, then heaven is not yours. So simply a believer is someone choose to do the will of the Father, not his own will.
Yeah. Unselfish reasons.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can do choices. There's choices like, you know, you say to me, don't fornicate, I go fornicate. You know, you say to me, don't steal, I steal. This is my will, you know. So the Father will have to be in connection with supplicating the prayer, Lord. So when you supplicate, supposedly, we are talking about a believer, because only the believers, they say, Lord, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how you are a believer, then you don't do the will of the Father, which is not to kill, not to lie, not to steal, not to rape, not to etc. So if we are believers, then believers do what believers do. If we are hypocrite, then we say, speak in our lips, praising God, as many verses in the Old Testament and New Testament speak of praising God, Lord, but we do the opposite.
Yeah. That's not. Yeah. There's kind of um a story like that where the Muslims talk about. There's a guy who I don't know if you ever heard of it. Supposedly this is like what I heard and I thought it was kind of crazy. God is eternally merciful. We all know this. It was a story about a man who like killed a bunch of people, right? He was a murderer.
100 people.
Yeah, goes to somebody, he says, "Hey, I killed people. Can I get into heaven?" The guy says no, he kills him. He gets to like 10 people and then he kills the last guy. And then on his way, the guy tells him there's a village over there. Go over there and go seek out this Mallah and go talk to him about the Quran and stuff. And then you will find the answer you seek. He kills the guy, walks towards it. He dies on the way, and then God grants him into heaven. And he tells the angel, go and measure how far he got. And I was like, why would God need the angel to bring a tape measure down to earth to measure his footsteps to see how far he got? And he granted him heaven. I'm like, that's just this is just, I don't know, man. It's crazy, but
yeah, you see, this is again Muhammad. He makes fiction stories, because
is
first,
this a hadith?
this is a hadith. Yeah, this is a hadith in Sahih Muslim, the one you are mentioning about a guy he killed 99 people, not 10.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, and
Yeah, lots.
some other hadith says 100. You know, like each time he kills somebody, Allah forgive him, Allah forgive him, Allah forgive him. So 100. But here you ask yourself a very simple question. I mean, when God he forgive me for first one and second one and third one, and when I say to people, even if you kill 100 people, God will forgive you. Isn't me encouraging people to kill 900 100 and don't worry about it?
That can definitely come off that way. Yes, can really twist the mind of someone who reads that.
Yeah, because if you say to me 100 people he killed and still he is going to go to heaven, I will go for it. I will say the first one, the second one. I mean, if I kill 10 people, I will get rich. I can go robbery now, find some rich people, and I choose my, let us say, victims carefully, and then, okay, Allah will forgive me. First one, second one, third one, 10 one, 10, 20, 25, 30, 40, 50, 60. I mean, this guy, he killed the town.
100 people later, yeah.
Yeah, and the hadith in front of you, this is the hadith you are talking about. It's not about 10, it's about 100. Yeah.
Oh, you're pulling it.
Yeah.
I didn't know it's a hadith. They just, I've heard this story shared so many times. It's just,
yeah,
I've always been to ask questions, but they get mad. They get very mad and upset. I'm literally.
You see, God he forgive. Yes, God he forgive. But to mention to people such a number, saying a person who killed even 100, even 100, there is a forgiveness for him. That is an encouragement for people to say. It's like, we have a president, and he says each time you kill somebody, you go to jail, he release you, and you are debt free. Go. There is no, you are not wanted no more. You go, you kill the second person, you come back. And now any Muslim, he listen to this, he will say to himself, well, I can kill 100, still Allah will forgive me. I can kill, I can rape, I can do, I mean, when I'm going to stop then? And who is going to stop me?
Yeah, and especially if you feel like you're killing for the cause of, jihad and whatever.
Anything. No, here, those are murders. Those are not even for jihad.
Yeah, this is not even in war. This is just,
no,
he just killed.
This is just for, this is for a murder. This guy is maybe a thief or etc. So
yeah, I mean, the story says that he killed a man just because he didn't like the answer he was given. What is that? That's ridiculous.
Whatever reason, money, etc. So then I'm encouraging people to kill. When the woman, she committed adultery, and Jesus said to her, I don't judge you, but don't do it again. Don't do it again.
Right.
So this time I forgive you, but next time I will not. Don't do it again. Here, there's a forgiveness, but look like this forgiveness is a joke. Same time, when God he forgive you, do people forgive you? What about the 100 people he killed? Where is the justice?
Where is where, that's what I was gonna say. Where is justice? The families, the
same, how many orphan he made, how many child he become homeless, how many etc. Just to prove that Allah he forgave. And if that will make people better, no, that will not make people better. Because now you are telling me I can go and I loot and kill in town, and I have. Let us say we take it literally by numbers, 100. So I will, when I arrive to 99, I will stop.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It doesn't. I think, man, just there's a lot of people listening. Like I'm 30 years old, like I said, man. I've just throughout my entire life, just Muslims denying, anything else is right at all, and if we ask questions that actually make sense and they can't answer it, we're stonewalled. We're just told, well, you're misunderstanding it, or you don't have this, or you don't have that. And I read one thing in the Bible, man. You know which part I read that really made me realize that I've been following the wrong thing? One thing that Jesus said.
Yeah. That
really stuck in my heart. Jesus said, I don't know who he said it to, but I remember reading this and I thought, man, this is absolutely, this is not a man. Where he tells them, how can you expect God to forgive you when you won't forgive others?
Exactly.
You expect God to forgive you, but you won't forgive others. You want God to erase your sins, but you won't let, forgive this person for hurting you in the past, whatever the case may be. And when I heard that one thing, I was like, man, I need to search further into what I currently believe in, because I've never heard something that deep. Like, it's so simple, but it's I haven't heard that in Islam. Like, I've never heard any sheikh talk about that.
When we pray our Father art of heaven, right, what we say forgive to us the same as we forgive to others, right?
Right.
Okay, why? Because it's a condition. if you don't forgive, you don't deserve forgiveness.
That's yeah. That's man, and that's beautiful. I think
Because,
that's that
yeah,
simple
because
message right there.
every one of us, it might be a victim of somebody, you know, even if I'm a criminal, you know, even if I'm a criminal,
Yeah,
I might be victim of somebody else. So,
yeah,
like maybe when you are a child, you know, they throw you in the street, they stole your money, you know, this is how a criminal happen actually to exist. I mean, society is bad, ugly, they treat them badly, and then they grow wrongly, and then they do what they learn in the street to do.
yeah,
But in Christianity, when Jesus, he encouraged us to forgive, he is teaching us the value of forgiveness. And the value of forgiveness is, you know, you took for free, you give for free. I'm giving you forgiveness for free. What you are paying for
yeah.
it? Nothing. So why you have hatred in your heart and you don't want to forgive? So if you want me to forgive you, but you yourself being evil, you don't want to forgive, you don't deserve my forgiveness. Very simple.
Yeah.
And then even if you forgive, if the Lord don't want to forgive the person you forgave, well, this is because of justice. But at least from your side, you know, you are clean. You are not full of hate. You know, this is why if you go to Matthew chapter 6, it says, for if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. And I think maybe this is what you were talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah. Just that, like I said, that part is I love that. If you want God in heaven to forgive you, you need to learn to forgive. That's
yeah. This
wonderful.
is in Matthew chapter 6 from 14 verse 14 and 15. So if you learn how to forgive, then the Lord will forgive you, for you deserve it.
Yeah.
You know,
And
you don't get what you don't deserve. If you don't have love, why you want to receive love?
it really does seem like the answer to happiness on earth is literally like the few things that Jesus has said. I've heard you say this. If we follow even one thing that he says, love your neighbor, love your enemy, I mean, just following these things strongly would literally,
this is a
it
book
would
by
create.
itself, my friend. This is a book by itself. Love your enemy is a book. It's
Oh yeah, yeah. I see what you.
love your enemy is a chapter 1 and the last chapter, you know, in the book, because all mankind pain, because why we have walls and doors and security cameras and security, you know, because we have we have fear. There's bad people, there's enemies. Why we spend billions and trillions of dollars for security, airplanes, you know, if this earth spend the money we spend for army, this every street will be full of flowers. Every street will be full of we will not live in normal houses, we will live in villas, you know, because we spend trillions of dollars. You know, USA alone, the budget is more budget than a continent, all of it, just for the army. And this is the case for all countries in the world. I mean, even the poor ones, they take from the mouth of the poor to buy an airplane. So if we love our enemy, then there's no enemy. If everybody practices the sentence, there's no enemy, there's no occupation, there's nothing.
Rid of fighting.
Yeah.
No fighting at all if you love your neighbor, love your enemy.
Simply, if you practice this sentence, you just have heaven and earth.
Yeah.
You know, but imagine Jesus, who said that 2,000 years ago. You see, this is why people don't understand him. I mean, what do you mean love your enemy? I mean, we are talking about 2,000 years ago. People kill each other. Until now, we are killing each other. Nothing changed, you know?
I mean, even now, people reject that. They're like, what? No, I'm not. No, why would I do that? You're telling me to job with people.
Even Christians, they get angry from this sentence. They say, like another day, a guy from Iraq, he says, those people, they took our land. They occupy Iraq. I'm Assyrian, Chaldean, whatever. And then the Bible says, love your enemy. How I can love them? You know?
I think, you know what I learned from that? Because I looked into it. And that's, people can turn away from that and say, how, like what I said. They can say, why would I put up with somebody who's being a crappy to me. That's not what Jesus is saying. He's not saying put up with them, go around them all the time and just put up with it. What he's saying is, if you find forgiveness in your own heart, because we already know medically, if you hold any kind of resentment towards someone and you hate someone, you feel that in your heart. If you hold that for a very long time, you actually get sick. Your body doesn't handle stress very well if you hold it for a long time.
Yeah, you know,
You physically get sick.
your hate is like a poison, will kill you slowly.
Yeah, and when he's saying to forgive them, it's for you too. You know, so you're not holding stress and stuff. You're not holding that feeling that, what is that, like a demonic spirit or something? Like the spirit of like hate is manifesting from you or something. I don't.
Yeah.
But it has physical things we can
But
see.
you know, you notice with me, you know, that when Christ he speak, his language is high, not like Muhammad language. You know, it's a very spiritual, very noble. It's high. This is why he said, "I am from above; you are from below." But doesn't mean that Jesus speaking to them in a language they don't understand. But everything will have to be step by step. You know. And when Jesus speak about himself will be crucified, why? Because he knew people will reject him. You know, he's not being surprised. But in the same time, there is people who will accept his blood and his flesh, and those will be saved. So he knew there is people will not like it, they will not accept it, they will not listen, and there is people they would believe and they will stay and they will pay for their life even to be his disciple. So you know, but always, sometime it can happen to any of us. I can judge you by half sentence you said because I did not listen to the rest.
Correct. Yeah. We're all guilty of that.
Yeah, like when a Muslim he says there is no God, I can stop him. Says you are an atheist. You know, you just said you just said there's no God. I heard you. You know, I said, well, hold on, I want to continue the rest. He said, no. You said, you know, and this is what some people do. You just say there's no God. You know, I have a list of sentence, which doesn't make sense, by the way, because when you say there's no God but Allah, well, you just deny God existence. You know, so even the sentence doesn't make sense. But he meant something. Then we have to understand what he meant, what this person meant. And this is the problem. Some people, because Jesus, he is speaking a very high, noble, loving language in a time where people don't want to listen to that. You know, they are in the time of slavery, death, Roman. You know, there is a slave market where you can go and buy a human being like goats. You know, we are talking about a time where people can be left and, you know, they kill them and they throw them in the side of the road, you know, and the pirate, kidnapping, stealing. So we are talking about different time from what we have today. But I believe that we will go backward, you know, the same as the time of Jesus was. I believe the world maybe soon will go back in that direction. And as you see now, you know, China will attack Taiwan, Russia is attacking Ukraine, God knows who attack who tomorrow, and those are big beasts, you know, and they can burn this earth. They can make us all homeless, hungry, you know.
Yeah.
So a human being, because you don't appreciate, this is what the Bible says, you know, what those who don't appreciate will be taken from them. Whatever they have will be taken from them. You know, the Roman ones, they used to be the most powerful empire, been taken from them. The Persian, the Muslims, you know, all of them became, it's been taken from them. Human being, he, because of his greed, he grow, he make empires, and his greed will kill him, will destroy him. The same reason he become an empire is the same reason he will be destroyed.
Yeah.
No. But you know, I'm happy that you are reading the Bible, and already you like many things Jesus said. So I don't know if there's anything stopping you from accepting him.
It's just, man, like I said, I've pretty much, the Quran I'm not really looking into anymore, because that one contradiction about how the earth is made and everything else is I'm I'm getting to the point where I'm stronger. I can kind of push it away. But 30 years of being told that, you know, it's shirk, like it's one of the worst things you can do to call Jesus God. That it gets ingrained in us from little kids. That if you say that, that is one of the biggest sins you can commit.
I don't care what
And
people say. I mean, who care about what people say? It's what is convincing for me or not. If you are convinced,
yeah,
you know, if you are not, then you are not. You see, you can do the same as those people the one you mentioned their story for me. You know, that when they heard what Jesus said, they left. You can do the
yeah,
same. You know,
yeah.
it's up
I
to
think
you.
at this point I have accepted Jesus as like my savior, and I know he's divine because after what I've been reading, I've been kind of trying to live more to what he's been saying, and I feel like my life is getting better. I feel better about myself too. Um, and I feel like I'm being led to something that is the truth to me, what I feel in my heart. That Jesus is not just a man. Like he was definitely has things that only God could do. And the Holy Spirit in him is the thing that, you know, how Muslims just call him a man and a prophet. Well, that spirit is divine, and we have to recognize that.
I mean, to that, my
It's
friend.
it's
Well,
not something you can just deny.
well, I'm happy for you that you accept the Messiah as your Savior, as your Lord. But remember one thing: uh, it's not just because there's words is convincing me. Because there's many people they can speak words, good words. There's
Mm,
philosophers, There's people they are smart, They can be very convincing the way they speak. But you will notice that Jesus, he spoke and he did what he say. I can give you lectures from now until next century about how to be holy. And then I go, I see a woman, she is beautiful. I get tempted, right? Then
yeah,
all my speeches was what? Was his gun in the wind. As soon as the wind moved the skirt of that girl. So
yeah,
Jesus is not just a person who speak good, speak high, speak loving words. Jesus, he did. Imagine Jesus who said, forgive your enemy, love your enemy. He did not forgive his enemies. Isn't it him in the cross? He says, forgive them, Father, they do not know what they are doing.
right, yeah, yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yep,
this is the last thing I would do. Me, myself, if you put me in the cross, I will be
right,
screaming, shouting, saying maybe dirty words to you. I
mm,
will kill you. I will, just, I'm dying now. It's not the time to say to you, thank you. But
yeah, yeah,
Jesus, he proved that he is not the person who speak just nice words. He's just a nice teacher. He proved that he do what he say and he say what he do. When all of us as a human, we say something and we do something else. I mean, who of us is not a sinner? Who of us don't get tempted? Who of us don't do things, shameful things? Who of us don't lie? Who of us don't look at women she is not his, or a woman she look at a man he is not her husband? Or who of us don't wish the money of, I mean, all of us, we are full of sin. We do sin every day. But in the
yeah,
case of Jesus, he is not a person only who do miracles, not only a person walking in water, controlling the nature, making the dead alive, making the blind see. I mean, the list is endless. In the top of that, he is a
yeah,
person who forgive people when they are killing him. And that is the test,
yeah.
you know.
That's not human.
That is not normal. Now, this is not a human behavior. A person who is being tortured. This is not even death. This is torture. You
Spit
know.
on.
No, no torture. I mean, this is torture. This is a cross. This is not death. And death, you kill me in a second. I feel nothing. You know. If you
Yeah,
shoot somebody, he's dead, and it doesn't take even 10 seconds. He's dead. But when you put nails and in his feet and his hands, and it take hours for him to die, and put needles in his head and make him drink instead of water, vinegar or whatever. I mean, this is just very crucial torture. Yet this person, he is thinking of them. And not only that, I believe that the Messiah, when he said that, he did two things. Number one, he forbade the Christians from seeking revenge. Because now if somebody tried to convince me that we should be the enemy of the Jews, aren't they the one who killed Jesus? Then I have to say to myself, well, if Jesus forgave them, how dare I to say no? They are not forgiven.
Yeah, his true disciples.
Yeah. No, I mean, he forgave them in the cross. Like, you cannot convince me in go in war against the Jews, because Jesus, he forgave them. I mean, he is our Lord. He is not a disciple. This is the Lord himself said, forgive them, Father. They don't know what they are doing. So if he himself, he gave them forgiveness, then how I can be against his will, when the whole story is about to accept the will of God? So this statement from Jesus did many things. Keep peace on earth, so people will not seek revenge from each other, kill each other. Same time, keep the Christians in order, so they will not be people who are following, they are like Muhammadan, going and killing and seeking revenge and kill this guy, and anyone who don't agree with us, we kill him. So Jesus, not just a story, let us say, not a beautiful love story. It is a living life story of love, because he lived, he loved, in his death, in his resurrection, in his message, in his teaching. All of it was about love and forgiveness, and he himself, he practiced it.
Yep, lead by example.
Yeah, this is why there is a huge difference between if somebody he speak about Jesus as a philosopher, well, philosophers put nails in their hand and see what they would do. That is not a philosophy. This is far away from philosophy, because nobody will have the patient, will have the love. This is a lot of love. Like, you are killing me, and I'm feeling sorry for you, not for me.
Yeah.
It's
beautiful, man. I mean, I love it. I like it a lot. I feel like this is good.
I'm glad that you called today and you accepted the Messiah. So now soon you have to read more, educate yourself more in the Bible, and when you read, try to live the story, not just to read the story. For me, when I read the story, actually, I like to imagine it. Like I am between those crowd, and Jesus saying things and did not understand. Some people left, some people stay. The disciple, you want to leave? No, where we will go? So live the story, not only read the story, because that will make the story, let us say, like stay in your memory and your understanding better. At the same time, try to have patience, because we might read a chapter of life of a person, but if we don't read all his life, then that chapter maybe will not make sense.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, if you didn't know about the crucifixion, some of the stuff wouldn't add up.
That's why he is, when he said blood on flesh, doesn't make sense, because there's no crucifixion. What he's talking about, who's the dead one? Who is going to drink his blood? So people need to have patience and learn. At that time, those people, they lost their opportunity. They are not willing even to ask him, what are you talking about? Why? What do you mean? But you will notice that they are just talking to each other. Nobody is asking him a question saying, well, can you elaborate more? Can you explain more? What do you mean? Nobody. It's just listening, and they come with a conclusion. always, you know, when I like speak to Muslims, Muslims, they come with their own ideas of the Bible. As an example, a Muslim once, he said to me that Jesus, he said, drink my piss. I said, really? He said, yeah.
Hmm.
I said, how? He said, isn't it Jesus says the one who drink my water? You know?
My water.
Yeah, drink my water like he will never go thirsty. So the one who drink my water will never go thirsty. So that what water of Jesus? Did he have a faucet? Do you have, you know? So
I take it as like a message. If you follow everything I'm saying, you take my water, you will have
this is
you will
exactly
never eternally.
this is exactly what the blood is about too.
Yeah, I kind of see that now.
Water,
if you live by it,
water,
you will have a better life.
yeah, water, blood, bread. You know, this is all is food, substance to a human being. You know, right?
Yeah.
So when Jesus speak, he speak in parable for people to understand. But the second he said blood, they got like he hit the nerve. What blood? Bread, I take it. Water, oh, okay. But blood, my flesh, that's out of the line.
Yeah.
However, those people later, they joined Christianity by 1,000. Remember that we as a Christians, we did not know about Jesus except from the Jews anyway. And the first Christians who become Christians is the Jews. It's not there's nothing is called the Christian. They are not Jews. The first Christians are just pure Jews. You know,
okay. His disciples were Jews.
Yeah, everybody, all this story here was talking about people. They are Jews. Like
these are all Jews. Yeah, that's where he came.
Yeah, you know, even if in the chapter you quote for me, the one you mentioned, it says he was speaking to the Jews. You know, so those Jews, the disciple is his Jews, and the other disciple, which means just people who follow to listen, they are Jews. Everybody is a Jew. You know, everybody.
Yeah.
The only one is not Jews is the Roman soldiers and the ruler, but those are not the local. Those are occupier.
Okay. Was Mary Jewish? So Jesus is Jewish, right?
Well, you know, by birth he is a Jew, but he is a God of the Jew. For us, we don't believe he is a Jew. He is the God of the Jews. You know, because when Jesus said before Abraham, I am, that means he exists before Judaism exists.
Yeah.
He's the God of Abraham. Yeah. So like by birth, he is born of of a Jewish family, but in fact he don't belong to the Jews. The Jews belong to him. You know, this is why when Jesus, he said to the Jews, what you say of the Messiah? You know, they said he is the son of David. Yeah. You know, he said, well, if he is son of David, then how David can, call him Lord in spirit?
Son of David. Yeah, I remember reading that. I didn't know what they meant by that, son of David.
Yeah. So why David called him? Why David called him Lord, if he is son of David? And you notice even the Christians, they keep saying son of David, son of David, son of David, correct? Because this is like by birth, he is son of David. You know, this is David, like the most proud person the Jews are proud of as the greatest king, But in the same time, Jesus himself, he explained to us that he is not the son of David, he is the God of David.
Yeah, I remember he said, why would David call me Lord?
Yeah, you see, so why if I am the son of David, then why David he called me Lord? Simply he is saying, the Messiah is your Lord, is your God. Yeah. So if we go to Matthew, let us see here.
It's just very tricky how they can twist, because I didn't know either until I read the Bible, where I realized these aren't multiple different books and versions from different writers. These are all 12 men that witnessed what he did. and they're all writing about it. That's something we're not told.
You know, the witnessing of Jesus, or what happened to Jesus, it just actually for us it was for better, because um, you know, imagine there is only one witness. You know, like when you have an image, you know, like right now technology can make image in 3 dimension, right?
Right.
But they cannot make an image in 4 dimension.
No.
But 4 dimension will be better because we can see the front, the back, the side, both sides.
Mhm.
So I believe there is a reason for the Bible to be in 4 dimension, so that we can have a better understanding, not not a confusion, you know. So
Yeah.
every writing, and some Muslim they will say, how come Luke is not exactly the same as John? But what the point then to write exactly the same if the same book?
Yeah.
You know, there's no point. I mean, it's the same book. So every one of them he present for us a side of the story which is not mentioned in the other side of the story.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that does definitely help too.
Yeah.
I remember reading one of them was when they came to take Jesus, and one of his disciples swung with his sword and cut one of the
Peter.
soldier's ears off.
Yeah, Peter.
Yeah, and then Peter. The one that I was reading didn't mention. It was another one that I read later. It mentioned how Jesus healed his ear.
Yeah,
where
you
the
see,
other one.
this is exactly because one of them he mentioned something. Every one of the disciples he focused in something. As an example, you know, John he speak in details, which is you know, because his message was speaking to people who speak a Greek language. Greek people are very much into logic. They are philosophers. You know, this is Greece. You know,
Yeah.
they are the people of philosophy. Philosophy is coming from there. They have Aflaton and they have, you know. So when John he speak to the Greek, is not the same as Luke speaking. So you will find that right away when John he speak about the logos. You will not find that in different book. Why? Because there is a reason. Those are people are very highly educated, you know, and their brain is way more complicated too. You know, they enjoy, let us say, high conversation, you know, challenging conversation. So right away he says, in the beginning it was the word, and the word in English translated it's the logos. But the logos is not really the word. In English we say the word. The logos is way more than just a word for the Greek. So every nation, like the Bible is speaking in different languages and different way and different method, and all of them they complete each other to make and to complete the message. However, Christianity is not just the Bible. Christianity is a Christ, because all of this is just to tell us what Jesus was here for, what he did. But the important in all those books is to say to us that you have only one salvation, no other choice. That is the Messiah. The one who accepts, he is a winner. The one who don't, he is a loser. And this is the whole message. So it is 4 books, it's 1 book, it's 3 books. It is one message. It is about Jesus the Messiah. He is our Savior. And every statement Jesus he said, and you see the Messiah, he is he speak to people depend in their ability. Like as an example, when we mention this in Matthew chapter 22, when Yeshua he said to them, "What say you of the Messiah? Whose son is he?" The question is very simple, but it's challenging for the smart one. The Jews right away they give the answer they learn all their life. He is a son of David. Son of David doesn't mean he is son of David. It means he is from, you know, David. From David. But and then Jesus, he suddenly he is giving them a shocking answer. And this is telling you that even those who call themselves rabbi, They don't even understand their book, because if the Messiah is the son of David, then how David called him Lord? I mean, this is very simple a question, but it's very complicated.
Yeah.
And it was shocking
Is
for them to come with such a question they could not answer, you know. And he
is
called him,
David
yeah,
is David the husband of Mary?
but David the
Is
king.
that why?
David the king.
Oh, okay, David the king. So they're saying that he's a son of why on
Yeah,
earth
yeah.
were they saying
No,
that?
David. How David he called him, how David he called the Messiah, Lord, Jehovah, or he said, and he quote for them what it says. The Lord Jehovah said to my Lord, sit in my right hand until I place your enemy under your feet. And here, Jesus continues saying, if therefore David called him the Lord Jehovah, how he is his son?
Yeah,
You know,
that wouldn't. Yeah,
because if I am if I am the son of somebody, I mean, I will respect my father, and I will not call him, you know, I will not call my son Lord.
right. It wouldn't. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And then you will see, and says here, and no man could give him an answer, and no man dared again from that day to question him.
Mm.
Yeah. But here you see, you know, is that the Jews, they have a wrong understanding of the Messiah, or what they want to know, that he is a son of David. Why? Because for them, David represent victory, kingdom, army, wealth,
Power.
power. He don't present for them like occupation, a Roman taking over them. David is the dream of a freedom to be the mighty kingdom again, you know.
Yeah.
So this is what they are, you know, this is why they are seeking David, son, as a Christ. They are not seeking Christ as son of God.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They want freedom, they want kingdom, they want victory, they want a massive army, they want you know, they want what all of us we want. You know,
Yeah,
all of
that
us we
was.
want a victorious country, victorious army, powerful country, wealthy. You know, and those people, they are occupied and they are seeking desperately to be free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But as you
that
see,
clear.
Jesus always, he showed the Jews that you don't understand the word of God.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's still happening a lot today too. I mean, yeah, you're right.
See, all the like for me as a Christian, I grow reading the Bible. You know, I struggle with the Christ because he is so high and we are so low. It's not because he is bad, but because we are so low. You know, we are from, as he said, you are from below. I'm from above.
Yeah. No, no.
So
The man. The moment I started reading the Bible, the New Testament, and once it started talking about witnessing the things Jesus was doing, that's once I started getting to that, I'm like, this is beautiful. Like this is definitely someone that I want to use as my life model. What I want to be more like.
you see,
And
when you make the extreme good one your life model, your life will be way better. But you cannot make Muhammad your life model because that will make you a horrible person.
right, and it's just the just the emotion of retaliating. There was a story when the Jews betrayed him, because my cousin gave me a book and he said, read this book, it'll answer your question. It made my question even worse. The
Yeah.
book said when the Jews betrayed him and they still lost, right? They lost whatever they were trying to do. They weren't successful. He went with his people, his soldiers. He slaughtered all the Jews, and then he took the men and women. I mean, I'm sorry. He took the women and children as slaves. And then the icing on the cake was the line right after that. It said, the punishment which they well deserved. And I asked my cousin, I said, man, why do the women and children deserve to be slaves because of what the men did? That doesn't even, what? Like, that doesn't even add up.
No, not only that. I mean, if somebody fought Muhammad and he took them as a slave, I would let it go too. But this guy, he was taking people as a slave, even those who never fought him. You know, Muhammad, he says, I've been commanded to fight all mankind. So what the Muslims they say about the Jews conspiracy, it's just an excuse, because the command of Muhammad is so clear. I have been commanded to fight all mankind until they say there's no God but Allah and there's no prophet but me. You know, and this is what the Quran is saying too, like fight those who don't believe in Allah and the last days, right? So all the excuses they have is just to duct tape the crimes of Muhammad. But here you notice, Jesus is not looking for excuse to kill. He's looking to save. So when the Jews they said to him, why you are speaking to this sinner? You know, he said, I came for the sick, not for the healthy.
Yeah.
So
ones
there's
who,
a huge difference between this character and this character. Jesus coming to save, and he speak to the one nobody want to speak to, because those are supposedly sinner. You know, the Jews are so proud. You know, the Pharisees, they are so proud of themselves. You know, the rabbis, we are the good ones. Those are trash. Who are you talking to? You know, Jesus said, I came for the sick. Jesus himself, he forced his disciple to let him wash their feet. You see, we are speaking about example to follow. But Jesus, you know, how you are saying to them, you are son of God and you are God, and now you want to wash their feet. Even the disciples, they could not take it. They said, Lord, we're not let you do that. They said, if you don't let me, you don't belong to me. I don't know you.
Yeah.
You know? And
he compared them to a flock of sheep.
Yeah.
When he compared the sinners to the sheep, that he was saying, if you're herding a flock of sheep and a few sheep go off on their own trail, he's saying that basically those sinners, you as a shepherd are going to go after that sheep. You're not going to focus on the sheep
if you
you
have a
already
lost sheep, if you have a lost sheep, you go and you leave the, and you bring the lost sheep. Yeah, but you see here, Jesus is not seeking servants; he is coming to serve.
He's saving.
Yeah, and he is a servant. He's a servant. You see, the true God is a servant. Is not only God. You see, who is the one who provides us? Why we Christian we call God Father? Why we call him Father? Because he is servant. He serves us. You know, the Muslim they think if you say servant, this is an insult. This is not an insult. This is a great word. In Christianity, the word servant is a great word, because God the Father, he is the one who serves us. Who is the one who provides us what we have? God. Who is the one who gave us food? God. This is he's serving us. You know, all the service we have is the service of God. This is a reality. You know, the food, the sun, the light, the heat, everything we have, we are served by God. You know, and then they say to you, God is not a servant. No, God is the true servant, and he is the only servant actually. The rest is enjoying the service of God. All of us, even when I give, let's say I make a donation, let's say I give you a sandwich, you know, but who is the one really who provides us with the food? It's God, not me. I'm not the one who created it. So everything we have is coming. Even when we talk about prophet, you know, people they speak about prophet. The true prophet is God. The rest are just prophesying in the name of God. You know, when we say prophet, what does that mean? Prophet is somebody tells something in the future will happen, right?
Right.
But
prophesy.
That's God.
Yeah.
That's God. That's not the man. So when Moses he speak of a prophecy, well, this is what God said, not him. The true prophet, the first prophet, and the only prophet is God. The rest are just prophesying in the name of God.
Right.
You know?
And Christians believe that we are the children of God, correct?
Yeah, we are children of God. That's why we call him children, because we're children because he is our father. He's the one who serves us, the one who, when you are a child, who is the one, if your mom is not there, who is going to make sandwich for you? Your dad. Who's going to put your shoes in your feet? Your dad. In this case, we don't have a mother, we have only father.
Yeah. And I love that relationship more than being told you're a slave.
Exactly.
That doesn't,
and this is
that's nasty.
Yeah, and that will take you to different level of relationship. When Christian they worship, They are not feeling that they are insect, bugs, you know. They are children of God. So God, because He is so loving, our God, He gave us the honor to be called children, even though we are not really children of God. But He allow us to call Him Father. You know, we don't say God, we say Father. You know, and when we speak about Jesus, we don't say Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. We say Jesus. Because why?
Yeah.
I want to give Him more names better than this name. You know, Yeshua, Messiah. I mean, that alone is enough. So the Muslims, because they worship a man, his name is Muhammad, they don't even dare to say his name without adding many titles behind the name. They
Yeah.
claim that this is how you can respect a man, but in fact they worship a man. You know, the guy from Arizona, the Rashad Khalifa, the one the Muslims killed, he made the claim of Miracle 19. And he told the Muslims that you are kuffar. You, when you say Shahada, you are worshipping two people. You associate the name of a man, his name is Muhammad, with the name of God, his name is Allah. And he said, you are the same as the Christians. You associate the name of the Messiah, according to his understanding, with the name of God. You are not different. And they killed
This
him.
was recent. He got killed.
Oh, he was killed maybe 20 years ago. You know, this guy is the one
Oh,
who came with the Miracle 19. Even did that, he put his calculation in his book, and later all the Muslims they turned against him because he claimed to be a messenger of God too. You know,
okay.
and they killed him.
Yeah,
Yeah, and until now I
they
don't
killed.
know if they find the one who killed him, but they killed him. They found him, being killed by a knife in his kitchen. Yeah,
Wow.
but you will see here that when a Muslim they say where Jesus says I'm God, I mean all the Bible Jesus saying I'm God. I'm the living God. I am the eternal life. I am the one who drink my water will never go thirsty. The one who follow me, the one who believe in me and die, he will live. I mean, and then they say to you, "We're just I'm God."
Yeah. So he's God in the sense that he is of the same spirit.
He's what? Sorry.
He's of the same spirit. Like the Holy Spirit is God, right? Like,
Yeah, you
because
see,
I think where people get confused is when, like I said, when he goes to the top of the mountain and or the top of the hill, whatever it was, and he prays to his Father which is in heaven, and it kind of makes sense in my head where I can say, okay, the Holy Spirit had to have come from God, right? Because where else would it come from? Therefore, even though it is separate, it's still one because it came from the original source.
yeah, let us make it simple. Like always, I try to make it simple for people to understand because, as we said, it's very hard to comprehend how God He is because we are talking about the one. When we say a miracle is something we don't understand how it works, right? How it happened. That's why we call it miracle,
No.
right? So what about talking about the one who himself is the one who create miracles? So when we as a Christians we try to understand the Lord, we need to understand the first thing we understand that He is the Almighty, and the second you say Almighty, then you do not need to try to measure Him the way you measure everything else. He is the Almighty, which means
Yeah.
whatever is impossible for me, it is possible for Him. So if somebody says how He can be three and one, well, that is impossible for me, but it's not impossible for Him. However, even us as a human, we are more than one, let us say, entity. As an example, you as a human, you have a soul, right? Do I agree?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have a flesh, correct?
Right.
And you have mind, the brain.
Right.
If one of them is not working, you are dead.
We're three in one.
But we are three in one. But if I say to you, is the soul, is your soul, is you say yes. Okay. Is your body is you say yes. Is your brain is you say yes. but they are not one. The brain is totally different functionality from the rest. You know, like
Yeah.
the rest of your flesh don't give orders, receive orders. The rest of your body, the duty is to receive orders. That's all. The brain is the center of operation, and the soul is life. If one of them is gone, the rest will not be there. So even a human being is a 3 and 1 in the same time. So why it's possible for me to be 1 and 3 in the same time, but it's impossible for God to be 1 and 3 in the same time?
Right, right. Because even if we pass away, it's still us. You're still a soul after this. You just
Exactly.
left.
Your flesh is gone, but now you are in the stage of being a soul. You know,
It's still you.
your
It's
flesh,
not.
your body is gone. You know, your body is gone because it's going to become a dirt, and then your brain is dirt too now, part of your, you know, but now your soul is still there. And this is why when we say resurrection, you know, we are reuniting what? If we are still, if we are one entity, we don't reunite it, you know. Resurrection is you're reuniting the flesh with the soul, right?
Hmm.
And that will
Yeah.
make you the human again. But before that resurrection, you are just a soul, just a flying spirit or wherever you are. So human being, when he tried to make it complicated, he plays stupid when he want, and he plays smart when he want. In fact, us as a human, we have the fingerprint of God. We are 3 and 1 in the same time.
Yeah. Well, that example in itself, honestly, is all the proof you really need. We're a physical being, and we have a soul. Like we know that when you pass away, what is the thing that Muslims believe is going to be tortured? Is it your soul or is it your physical body?
Well, the
And
Muslims,
if
they have
it's
fiction stories like, you know, you go in the grave and the angel will beat you, you know, which is very funny. I mean, you are dead and now the angel will beat you, and
yeah,
they will hit your head, and you know. But you know, we have different understanding of life and death.
right,
However,
right,
you know, when we try to understand how God He is, there is nobody can really explain how God He is except by, you know, reading about Jesus. Because when Jesus came to us in a humble image of God as a human, that make us really understand God way easier. Because now we saw, and we as they say in the disciple, they says we saw him, we touch his hands. So now we know who is God, which we never saw, but now we know and we saw. And when Jesus he come to us, he present to us how he can be the living God, yet he can be human, which means nothing is impossible for God. Because all the rejection of Muslims, the Quran says, how can he be God if he and his mother they eat food? But if God cannot eat food, still God, that means he's a silly God, you know. Like you
yeah.
are saying to
That's a
me,
really
if God he ate food, that means he lost his godhood, if we can say it in English, you know. Uh,
yeah,
but that is a silly argument, you know, because the God who can make me eat, why he cannot himself make himself able to eat? The one who can make, he can collect you from dirt and put you together. Why he cannot be in the flesh of a human being, you know?
right.
And if
And I
God
mean
he cannot, then God cannot be God.
yeah. And I think I've heard you say before too. I mean, it makes sense. You said that there's Jesus the man, and then the other part is the Holy Spirit, right? That's like
Say,
so.
say again, Jesus what?
You said that like there's Jesus the man, like Jesus the man, like when Jesus goes to pray to his Father in heaven, is that's Jesus the man, right? Like it's like us, like you said, we're a human being with the soul, but we're still one thing.
No, when
Um,
Jesus he is the man, still he is God in the same time. He is the, you know, his son of God, and this is how the son speak to the Father. You see, praying in even in English, you know, I pray you will be, you pray you good, pray you, you know, pray is a communication between the Son and the Father. For the conversation is holy, it is a prayer. So this is why Jesus, he said, so you glorify me as I glorify you. So when Jesus prayed to the Father, he glorified the Father, and the Father glorified the Son too. It's not only Jesus he do that. So he said, glorify me before all the world was exist, Jesus said. So the prayer is not the prayer of a man, it is a prayer of the Son of God to his Father. Like when Jesus said, let your will be done. You know, here you see that the Son is totally obedience of the Father. This why he called himself the Son, and the Father is the Father. You know, the second you say the Father, you understand that the Father is the one, the authority. You know,
Right.
you know, I am when we see that Jesus is his equality, the equality is by the nature as a divine, you know, as holiness. But all of us, we understand that the Messiah himself is born of the Father. As you say, the everything is coming from the Father, you know. So and because everything is coming from the Father, everything will go to the Father. So the Son, he go back to the Father. The Son, he said to the Father, let your will be done. The Son is coming to this earth by the will of the Father. He, you know, he is the one who sinned. For God, he loved the world. He sent his only begotten Son. So even when Jesus come to this earth, he is coming to do the will of the Father.
Yeah.
This is very normal. The Son report to the Father, they say, you know, like I speak to them, my Father, because and you know, when the Muslim, they say how a human being can be God, and then you find that Allah, he have a leg, Allah have a shin, Allah have 5 fingers, Allah have a face, Allah have a butt, Allah have a foot. Then who is this God who is not a man? How you accept him?
Who's physical?
Yeah, obviously he have a physical body, you know. And same time, when the Muslim, they have objection, they say, who created Jesus? If he is God, did Jesus create himself? You know, like this is a question. Did Jesus create himself, or the Father, he created him? Well, Jesus, he said it clearly that before Abraham I am, and he is, the Bible says he is born of the Father. But the creation of the flesh, God, the Bible says everything created by him and for him, which means even the flesh he have is created by him. That's why he said, you can destroy this temple and I can rebuild it in 3 days. I can, not somebody else, you know. He was talking about his flesh, which means I can recreate this flesh again and again and again. Not only once, not only twice. You can destroy it and I will build it in 3 days. And here you notice the Messiah, he, you know, he mentioned the word 3 days. You know? Yeah. And then again, you will need to ask yourself, what is the behind the number 3? 3 days. Why 3 days? Again, you will find that Christianity is based in the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. 3.
Yeah.
You know?
So so before Abraham was, I am. Jesus spiritually is eternal.
Always exists. He's always exist, and his birth have nothing to do with his existence. His birth is not the time when the Trinity exists. No. Some Muslim, they will mislead you. They say to you, so where was the Trinity when Jesus was not born? You know, the answer for that is when Jesus said, before Abraham I am. You know.
Yeah.
And
That's eternal.
And the answer for that, David, he was worshiping, you know, the Messiah. Okay, how you worship? How David is calling the Messiah my Lord when the Messiah doesn't exist yet?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't call him my Lord if he doesn't exist. That will be fiction.
Yeah. I mean, some of the stuff definitely I want to look into more. I may not grasp everything like I want to now, but just the bottom line for me, like I said, once I read what these people were witnessing, his disciples, when you really read and see what they're saying about Jesus, what he did and how he carried himself, really you can kind of imagine somebody like we don't see people like that. You know, obviously not just the performing miracles part, but just the way he carried himself, the patience, the love, the forgiveness. That alone won me over. I'm like, this is, you know, that's something I definitely want to guide myself to and look more into. So
Yeah, and one
I
more thing, you know, before I finish for today. Remember that when you read what Jesus said, you notice right away how, you know, I don't know, my English is not really good to explain what. This is why I don't like really to talk about the Bible in English, because I find myself limited. It's not like the Quran. Quran is a stupid book. The Bible is a very, you know, very rich, you know, in feeling, emotion, and high language. So it's kind of a difficult for me to express. But you will notice that Jesus, when he speak, his words, let us say, is like rich. It's a heavy duty. You know, it's not a light words as anyone making a speech. You will see how deep it is. You can make stories of a sentence. You know, you can make meditation of one sentence. You can make a you can find a lifeline in one statement. You know, every statement he say is something special. It's not just a statement of somebody making a speech. Me and you, we are talking for a while, but then you will not find, there's no way me and you getting close to what he is saying. We can try to be smart, we can try to be genuine, we can try to be philosophers, we can try to be very logical, but then when you listen to him, you will find that you are really too small. Anything.
yeah,
And not only that, you will see when Jesus he speak of parables. Remember those parables, they are mentioned 2000 years ago. You will find that those parables, they live for you today. With the time of technology, nothing changed. Choose any one of them. It fit with your life today.
yeah, that's true.
And then you will notice that this is a book will never die. This is why he said that earth and heaven will be destroyed, but my word will not. And he's not talking about words are written. He's talking about his wisdom, which is he gave to people, what he shared with them. People will live with his wisdom. So earth and heaven will demolish, but my word will not. And now I can open any parable he said, anything. You will find that every one of them is an example of our life today. And 10,000 years from now, a million thousand is going to be working for every time. Because it's made in a very super intelligent way. It fit for every time and have no expire date.
Yeah, yeah, I can get that 100%.
Yeah, somebody's asking me to ask you if you have a children. Well, this is a personal question. I'm not going to ask him. This is his, you know, this is his business. And this is, if you have a question, children or not, why I want to ask him? People are asking if you have children.
Yeah, what's the purpose?
Yeah,
What is
there's no reason for personal questions. Anyway, if you have a children, we pray that he will help them and he will guide them. So, my friend, anything else you want to say to me? Because you know it's getting so late for me. It's already
yeah.
3 a.m. in the morning. It's 2:55 a.m.
Okay. No, I'm gonna let you go, man. I'll look into it more. I'm gonna keep reading, and hopefully we speak again in the future, man. This was enlightening. I liked it a lot.
Well,
Thank you for taking my.
I'm happy that you accept the Messiah, and now actually, you know, I can tell you are smart and you are educated, and you will read and try to, let us say, uh, I don't like to use the word meditation, but maybe this is the only word I can say. I know in English to be close, but you can try, you know, by yourself to see where you can fit between the lines. You as a person, you know, because
Yeah.
if I cannot find myself in the words of Jesus, then what Jesus would do for me? To try to find yourself who you are. Maybe you can look at the disciple and you see who are you between them. Are you Judah? Are you Peter? Are you John? You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
each one of them is different, and we are different. You are different. I'm different from you. But I will find myself always in somewhere in the stories in the front of me. and then I can judge myself based on the story. Am I the one? Am I the Pharisees? Am I the rabbi? Am I the Roman? Am I the soldier who, stabbed Jesus in his chest? Am I the one who carry his cross? Which one I am in this story, in this book? I have to find
Yeah.
myself there, and I think this is the beauty of reading the Bible. When you get, the more you get closer, the more you will find where you fit in the book.
Yeah. I think I know who I am, but that's a topic for another day.
All right. Well, good for you. I mean, just try to focus on that and try to learn. And, always we start small and we get bigger in knowledge. And the more we know, the better we live. The less we
Yeah.
know, the worse we live.
Yes, sir.
All right.
100%.
Yeah.
Man, thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome,
for
my
taking
friend.
my call, man.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
People in the chat, they are saying to you, I don't know if you know Sam Shamoun. Do you know him?
Shamon?
Yeah, Sam Shamoun, he have a channel. He always teach the Bible. He can do better job than me because his English way better than mine. So when he teach the English, he can explain way better than my explanation English.
I listened to a guy who, I don't know his name. He was a Muslim, but he converted and he teaches. I wish I knew the guy's name. I could say it right now.
Yeah, it's okay.
I think it's Danny, but it's okay.
You can search his name in YouTube. I think you can find people, they can post for you maybe his channel. The admin, maybe they can post it for you and you can click in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
always, Sam Shamoun, he have a very great memory in the Bible. I am the opposite of him. I have a great memory in the Quran and Islamic books, because I spend a lot of time studying to fight the devil. Not, I mean, my mission have a different, let us say, target. In the same time, because the Bible is a very deep book, I find myself limited really when I discuss the Bible because my language doesn't help me.
Yeah. Well, your mission definitely plays a huge part because I don't think I would have ever went to listen to people preaching Christianity had I not seen the faults in my own religion first. That's what really opened my.
I help the Muslims to come to the conclusion that it's time to go and read other book, which may be where your salvation will be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, somebody,
I'm gonna let you go, man.
the admin is posting the link for you for Sam Shamoun. You can click on it if you like to subscribe to him.
Okay.
They are
Okay.
posting
I
that.
appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, my friend. Thank you very much for calling, and may the Lord bless you. And we pray that the Lord will strengthen you with faith and knowledge. And the Bible says, "My people have been destroyed because of their ignorance." And today you did beat your ignorance, as I did before. And all of us, and somehow we have ignorance still until now. We have ignorance, but ignorance of salvation is deadly. I mean, if we don't. Ignorance of not to speak good English, it's okay. English ignorance in engineering is okay, but ignorant about God, that will take you to hell. And we pray to the Lord that you are going to be saved, and I hope you will read more the Bible and soon you will get baptized.
Yes, of course. Yeah,
All right.
man. Thank you.
All
Thank you
right.
so much.
Take care. God bless.
Nice night.
Take care.
Thank you, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, I'm glad to speak to this gentleman, very nice person. It was a good conversation. And for me, I really struggle with explaining, I mean, he was easier to explain to because he is educated and he's smart. But usually, when you speak to a Muslim, he is trying to speak to you from the cave time. He will not listen to the Bible. That's why I avoid really wasting my time speaking to someone. He is speaking the language of cave time. You say to him West, he speak about the East. But as you see, when a person he decide to listen, he will understand. He will understand. Somebody saying, what is God? How can we imagine God? You do not need to imagine God. Go outside and go and look in the grass for little tiny flower. And then you tell me how such a beauty in such a little tiny flower can be exist. That is God, my friend. God is a beauty. And everything He created is beautiful. Maybe you are looking for a person or a character, but for me, I do not need to look for a character or a drawing or an idea. I have an amazing designer. You know, each time I look to anything, you know, I like to, you know, I use my phone to take pictures of nobody take. You know, people take pictures of statues, etc. I take pictures of where nobody take. And when you look at the design, I mean, it's amazing. Look at this. Those flowers, we step on them, we walk on them, you know, little tiny, in the size of a needle, but they are so beautiful. So if you want to know who is God, look, that is God. That is the art of God. That is the fingerprint of God. That is a design which beyond imagination. Even insect which you don't like, they exist for a reason, and they serve a purpose. Even the bad one, they are bad for you, but they are good for something else. So when people look for a God or a God, they are looking for a character, imagination character, and that makes them confused. I don't do that. I do not need to look for that. I have a proof around me in every aspect of life that God is real and He exists and He is beautiful. Because if He can do this, how beautiful He is. You see, to be able to express such a beauty and in design, you have to be extremely beautiful, sensitive, full of, let us say, I don't want to use the word emotion, but I don't know. My English doesn't help me. Like full of sense, ability to sense beauty, ability to see things, to come with ideas. You know, when God, He put a human together, it's a miracle. When God, He put the insect and a bees, it's a miracle. We can't enter now, create an airplane, and we will never be able to do so like a bees or a fly. They fly upside down, they stand on the wall, they are so extremely changing direction, they have extreme sensors. They can sense things. I mean, the dog, little dog, which we make fun of, and we use his name to insult somebody, he have an amazing ability to smell. He can even feel energy. All of this is astonishing design of God. So the problem that some people, they are looking for God as a person, you know, when is God? Show me, you know. But the fact everything around us is coming from incredible designer. So I do not need to look for Him, and I do not need to give you definition, because if you could not find in the creatures and the creation of God, you will never find God. You will never. And you will not be able to know what is God is about. but everything about us leads us into God. If you go and study plants as an example, you will see that all plants, they share one thing, special kind of ratio. All plants. And that's what makes them beautiful. You know, when you watch a snowstorm, it's beautiful. Even cold, even rain, even desert, even, I mean, harsh weather, good weather. There is, you know, you are designed to be able to sense things. Not only he made you able to sense it, to enjoy it. You know, until now, there's no cameras can capture what the eye can capture. I mean, maybe the cameras can zoom more, can go all the way to the moon, but in reality, nobody, no cameras, no technology can do what the eye in your head can do. You know, some people here, they are worried about Tate and what he claimed. Tate is a pimp, my friend, and he is a Muslim. So we are happy that a pimp, he become a Muslim. And you can say he was, etc. And etc. The guy, he said he was an atheist, he don't believe in God. But he decided to become a Muslim. Good for him. He's a pimp. He did not even change his religion. He's still a pimp. When a Muslim, you know, go to the channel of Suku, the Hatun, you know, you will find 3 Muslims. They are speaking about it's okay to be a pimp. Go watch it. It's not the Christians talking. 3 Muslims talking. It says, the title says, it looked like it's okay to be a pimp in the Quran. Go watch it. Watch it and laugh. So when a person, he came here and he talk about he was, etc. Okay, my friend, you get a pimp. I mean, at least if you get a decent person, you become a Muslim, okay, no problem. But in the same time, I mean, I don't know even how you can be proud about such a person. Pimp. The jacket he wear, the pant he wear, the watches he have, the cars he drive is coming from vaginas. DCCI ministry, all right. I know Muslims, because you know because they are desperate, they think having a pimp is a victory. Good for you. I pray all the pimps in the world, they will become Muslims. Are you happy? Here we go. And now he will find a job for your sister in his website. Shall we say Ameen, brother? Your sister now, she will find a job. Look at this picture. Look at this. I mean, isn't it amazing? It's really something. Look at the sky color. Look at the cloud. You know, always it fascinates me how even the cloud, they make us really feel good, and it's beautiful. The one who created this heaven and earth is the God of beauty. And if you cannot see beauty, there is something wrong with you. When you see beauty, you see God. When you see ugliness, you see the devil, and maybe you see yourself. You know? Look at this one. And you know, the funny is that those flowers are small. They are tiny, you know. Those are not big flowers. Like, look at those. Those are tiny. Look. Look at this. Let me see if I can zoom in more. Yeah, look like I cannot zoom more. Let us see if we can zoom here. And look how the color they match, and look how the color they are going like in You know, like stronger to lighter to lighter to lighter. I mean, who is the designer of this? You know? So people, when they speak of God, they are looking for a person, character, idol to worship. I do not need that. I'm not even interested. God is all around, you know. He is everywhere. His footprint, his fingerprint, whatever print you are seeking, he is all over. Yeah. And, you know, like the Muslims, they are really desperate, and this is why they try, you know, a person, he have a true religion, he will not lie to promote his religion. It's a clear proof that you are following Satan because you lie about your religion. A person, he is proud of his religion, he will not lie. He will not say, you know, if somebody came to me and says, Jesus, he said when he come back, he will say, like the angels, bring them here and slay those who don't believe, you know. I will not deny it. Yeah, Jesus, he will come in the judgment day. And he will come as a judge. He will not come to give hugs and kisses. When you hide your belief, it's a clear sign that you are ashamed of your belief. Only ashamed people, they hide and they deny it. A person who believes, he will never be ashamed of his belief. Only those who follow the devil. All right, I think it's getting too late for me, guys. I don't know if I will be able to sleep. It's already, look at this. It's already morning. What you did to me. Unbelievable. Anyway, feel free to download this video. If you have your own channel, and you can cut it, you know, as you wish, because already it's many hours now. How many hours? 5 hours and 25 minutes. Oh boy. Oh man. All right. My back is hurting already. But guess what? Today it was the 3rd time I make bread. Ladies, we men, we can do the impossible. I made a bread and it was very good. So now I learned really how to make a very good bread. And from now on, I will never buy bread. It was so tasty, you know. And this is the first time it was very successful bread, by the way. I made 2 times before. It was good, but it wasn't that, you know, I mean, it was a bread. But now it was the bread you are looking for. Yummy, yummy. So today, before I go live, I ate some of my bread, which I will not share with you because I'm very selfish, you know. I love you all, but don't touch my bread. Sorry, you know, stay away. I will not even tell you where I hide it, okay? Recipe, it's very simple. So actually, the reason I was not doing good bread because I was watching videos on YouTube, trying to do how they do it, and obviously what they are doing is not right. You know, because obviously every flour is different, you know, flour is not the same. So like they give you the percentage, you do this to this and etc. It's false. So today I learned 2 things actually. If you are making bread, never add water which is not warm to the flour. It have to be all the time when you are adding water, it have to be warm, not hot. Same time, don't add too much water. You have to be very cheap with the water. So in the previous bread I made, I look at the, you know, at the dough, it still is dry, you know, so I keep adding water. But what I did today, I really added really little, and the dough was so good. So don't add too much water, and add warm water only. And yeast, yeah, this is like 1 spoon or 2 spoons of yeast, depending on how much flour you have, you can add. You put it in some water, warm water a little bit to make it active, and then mix it with the flour. But I found that the key to make the, I was making pita bread, you know. The key for the success in the bread is to add warm water, and be careful, very conservative with adding water. Don't like just keep adding little, you know, and see how the dough will work. Like when you add it drops, don't, you know. Yeah, and it was really very successful. 11, pita bread. There's no sound? Okay, I touched the microphone by mistake. Yeah, I was saying, I was sorry, my voice is tired. I'm saying that the bread I did is not like this, actually. I mean, it's very close as a look, but I mean, it was very successful, very tasty. But I think next time I should give it little bit more time for the yeast to be active. But today I was really, I want to come online, and I know if I stay on the computer, I will stay God knows for how many hours, and then I will not be able to eat until it's 3 a.m. in the morning, and then I will not be able to sleep at all because I cannot sleep after eating. So I finished it fast. Still, it was really good. Was it halal bread? Yeah, it was. I love a bread. You know, for me, bread is my favorite food. You know, I know, like in some countries, bread is not really necessary. I mean, they don't eat. Like if you go in many Asian countries, bread is not even important. You know. Yeah, this is how the bread looked like in the one I did 2 days ago. It was good, but not the way I wanted to. You know. Yeah. Yeah, there's many kind of a bread actually, and you can make sandwiches with it. Guys, did I make you hungry? Yeah. Actually, yeah, next time I will make a bread, I will make like more thick like those, because those you can eat them by themselves, and I will add the sesame seeds. And this, the black one you see, this is the one Prophet Muhammad, he said, if you eat it, will solve any disease. You know, Turkish bread, there's nothing is called Turkish bread. The Turkish cannot even know how to make a bread. The Turkish, they came from middle of nowhere. They don't have any food like, you know, what you're talking about. All of this is a Greek food, you know, not Turkish bread. Yeah, this is how the bread I made 2 days ago. But it's tasty too, but I like it, the one which have a balloon. It make a balloon inside, you know. Yeah, and still I have many You guys are making me hungry again. I don't want to eat again. I ate too much. My stomach hurt. I don't like really, I don't enjoy American style bread or like, you know, European bread. I like this kind of a bread. You're fasting from the last Ramadan, but in Ramadan people don't fast, they eat more. Since when people in Ramadan they eat, they fast, they eat more. This is why in Ramadan they get fat, you know. Yeah, actually I notice how it is really good to make bread at home because it tastes way better. I mean, when you buy bread, it's not fresh, you know, there's a huge difference. So especially the ladies here who they are buying bread, I think it's time for you to make your own bread for your children because they will love it and you will love it. It's so tasty, you know. You know, because you know in the Middle East we are used to use the bread. I mean, it's our food style is different. That's why even in the Bible Jesus said, not only by the bread the human being live, you know, but by the word of God, because bread is very important meal in the Middle East. It's like, you know, the Italian, you know, the Italiano. So bread is the main food, not a side dish. And because the way we use it, as an example, we eat hummus with it, you know, we don't use a spoon to eat hummus. Like we use the bread itself as a spoon. And actually I believe it makes the food more tasty. You can try, I don't know. I'm yawning. I'm going to sleep talking to you. Oh, look at this. Yum, 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 yum. I will make you all hungry. Just wait. I'm going to torture you one after one from behind scenes. Let us see how many people will go to that kitchen right now immediately. Oh, this one actually, in the Middle East, this one we call this asfiha or madda. This one you make a very thin dough, and then you put a mix of lamb meat or beef. Usually we use lamb, mixed with spice, maybe vegetables, you know. And then you put it, you embed it in the dough, and then you put it in the oven. It tastes so good. And then you eat it beside yogurt. You are torturing yourself. No, I ate. I'm full already. Trust me, I ate really good. Yeah, I'm a very good cook, but this is what I was missing. I'm eating the bread I don't like, you know. But finally, I got the courage. You should see first day, guys. I'm making the bread. Unbelievable. It was funny. I look at myself. I have a flour all over me, you know. And I said, where the flour is coming from? I have a flour in my chest. I have flour in my pant. I have flour in my waist. I have flour in my sleeves. I have a flour everywhere, you know. Thank God nobody come to visit me. Yeah. But you know, bread is really delicious food, and I believe it's very healthy too. And from now on, I will make my bread. So now I have a bread actually enough for tomorrow. Now, even if it's not going to be fresh as the bread I ate today, but if you save it in the correct way, you can reheat it tomorrow, and it's going to taste good. All right? And I will make falafel. I make hummus at home. I don't buy hummus. I make yogurt at home. I never bought yogurt for maybe since 20 years. And if you don't know, how many of you don't know how to make yogurt? Hey ladies, do you know how to make yogurt? Flour I use is, I don't know, it's called all-purpose. It doesn't matter really. Flour, normal flour, wheat flour. Labna is very easy, you know, because you make yogurt first, and then you put the yogurt in, you know, a fabric which can let the water go through to restrain it, and then you have labna. That's it. You do know how to make yogurt? It's very easy. Yeah, and the yogurt I make is way better than the one you buy from the store. I buy a full milk, whole milk, and then, you know, I make from the milk the yogurt, and it's just very, very good. You know, very good. The yogurt you buy from the store, they add to it chemical to make it solid. If I show you the yogurt I have in my fridge, it's like a cake, you know, very good. Use bread flour is better. Well, I don't know. This is, I mean, it's called all-purpose. Isn't it the same? I don't know. I searched it. It's the same. All of it. It's a wheat bread, isn't it? It's the same. They just give it a different name, but the fact is the same. Yeah, I think it's the same. You can make now your own pizza. You can make, if you get, let's say, the key of making the thing, you got the key to do everything. Good morning, my friend. Yeah, actually, you know, for me, I cannot drink milk. For some reason, when I drink milk, it hurts my stomach, which is weird, because I drink coffee, which is acid, a lot of coffee, and nothing happened. And I eat a lot of yogurt, and nothing happened. But the second I eat milk, it transforms into acid. Very strange, I don't know. What about tabbouleh? I don't have time for those tabbouleh and etc. Yeah, this would need more time. But bread was the only thing is making me unhappy with my food. And now, because I know how to make it, and I love to eat it by itself, you know. I do not even need a food. If I have little, you know, tomato and some bread, oof, that's a king meal for me. And very easy to satisfy when it's come to food. Like, you know, some people know they want, yeah, like those in the Middle East, like, you know, they are easy to make too. You fill them with spinach or meat or, you know, whatever you want, and they are tasty. And for sure, they are bread at the same time. It's like a sandwich. You can even put a cheese or yogurt inside it. Try buttermilk. I don't know what is that. You know, I go to Walmart and I buy the milk they have, whole milk, and we don't have too many choices. I don't know where you guys do shopping. My shopping is very simple, limited. Yeah, exactly. This is, we call it fatire. Fatire. We are not made to drink cow's milk. We lack of MSC to digest it. We love goat milk. Okay, I know about that. You know, when I was in the desert, I drank camel milk. It was horrible. The camel milk is the most horrible milk ever to drink. Unbelievable. You know, It doesn't matter how many times you try to drink it. I mean, even those Bedouin who live in the desert drinking it for all their life, they struggle with it. Camel milk is very horrible. Donkey milk is better. Here we go. Donkey milk is better. And I'm yawning. Do you make bread with za'atar? No, I don't, because I don't have za'atar when I'm going to buy it. I'm disconnected, my friend. I have no connection with any Middle Eastern. I don't go to Middle Eastern store. Even if there's one close to me, I will never go to it. I don't like to associate with them. I know, I mean, I have some Middle Eastern here, they will be upset, but I have a very negative idea about Middle Eastern. Especially Middle Eastern stores, they cheat. You know, you don't know what they are, you know, what they are giving you. So I don't trust their food. I don't trust what they serve you. I don't trust what they sell. I don't trust. Okay, I think I better go before I fell down on the table. So guys, I want to say thank you very much for being here. And forgive me, I have to go. It's already almost 4 a.m. in the morning. And my yawning is all over. And as you know, when I yawn, Shaitan, he jump in my mouth and he laugh at me. So you don't want that to happen, right? Why camel milk is terrible? Because it's very heavy and uncomfortable and will make you have unlimited diarrhea. And not only that, actually, if you go right now, you search, you can find that camel milk is #1 dangerous milk because it can contain very deadly viruses. Very, very risky, you know. Just go and search right now. Yeah, very, very bad. Camel milk is not really, is not a good thing to do. And camel meat too is not good. Anyway, I want to say thank you, and I will see you soon again. May the Lord bless you. Feel free to download the part where our friends, they called us the Muslims and the ex-Muslim now, and reload them in your channel. And later, maybe tomorrow or the day after, I will shorten this video to keep only the conversation with those guys. Until I see you soon again, may the Lord bless you. And if I made you angry, please forgive me. Take care, God bless, and Merry Christmas again. See you soon. Bye-bye. Take care.